Welcome everybody to round 3, as it says on your screen there, at Blaxhall for the Motul MXGB British Championship, ACU Championship, of course. My name is Jeff Perrett. I'm joined by Phil G. Phil, we're blessed. We love our job. The sun is shining. The crowd is flocking in. This venue's always a super cool venue. Track is prime. We had so much rain come down.
Biblical rain on Friday night, and it's done the track the world of good.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to some incredible racing here today. As we've mentioned before, this is a new feel to the British Championship. We've changed certain elements here. We've now just got 3 classes running on the weekend, so that's pretty cool. There you go. We have got the MX 125, MX2, MX1. You can see there. They're going to get 2 motos each, and from what we've seen this morning already, we are in for a great day because this track always generates good racing.
Yeah, track's been prime. The way that the rain has taken into the circuit over the last few days has left us with something that is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, we're absolutely looking forward to this. So, a little bit of history about Blaxhall. Now, it's not a track that I know well. I've raced enough times. All I do remember when I come here, it was always challenging.
Yeah.
Back in my day, we actually used to go out into another field, which was brutal.
Yes, I can remember that.
They've shortened the track since then, but it looks to me, it's got a little bit like a kind of a quarry feel to it, which makes it brilliant for the spectators.
Back in the day, it was always known as Blaxhall Pits. So, yeah, it's definitely been a lot of stuff dug out of it, but it's left it in it's a real nice natural feel to the track, and it's one of the best tracks for getting up close and personal to the racing.
Yeah, the weather conditions, as we mentioned, for those of you that do live in the UK, you would have noticed or seen on the news and the weather that on Friday night in particular, the heavens opened on this part of the country. I mean, we've had like a month's worth of rain almost seemingly in one night. A spectacular thunderstorm came through. Tommy Searle said it's the best thunderstorm he's ever seen. So if he's given it an A-class rating, then it must be good.
We were here, like I say, on Friday, and it went from, the track will need this, to we're all going to die in 15 minutes. It was not good. But waking up Saturday morning, it was like it never happened. So we've had a really good result out of that. And like I say, the track is absolutely fantastic. We're going to be bringing you all the action here on Dirt Store MXGB-TV. You
were getting genuinely a little bit nervy in your van at some point, weren't you?
Yeah, we were not enjoying the spectacle. But yeah, it's been it's definitely what we needed. And like I say, on MXGB-TV here, we are going to be bringing you all the action of the 6 motos that we've got across this race day.
So track conditions today are at prime because of that. Weather conditions are actually in good shape as well. It's cooled off a little bit since the thunderstorms because it was obviously quite humid and hot. It's still warm. It's almost an ideal day for the riders' standpoint and spectators out there today. It's warm enough, t-shirt, shorts, but not overly hot for the riders.
Yeah, and obviously there's, as you can see there,
actually even putting water down.
A little bit of water going down. There's a lot of shade there with the trees all dotted around the course as well, which is nice for the riders and also nice for the spectators. You can get yourself out of the sun if you need to. But there you see, look, lovely, nice inside and outside lines. And watching in practice and qualifying this morning, it looks like I think it's going to ride really well. There was a few damp spots on some of the landings in the start of the session, but I think it's going to ride in really, really well.
If I wasn't sat in here, Phil, when I was a little bit younger, I would fancy a bit of that. But obviously I am sat here and I'm not young, so let's watch the younger next generation that have a crack at it. Talking of which, let's bring you up to speed with all 3 championships. It's been so far 2 rounds, brilliant racing. There's no really good. I mean, from top to bottom. Obviously, you get the regular, protagonists doing their thing. There you are with the 125 class. Ryan Waggett, look at that, just a 6-point lead over Charlie Richmond.
It's been tight at the top, but Waggett has been the class of the field so far, notwithstanding the fact that Jamie Keith took 2 race wins at Canada Heights. But we're missing him this week because he's gone out injured again. Yes,
unfortunately, Jamie Keith is, we're not going to see him much this year. Very unlikely that we'll even see him towards the end of the year. He has badly broken his foot, from my understanding, what I've been told. Broke all his metatarsals, so a clean snap across the middle of his foot. There's no rushing back from that in a hurry. So he's going to be out of contention, certainly, and probably miss most of the season. Hayden Statt, though, doing good things.
Yeah.
He's on the move, obviously a young rider, and doing well in EMX as well.
Yeah, so we had a good chance to chat with him. They were here early doors as well, parked up by us, and I chat with him and his dad. And you know, they're enjoying what they're doing, using the MX for what it is, for experience, not getting too out of shape about the race results as long as the speed's there. Again, Charlie Richmond having a good show in there, as is Drew Stock, and then looking there, 5th place, Harry Lee. We've got young Lucas Moncrief there in 6th position. That's good. That's good for him. Jamie Keith in 7th. Cameron Greenhalgh in a good 8th place, with Lewis Pratt 9th and Freddie Gardner in 10th. But all of those guys 6 through 10, that could all change and be completely the opposite way around by the time we get to the close of play this evening at Blaxhall.
Yeah, and that's just the 125 class. Here in the MX2 class, well, it's the old boy, the old dog, wily old dog, Tommy Searle. Supposedly in his last year. Let's see.
This is probably his third last year.
This is his third last year.
Yeah.
It's the long goodbye for Tommy.
Yeah, I'm on my 33rd last year.
But why would you pack it in when you're still good enough to be leading the championship?
Yeah, red plate holder then. Tommy got a 6-point lead then over Bobby Bruce, who, again, has been showing his speed along with Billy Askew, and both of those guys have challenged for wins and taken wins in the first 2 rounds, so that's all good. Ben Mustoe, a great 4th as well on the AC United Gas. Gien Doonson showing a bit better form. He had a mare in the first round. He's coming through. Again, Charlie Amon doing well. The Chambers KTM of Ollie Coleman. Glenn McCormack, another man that's been around a long while. Jake Nichols, a local race for him this weekend. And the Phoenix Fantica Josh Vale there in 10th. But again, only 20 points separating 4th through 10th.
And Nichols, I probably lost count the amount of laps he's done around this circuit. I mean, this is very much his local. He rides in the Eastern Centre, of course, so expect good things from him. Now, Conrad Muse, there you go, 100 points, which basically tells you that is a maximum point score to date. So he's won every moto, made life a little bit difficult for himself in MX1, Pico MX1 class at Hawkstone. Better starts last time out at Cannon Heights, made it a little bit easy, but Sterry keeping him honest, but Conrad getting away the last 5-10 minutes of every moto.
Yeah, and obviously those 2 guys, Adam Sterry and Josh Gilbert, have both managed to get their noses in front of Conrad Muse in certain races so far this year. But what we have seen since the last round, Conrad has dropped races in the Scottish Championship and also in the Raider midweek race. Sterry took one off him there at Raider, and Ben Edwards, I think, beat him in one of the Scottish rounds. So although he's undefeated at the British Championship, there's 2 guys there who've showed a turn of speed and taken a win from him. So they might fancy themselves here today for the same. Yeah,
Brad Todd recently travelled out to the AMA and raced Thunder Valley there. Got an incredible time in qualifying. I'm still not sure if it was legit. No, take it.
It was legit. He went out in the B qualifying and nailed the time. And the only thing that was gutting was when they put the top 10 on the screen that Jorge Prado was the 11th and didn't show. But
fair play to him. And a great experience, of course. So he's coming back probably just on a high from the trip alone. We've got other championships within championships here. We've got the Planet Moto leaderboard. Let me just quickly explain what that is. Basically, that's we score points for riders first across the finish line on the opening lap. We award riders 1 down to 5th with points. There you go. Ryan Waggett is currently leading that. What happens with that, Phil?
So we got Waggett's leading that, and he's a clear leader from Adam Sterry on 16 points. Josh Gilbert is showing in 3rd, but actually Tommy Searle, Bobby Bruce, Josh Gilbert and Charlie Richmond are all tied on 3rd. We're all tied on 12 points for equal 3rd in that championship. So if either of those guys get to lead across the line, that will put them 3rd in the series.
And let me just quickly explain what that is. So what it is, the winner of that will end up getting an all-expenses paid trip down to Spain, where Planet Moto do their business. Go and check them out. They basically do Spanish motocross holidays. Yeah. So if you ride a motocross bike, you fancy a trip down there, and you don't want all the aggro of getting your bikes down there, doing what you got to do, go and check out the guys at Planet Moto.
Yeah, so that's a nice championship within the championship, and the guys can take a little bit of a luxury holiday at the end of the season, just to get out there and do a little bit of riding. And obviously, with the likes of Ryan Waggett and stuff like that. This is the Phoenix Tools fastest lap then from the previous 2 rounds, and we can see that Hawkston Park was Ryan Waggett, Bobby Bruce and Conrad Muse taking the honours there.
Nice little cash prize for these guys. Jamie Keith, as you can see at Canada Heights, topped that. He was no longer with us for the rest of the tour, as we've already mentioned. Askew with a solid time there in MX2, and again, Conrad Muse coming as no surprise in MX1. So big up to Barry, Phoenix Tools, Barry Moore and everybody down there for, again, just supporting the championship with these extra little incentives. Talking of which, we've also got an extra incentive for this weekend through Stebbins. Anthony Skerry.
Yeah.
Very local, regional, used to race. I think you used to race with Anthony. So they're basically getting on board with extra prize purse, so that's cool for the riders. Anthony is so supportive of motocross, full stop. He sponsors quite a few riders, helps them out. But again, stepping into this event and throwing a bit of money on the table, extra money for the riders. So
everybody's going home with a bit of money in the pocket.
Yeah, I believe everybody. Everybody from 1 to 40 will actually earn some money today, which is quite incredible. You know, that's a lot. That's a big deal. Like, you know, bearing in mind there's some championships that you don't get a penny from the actual championship. We'll leave that there.
But it's nice the fact that it's a start, and if we can build on that with other sponsors and everything, and obviously Anthony's a big, good ex-racer, decent 250 championship rider back in the day, and he supported the sport in the Eastern Centre for a number of years. So nice to see him putting that money up. And obviously, if you need a car in this area, Stebbins Car Superstore is the place to go. It's a cracking website. I was looking at it the other day. I was after a Fiat Punto, and I'm like, he's got one.
He's good value as well, Anthony. He's always upbeat, always up for a good chat and a bit of a laugh. So we got them getting involved. Of course, we got the Michelin Fan Zone. So if you are watching us on the live stream and you go, this looks pretty cool, I want to get to a Motul ACU-MXGB British Championship, then do. Go on the website, find out where we're at next, follow the tour, and you can come along and do a bit of VIP experience. So we got the Michelin VIP area up there, where obviously like Charlie and the girl and everybody up there will take care of you. Yeah,
they're up there through the trees. You can just see the Michelin banners. There's that. Look, there's the TV compound.
There's the ice cream van that should do a roaring trade today, I should imagine. And of course we've got the Youth Academy. I'll quickly explain a little bit more about that because I'm actively involved with it. So we've started a new academy for 125 and the under 21 championship riders, where Justin Morris and Yanis from Olympus Pro, we basically try and give riders pointers, also present it and get involved. And then at each round we get a guest rider in. This time around we had Stephen Sword join us last night. Really, really good to hear because he's been through there. He's been one of those riders that has come through, knows all the pitfalls. And it's good. We're getting more of the kids coming out. Yes. And if they just walk away learning one thing from each round, then that's the result. So we do a track walk with them. And it's going really well. So I want to thank personally Michelin for that, for getting involved and supporting that. And that's something we want to build and grow on with the ACU next year, and maybe bring back an ACU academy like in whole from youth, 65 riders up. That would be great if we could do that.
There's a lot of knowledge in this paddock that needs passing on. And a lot of cases, some of these riders are very, very talented, but they don't even know what they don't know. And as a result, like yourself and Justin Morris and all those guys that helped out, it's good to get something that you can pass that on. And we want to get back into a proper stepping stone back into GPs.
And on top of that as well, we've got variant championships. We've also got a manufacturers championship. So Phil, fire away. Who's doing what in that?
Right. So manufacturers championship then currently is being led by KTM, 261 points. Obviously, this is across both classes. Gasset there in second and Honda in third. Fourth place is Yamaha, and then fifth we have Fantic. Sixth is Triumph. Seventh Husky, and eighth Kawasaki. And obviously that's done the top, I think it's the top 2 point scorers across each event. And obviously that's one that the manufacturers are kind of keeping an eye on in the background. But come the end of the season, that will be the thing that will be up on the show stands, that the MXGB British Manufacturers Championship, and that's something that they will want to try and win.
I'm just looking at that. I guess, is that just MX1 and MX2, or is that across the 125 class as well?
I think that's combined.
Okay, that's everything.
Yeah.
Okay. So, that's always interesting. Manufacturers Championship is always good to get a kind of view of who's doing what. Obviously, we're here at round 3 of the Motul MXGB British Championship, but we've got another big event coming up next week, Phil.
You have.
We are back to Matterley Basin for the British GP. Always good, obviously, to have a British GP. Steve Dixon and his team there have kept that going after reinventing it for a little while, taking it to Matterley, which is where we're back again next week. Some big news dropping this week regards of a rider that's going to be there.
Yes.
Antonio Caroli is going to be racing the Ducati there. So that alone would be worth probably going to see that.
Well, obviously the chance to go and see Antonio Cairoli ride around the field on his own is something I wouldn't miss. But it's fair to say that with the way that MXGP is shaping up this year, it kind of looked, obviously, with guys going out and obviously Jorge Prado going over to the AMA, that it was going to be a little bit predictable. But look, we're 6 or 8 rounds in, whatever we are now. Jeffrey Erlings is on fire, and all of a sudden we've got Lucas Coonan giving Roman Federer a run for his money week in, week out, and chewing down the championship lead. So that's going to be fantastic to be trackside for that. Mastley Basin, fantastic place to go and spend the weekend. To watch motocross, I don't think there's many better tracks in the world. I just love the fact you can sit on the bank and see it all.
That's a big thing. And of course, we will have a bunch of young, talented Brits in the EMX classes as well. Don't forget that. Yes, we got Ben Watson and a few representing in MX1 and MX2, but remember, we are going to have a bunch of EMX 250 and 125 British riders. So get out there if you can and support them and make it a memorable experience for those guys. Right, we're going to go to a few adverts now. Obviously, these people, as you watch Mervyn Anstey out on track, there's Max's dad giving some coaching there in the all black. So Merv knows his thing. He's done a few laps around here as well, I can tell you that. While Merv does his track walk there, we're going to go to a few adverts. Don't go too far away. We'll be back shortly.
Introducing the 2025 Kinetic Sim Racewear Collection, available in 4 colorways and youth sizes. The Kinetic Sim jersey is built in our standard fit, aimed at being the perfect level of comfort without constriction. Its multi-panel construction enhances durability, while the integrated mesh ventilation keeps you cool on those hot summer days. Kinetic jerseys are engineered to race at the highest levels, but comfortable enough to wear on an all-day ride. This jersey does it all, and is one of the most popular choices in the history of fly racing. The Kinetic Sim pant is a high-performance pant at an unbeatable price. Its ultra-durable 900D construction, coupled with multi-directional stretch panels. The BOA Fit system took this pant to a whole new level, adding top-tier functionality without impacting your wallet. Kinetic pants are that perfect blend of race-winning performance and everyday comfort. The Kinetic Sim gloves are a perfect go-between for those wanting knuckle and palm protection, but also needing premium grip and feel. The adjustable wrist closure offers a more secure fit, and silicone finger grippers create better control. The Fly MX 2025 Kinetic Collection is the most versatile gear set in the off-road landscape.
start, you'll want it. The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days, you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blaxhall here in Suffolk. Beautiful part of the countryside, I have to say, of the UK. It's a lovely scenic area around here and a beautiful track as well. You can see the 125 riders getting ready to rock here in this RFX 125 class. There's the championship leader, number 55, Ryan Waggett, with the red plate. It's almost hard to see the red plate. There's so much colour going on his design, his graphic design. But as we come down the list, this is obviously where they qualified. If you're new to this game of motocross, they've already had qualification, and then you can see the numbers on the fencing behind them. Then they obviously go and line up next to them and go to the start line. So we're looking forward to getting this 125 underway. They then go out on a sighting lap. In the meantime, against that fencing, you saw a lot of branding, and that's a huge shout out to everybody that gets behind this series. Sponsorship partners has gone up this year. So many people jumping on board with the championship. I'm going to name some of them here for you right now, because without these people, there wouldn't be a Motul ACU British Championship to the level that we've currently now got it. Obviously, big shout out to the ACU. That's the federation. In alphabetical order.
Yeah.
Let's just do it like that.
The ACU, they've been doing obviously a lot of stuff behind the scenes.
You go with that first.
And obviously the thing that we're doing this year, it's to make a proper transition through MXGB to create a pathway to the British riders to come through clubs into the nationals and to get their way onto this grid. So the ACU then putting in a lot of backing into the championship, and we appreciate that. And obviously the restructuring of the sport from the lower level, so we can take guys from EMX 65, 85 into this 125 class, MX2 and MX1. So the support of the ACU and Tim Lightfoot and everybody there at Rugby, that's very much appreciated. And as a result of that, I feel that we've kind of got a little bit more of a steadied path that everybody hopefully will try and follow, and we can build on that as the years go on. I
totally agree. There is a feeling in the paddock of a bit of a fresh impetus, a kind of new era, new start. That's not just me bigging it up. No. That's the general consensus. It just does feel like we've kind of just got back on track, if you excuse the pun, with the focus of getting the ACU British Motocross Championship back to those former glories. Obviously in the 80s and 90s, it was a different thing. There was a lot of industry support around. There was obviously more people buying bikes and stuff like that. But now the sport is still in a healthy place in the UK. A lot of people ride a dirt bike on the weekend in the UK. So, so a big shout out to the partners that get involved with us. So we got, obviously Aero, the helmet company there, getting involved. The Pico, Dylan and the team, big up to them. They're actually obviously supporting the MX1 class as well. Bell Helmets, DP Pipes, Craig and the team down there. We've got, Dirty, that's the guys doing them with the Marshall bibs and everybody. Dirt Store, of course, got to give them a massive shout out, because without them, this live stream, you wouldn't even be watching this.
No, so a free live stream of this quality, courtesy of Dirt Store, absolutely fantastic. Being watched all over the world as well. We're getting great numbers in places that we didn't even think we'd be seen. So big thanks to Dirt Store for stepping up and doing the live stream for us.
Yeah, fantastic. We then got loads of top-level motocross clothing companies. Fly are involved as a series partner, as is Fox. We've got FXR. They've gone a step further. They're our official merch partner, so they supply us, Phil, with these rather nice shirts. They're nice. They're nice, I've got to say.
Yeah.
They've got a bit of stretch, which suits me just fine.
Yes. I'm pleading the fifth on that one.
We've got the guys at Gaern as well as a series partner, so the Raffinal family up there doing a great job with that. Honda, it's great to have manufacturers involved. So we've got Honda involved, JMR, Jude Morris Racing Foundation are our under-21s partner. Now, obviously, the Jude Morris story, for those of you who don't know, we tragically lost Jude a few years ago, and they've in his legacy started basically an academy, and it's doing great stuff. They're investing so much back, raising a load of money for air ambulance.
Yeah, making big inroads into the funding of that, so that's great to see.
Yeah, so big shout out to those guys, Jude's parents there for starting that. We've got Kawasaki K-Tech here as a suspension partner, doing good stuff, obviously with the likes of Tommy Searle. Michelin, again, massive shout out to them because they've stepped up with the academy and the VIP hospitality area, which has made a huge difference. People genuinely loving it up there. They got the live stream in there. They got all the time, and they can sit there, get catered for. It's bob on.
It's been really well done and well received, and thanks to Michelin for that. That's been a big up for the championship, definitely.
We've got Moto Verde as our cleaning partner. So Matt and Steve, Mad Scientist Steve, that comes up with all the concoctions and basically does the product. Big shout out to him. Motul, of course, Oakley. Phoenix Tools as well, which you mentioned, Planet Moto, Prox, go and check those guys out, RFX, we've got Ride MFG, Spiral, Stasic, Surf and Turf, Triumph, Choi Lee Designs, Yes Goggles.
Yeah, so
my God, that's like a school register assembly reading them lot off.
So Yes Goggles manufactured, British goggle manufacturer, doing a lot of stuff for the 125 championship as well. And like I say, they're here with their setup and doing a lot of stuff to help out, especially guys in this RFX 125 championship. So we're going to go and take a quick ad break, and then we will be back to bring you the qualifying update for this RFX 125 championship and the first gate drop of the weekend here at Blaxhall.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another level above me. Never to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level above me. Never to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another level above me.
Welcome back, Phil. Look, crowds are gathering for the all-important first gate drop.
Yeah, they are indeed, and our first race of the day, then the RFX 125. This championship, then, so far has been hard fought. Ryan Waggett, Charlie Richmond, Hayden Statt, Drew Stock, all been there at the sharp end, as well as obviously Jamie Keith, who came into the championship for that round back at Canada Heights a few weeks ago. But as we discussed in the pre-show, Jeff, not going to be seeing much of him for the rest of the season with a really bad foot injury. I think similar to what Ben Watson had in Argentina a few years ago. So we wish Jamie a speedy recovery. I've seen him around the paddock. He's on a mobility scooter with his foot in plaster, but shame that we will not be seeing him, because I was kind of looking forward to him trying to chase down a one-round disadvantage.
Yeah.
But it's still been a great championship with everybody else.
Oh, it's going to be brilliant, yeah. So Jamie obviously gutted. I did pull him up on his the colour of his mobility scooter. Anyway, I've had a good chat with him this morning. He's down in the dumps, obviously, because he wanted to come back and try and win this championship. But he is young. He will heal. There's no need to rush it. This season's a write-off for him. There's no sense in rushing it. So like I said, we probably won't see him for the rest of the year now. You never know. It depends how the healing process goes. But clearly the rider on screen, number 30, is in contention, and that's Charlie Richmond, currently second in the championship behind Waggett, but looking good in qualifying, I have to say.
He did, and he actually topped the qualifying. We'll wait for the graphic to come up before we go into more detail with that. But there is the S. Briggs Yamaha sitting there, waiting to go out onto their sight lap with the 5:48 of Hayden Stats sat there in second. Drew Stock third on the 418.
As coach Justin Morris stood straight and shot there and made a get of free advertising all across his back.
Yeah.
So they come to the line, Drew Stock. These guys have been performing well. They have been doing EMX 125s, not necessarily all of them, but for the best parts, Stat getting in the points in his first year doing EMX 125 as Drew Stock as well, has been performing well. And that's good to see. We do currently have a good little crop of British riders performing well, not just in EMX 125, 85 and 65 too. So
yeah, it's good to see. And again, get a chance to have I like to get here nice and early and have a chance to talk to people. And the kind of the underlying thing that I get these days is certainly there's a little bit more understanding that whilst the AMX Championships are important, in showing individual race speed is what the manufacturers are looking for. They want to see guys that can get, if they get a good start, that can run the pace at the front and maybe nab a podium here and there. And then they can pick those riders up and obviously mould them into something that they can work with to maybe do a second season of AMX 125 and get them onto the 250s. And there's the 433. That's Oakley Kettle. And like I say, these guys just riding around this track, and like I say, it's been very, very well prepped. And you can see there just a little bit of dust kicking up on the landings as coming down the hill, these nice steps, and you get down into that Stasic loop there, and then they go over into the wooded section round. That used to be a marsh there in the old days. That's been drained out, and the track now loops round the back. And this is that's quite a steep upslope there. As they come then through the trees, they will go up this step into this Apico hairpin turn. That's kind of at the back of the mechanics area. Oh, look at the berms there, Jeff.
Oh, yeah. That's good already. That's fantastic. I mean, that is a challenging track already. Line choice. It does get a little bit tight round that section, so it's nice to see a few lines develop, and that's mainly due to the heavy rain that we've had, but also the Woodbridge Club. Fair play to them, because they have done a great job with the track.
Yeah, let's have a big shout out to the Woodbridge and District Motorcycle Club for hosting this race here this weekend. It's been a track that's been here for a lot of years, and every time you come back, it's certainly you can see where the work has gone in. So these guys then will come across the line, and they will resume their places in the back of the start gate, and then we'll be just a few minutes away from the first gate drop of the day.
We've been doing this a long time, Phil. Being involved with motocross, riding, watching, all those things. I can honestly say I still get really excited. I mean, as these 125 riders come past our commentary booth here, and the build up to this first gate drop, it gets me fired up, particularly like I said, the 125, the noise, the smell. So this is going to be good. I always love watching the 125 class, in particularly when you put a bunch of young teenagers on them. So this is going to be an absolute ripper. So we're not long away now then from the first gate drop of the day here at round 3 of the Motul MXGB British Championship.
Yeah, we're just waiting then for the electronics to update and give us the top 40 qualifiers, but we'll start talking through them, Jeff. And if they pop up on screen in the meantime, I know our guys are waiting to scrape data. Here they come. But we can't do this until we've actually finished the sight lap, because otherwise it goes all to hell. But you can see there then, top 40 qualifiers. Charlie Richmond then on pole from Hayden Stat and Drew Stock. And then you've got Eddie Screen, Waggett, Lucas Moncrief, Harry Lee and Zane Stevens, with Jack Evans and Chris Brindley rounding out your top 10.
A noticeable improvement from Alfie Getters Green, but that's to be expected because this is one of his regional tracks. He's from this part of the world. He's performed relatively well in his first year in the 125 class. He's currently 14th in the British Championship, but clearly he's now at a level where, as you can see, he's suddenly in the top 5 because a track that he knows really well. So expecting good things from the 111.
Yeah, and like I say, local knowledge. These boys, if they've been riding at tracks like this, and I'm not sure how much schoolboy racing they get here at Blaxhall, but if they've been riding here since they were a kid, they will know their way round. And it's a massive confidence advantage. Just coming to a place that you've literally ridden 100 times before, not having to learn the track in a 15-minute practice session in the morning, sitting behind a gate that you've sat at, you know all the little intricacies of how the place digs out. It is a big advantage.
Yeah, I think the sport has changed to a point where over the years we've obviously lost a few tracks in the UK, like a lot of countries. So a lot of what used to be national tracks that didn't really used to get used only for nationals now get used by club meetings. So a lot of riders now ride a lot of these tracks all the time.
I mean, Hawkston Park, our round 1 track, you never rode there.
No, that was a once a year deal.
Yeah, I mean, it was the next centre to us, and we got the chance to ride there once a year if we were lucky. Yeah. But now you could probably ride there 5 or 6 times a year and not even bust a sweat.
Yeah.
But anyway, guys coming to the gate, and be interesting. Where do you think we're going to get? We're looking like they're all going down the far end, so a sweep into turn 1.
Let me give you a little insight, Phil. In last night's academy, when we walked the track, so Justin, Stephen Sword and myself, obviously advising the riders that came out to that. The kind of middle, it's a fair start here. It's good. But the middle is more favourable because actually the doghouse between the 2 rows of gates at this one is actually a little bit wider than most. So you've almost got another...
There's the doghouse.
There you go. That's almost like an extra gate. So
Fabian Junior Morrison tucked in there just the other side of it.
So if you've qualified well, Justin was telling the guys last night, you know, that's where he would start from because you just got that little bit of leeway. If you get a little bit squirrely out of the gate, then you haven't got somebody directly to your left or right.
So Fabian Junior Morrison, he gets a place next to the doghouse, and he qualified 11th, Jeff. So it does look like a lot of the guys have gone to, as we were looking at it there, to the left. Of the doghouse, with Fabian Junior Morrison, and I think we saw the 2-on-2 of Mason Jones in there, just a couple of riders further along, and he qualified 15th as the last few riders come to the gate. The 105 of Harry Keats there, the ex-BMX champion. Missed Canada Heights, I think, through injury, and he's back this weekend to give it another go, as long as the 4-on-4 of Charlie Hobden.
From a technical point of view, one thing I want to highlight here for you, everybody watching this gate drop, and hopefully we'll actually film the gate drop. The start gate here, you can see the front of the gate there, they've used very heavy gauged rectangular barring.
Yeah.
A really sturdy start they've built here on the concrete. But what that actually does is the front wheel hits that, and it picks up the front wheel, and sometimes we've seen it already disengage their start device, so keep an eye on that.
Right, so here we go then. As the board turns to 5 seconds. Away they go down the start straight. Good break from the middle. Is that Richmond going into turn 1? Oh, a few riders down.
Bit of a pinch up there. It's Lucas Moncrief, my boy out front. So I'll try not to be too excited here.
youngest rider in the field. He takes the whole shot. Looks like it's Richmond in there in second, and I think that's Drew Stat there in third. They make their way then up into this layout loop. Stat round the outside. It looks like a rider went down there in fourth, Jeff as well. But it is the youngster Lucas Moncrief taking the lead early doors on this first lap on that 5:31.
Yeah, super impressed with Lucas. Obviously, you know, joining the team. So on the free flow, Madison Crescent, Yamaha out front, but he's got Stat there in third and Richmond behind him and Drew Stock. All 4 of them have all been competing recently in EMX 125. So maybe that tells you something there about the pace. It makes you raise your game a little bit.
So they come into this turn at the far end of the circuit and through those waves. And then there's going to be a right-hander. I'm going to over this nice table back into the loop. This is kind of the Stasic drop-off here. And a Stasic arch, and they're now going to go up over this jump. There's like a marsh round the back there.
Wow. I'll tell you what, Phil, this is going to be a ripper. And the reasons why is it's already hard fought. but Hayden Statt, I don't know where he's shown.
Change for the lead.
Yeah,
Richmond's gone for it. Is Lucas going to pull the elbow? No.
He leans on him enough. That was a nice move by Charlie Richmond. Aggressive but fair.
Aggressive but fair. Statt there in third. In fact, Statt's fourth, isn't he? It's Stock there in third.
Yeah, so those two I'm still trying to find here.
Where's Waggett?
Yeah, Ryan Waggett, that's the championship leader.
I think he's about 7th or 8th, Jeff.
You can probably hear them roar past our commentary booth now.
About our first lap leader then. Our Planet Moto first lap leader is going to be Charlie Richmond on the S-Briggs Yamaha as they rejoin back onto the first bit of the track. Down the step off then.
Well, I'm trying to find Ryan Waggett on the leaderboard.
I've got him in 7th there, Jeff, I think.
Yeah, I think that was because we're just refreshing here as everybody goes over the line. Yeah, 7th, yeah. So there we go. He's got a bit of work to do then. Remember, the championship points gap was only 8 between him and the race leader coming in.
Change for second then, because it looks like we've got Stats up to second. We managed to put... Both managed to get past Lucas Moncrief, but I don't think that's anything too much for the youngster to worry about. What he needs to do now is just try and hang on to the coattails of this front three. I think it will be probably his best performance of the season so far anyway, and like I say, youngest man in the field on that three-flow Madison Yamaha, and he just needs to hang on, and hopefully these boys will drag him away from the rest of the chasing pack.
Exactly that, Phil. Just to lead a lap and gain that experience and just try and hang with them. That's the best he can do there, because they are just that 1 year, some cases 2 years older than him. So here's Waggett on the move. I've got to say, that was a good lap from Ryan Waggett. He's closed that gap. He was in 7th, but he hasn't let a gap open. That's the point. He's actually closed a little bit, I think, on those guys.
You've got the live timing over there, Jeff. I can't see it because of the angle of the light through the door. But, that's a bit better. But yeah, look, so all to play for then at the start of this first RFX 125 race of round 3 here at the MXGB ACU British Championship. They go past pit lane, up over this big tabletop and across the finish line to complete another lap. Richmond then already starting to check out a little bit at the front. Statt there second, Stock third, Moncrief fourth. Then it's Waggett, Alfie Getty Green, as you said earlier on, Jeff. He's been decent in qualifying, so a good showing from here. He's currently in 6th.
Oh, this is going to be awesome. I have to say, Drew Stock is looking particularly strong in 3rd. Whether he can maintain that, but he's the one that I think right now is pushing Statt forward as well. It's starting to tighten up. Yeah, this is, as always, 125 racing is so good.
And the track conditions then lending themselves really nicely to this 125 racing. It's not too wet. They're not clogging down anywhere. They're going down the back straight there, so the other side of that hedge there is a railway line. The right hand of the track used to go into that backfield quite a lot, and it was really, really deep there. But it's still Richmond then at the front. He comes down the station, and they are closing in, Jeff.
Yeah, this is good. This is, like I said, it's early days, obviously a long way to go, but these top 3 are so evenly matched. Currently, you've got the S-Briggs commercial Yamaha out front at the minute, ahead of the HS Racing Yamaha of Hayden Statt in 2nd.
Well, this is the battle for the lead as they come up the step into the Apico hairpin, and it's dug out really deep there. You can see that they're picking the line. Statt choosing to go in early and out late.
I got something really funny actually earlier on. I was talking to Jamie Keith, and these two were with him. And Jamie just went straight on a limb. He goes, if I can't win this championship now, I want Charlie to win it. And Hayden stood right there as well. And I'm thinking, okay, and if that doesn't inspire Hayden Statt to want to go and win when one of his rivals has said he wants his other mate to win. So Hayden might be using that as a little bit of extra momentum.
But it is closing down nicely at the front with the 3 of the top 4 in the championship. Literally, you could throw a blanket over them. You can sell the guys the EMX experience, just the way they hold themselves on the bike, Jeff. They learn so much.
Yeah, this is good stuff. And it's good from a British point of view to have these guys out there racing EMX. Remember, they are all going to be racing at Matterley next weekend. Get yourself down there, make some noise, get as close to the track as you can, and encourage our next generation of rider. Oh, carnage.
Got the riders down, that's the 433, that's Opie Kettlegonda, who's got held up there, and is that a 222?
Yes, it is.
Was it the 722?
No, I think it was 222.
It might be the 422 with
No,
Joe
it could
Granger.
have been, yeah.
If you just... No, it's got 222 on the back, so...
Maybe not riding that race number on our timing monitor, though. I can't see a 222 out there, so...
No.
Don't know, they've thrown us a bit with that one. So a bit of a gap starting to, obviously, top three have got away. Moncrief still hanging tough there in fourth. He's got Waggett, keeping Waggett, and of course, these three, particularly Charlie Richmond, would be like, come on, Lucas, keep him held back there, because the further back Waggett finishes, the more chance that Charlie Richmond is going to take over the championship lead.
So we look at the K-Tech Tower then, and it is Richmond that leads from Stat with Stock third, and it's Lucas Moncrief fourth, and Raji Roy KTM of Ryan Waggett in fifth. Then it's Alfie Gillies Green in sixth, Harry Lee seventh, in eighth is Mason Jones. Who we got in ninth? Is that Freddie?
Ninth is Fabian Virginia Morrison.
Oh right, he's having a good ride. And in 10th place. And just tweak round on the timing, so we haven't got the time, but that's your top 10. But it's these boys at the front that are providing all the action. A crowd hanging over the fences, and it's a good crowd in here, Jeff.
Yes, it is. Chris Brindley is in 10th, where he qualified, basically, and he's same in the race position.
So is Aidan Stack going to sit behind Charlie Richmond and make him do the hard yards for this 20-minute plus 2 lap race? Oh, he's took the front.
Oh, that was a strange crash. He just didn't. I don't know. He might have even knocked it into false neutral there. Maybe
yeah, it didn't look like he got any drive, did he?
No, he just kind of came out of there with no power. I don't think he buried it in too deep, but that is going to be costly.
So Staten then has got to try and fight his way back past Lucas Moncrief very quickly. But that means it's a 2-horse race at the front now between Richmond and Drew Stock. And certainly on what we've seen this morning in qualifying, I think that that Drew is going to struggle to get close enough to put any kind of pressure on Charlie Richmond, at least for a few laps yet.
Yeah, big gap has now opened up. Clearly those two with Stat falling. Listen, anything can happen, but now, if you called the race now, it looks like it's going to be a 2-horse race for the victory here. But Richmond looks really comfortable, I have to say. Right now, we're in the race far enough now where your breathing's all at a good, you're into the race is what I'm saying.
Definitely.
Adrenaline's kind of calmed down a little bit. You can find your flow. Nicely on the balls of his feet. Yeah, he knows what's going on. He's checking what's around him.
Next couple of laps are going to be key. If Drew Stock can get a little bit of a visual close down on our race leader, then I think it's game on. But if he's going to push it for a couple of laps and get nowhere, I think he's going to be trying to control the race behind him.
Yeah, so the top two kind of got away with it. Let's see if we can drop back to the battle for basically now, which would be for third, fourth and fifth. That's where it was...
That's the championship leaders in there. Got a big gap. Look, they haven't even come into sight yet.
No, I would imagine...
There they are, just going up into the trees.
As we broke away, it looked like Stat just about made the move on Moncrief to get straight back up to third, but it looked like Ryan Waggett was also putting some heat on Lucas Moncrief, and I'd expect Ryan Waggett to be no, where's Waggett gone?
No, Waggett's gone missing as well, so it is all change.
Okay. He has gone missing, yeah, he's dropped down now, he's showing 7th on the lap. So those three got together. I wonder if anything happened there. That's pure speculation.
Yeah, we didn't see that on camera, but all of a sudden our championship leader Ryan Waggett is back there in 7th. And that may mean that with the championship points as they stand at the minute, with Charlie Richmond just 6 adrift, this could be a change in the red plate, Jeff.
It will be. That's a definite more than a 6-point swing. There's Alfie Getters Green. Again, another rider stepping up to the 125 class this year. Oh, no, Elfie. Again, a strange crash. He just couldn't quite carry the momentum, and he just got...
Chased the front into there,
yeah,
didn't he?
Just got a little bit over the top of the, I wouldn't say rut, but like a kind of loose berm, and it just washed out a little bit.
Harry Lee taking advantage of that, so that'll move the man on the Fantic up to 5th. That's a good result for him as well. Lee currently 5th in the championship, been very consistent.
And there's Lucas Moncrief on screen, as Phil's already said, one of the youngest riders in the class. Looking mighty fine in his brand new One Industries kit that he actually fresh out the packet this morning. So he's loving that.
And there's the pit lane then, and they come over the finish line jump into this Michelin turn to complete another lap. What's the gap at the front then this time, Jeff?
It's down at 3.9 seconds. So
here's the replay then.
Let's just see. Yeah, weird, wasn't it? It was
he just got on the top of that berm there, and the front just started to knife, and then it's just a case of gravity taking over.
Well, in many ways, he's lucky he didn't go completely into that ditch, because that's full of water from the storm we had on Friday night. So it managed to keep clean and dry. This is Moncrief, number 531, currently in 4th position, having his best ride of the year so far. The start will help you do that, and he certainly pulled a nice clean hole shot.
And this is what I was saying about the guys that are doing EMX. If you can show that kind of form on the European level, and people get used to seeing you at the front of races, that's what they remember. If you finish 6th or 8th overall at the day, but if they've seen you at the front, people get to know who you are. And obviously for Moncrief coming from first year on a 125,
yeah, absolutely.
This is a great showing from him.
Yeah, it's a whole new year for Lucas. New bike, new team, new class, and he's adapting to it pretty well right now.
Caught a bit of a crab there as I look over his shoulder, but he hasn't got much in the way of pressure with Waggett going down.
No, he's got a big gap to Lee. There's Lee, so he's got. Let's see what the gap is. He's got about a 6-second gap over Harry Lee to work with, but he is then 5 or 6 seconds off of stat. So he's kind of just on his own a little bit at the minute.
We'll see what the gap is at the front of the field next time by.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, that got the heart rate going and got the front a bit high over. But the reason his front's high over that jump, Jeff, that's one of the ones that's soft on the landing. So although it looks like he's a little bit airy over there, there's a reason for that. Getting that front wheel a little bit further over means that it doesn't dig in on the landing. So nice heads up riding there by Moncrief for the track conditions.
Yeah, that was very deliberate. A lot of them doing that as well.
Yeah.
That was down. That was a sort of low area of the track. That was quite squidgy on track walk this morning.
There's a rider down in the turn there
in red kit, but I don't think that was Stat. He was in red kit, which Stat was in,
yeah,
but it didn't look like that to me.
No,
I think that was a rider towards the back end of the field making a mistake there. So let's go, Richmond. Where's he? Let's have a look at this, because that could have ended badly for Lucas. He just feels like he's got enough to just squeeze by, but yeah, I think there the 55. I think he was expecting him to take that inside line, and he just didn't do it. And that's again, it's just a little bit of experience. That could have been Sonny Bixby, who's riding 155, maybe, was it?
Right,
might be.
Is that Steve's boy? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, for those of you that are now tuning in, we want to welcome viewers from FIM Moto TV. If you're watching us on FIM Moto TV, welcome to the Motul ACU.MXGB British Championship. We're absolutely privileged and honoured to be going out on FIM TV. So hope you enjoy the rest of your day watching the British Championship here from Blaxhall.
Yeah, we're midway through our first race of the day, the RFX 125 Championship, currently being led by the number 30 of Charlie Richmond. And if he can hold on to this victory, then that will put him up onto the head of this championship by about 4 points by my fingers and thumbs maths. But we need to see. We saw Hayden Stack take a tumble a few laps ago whilst fighting for the lead, and he's now back in 3rd. So let's see what the gap is. They come across the line. Right, it's really close.
We've winding this one down. We have 3 minutes 45 left on the clock, plus obviously the extra one lap as well. So Charlie Richmond has got a nice little gap to work with at the front. He's obviously used to winning races. He's comfortable. He doesn't look panicked at all at the minute. And he's got his, well, I say that, last time around, it come down. It came down quite a lot, because look at that.
There it is.
What I thought, he did have a good lead, so...
Stops there then. He's right on him, Jeff, as they come out of the trees. There's Richmond. And Stock is right on him, as we said. Drew's going to give this a couple of laps.
So, the last lap around, he lost 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds.
Was that a loss, or was Drew Stock just faster?
I think it was probably a bit of both by the looks of the timing.
But this is now it, a battle for the Moto.
Brilliant. And we haven't got long left here. We've got 2:50. They're doing a lap time of 2 minutes, or 1:57. So we've probably got about 3 laps, depending if they cross that line in time.
So Drew Stock then giving it the absolute berries as they come up into this Apico turn, trying to close down Richmond, who'll be feeling the pressure. Starting to look at just, I'll say, scrappy, but you can tell that he knows he's got a visitor coming. And Stock is right there, Jeff.
Oh, this is brilliant. Drew would, I mean, they both want to win. That's the beauty of obviously any kind of race. But right now, Drew Stock would absolutely love a moto win. There's no doubt about it. It would be such a confidence booster for him. As by my reckoning, it would be his first, and he is all over Richmond now. He's getting held up big time. Oh, but that's a nice move from him. He's going to muscle it. Oh, he has to just yield a bit there.
The track just bends round to the left. So they're going to go up round here now. Scott's got back to the inside.
He's applying some real heat now, Drew Stock. Love to see the fact that he's not following.
Oh, he blew the berm out there, though, Jeff. Now he's coming back to the inside. Oh, they've got traffic. No, he's not. He's going the long way round.
He's going to do it down this straight. He's got the momentum on the inside.
Oh,
not quite. Oh, wow.
Charlie shuts the door in those uncertain terms. This is a cracking opening RFX 125 race. The crowd are waving their arms over the fences and everything, going mad for this.
Well, if Richmond, well, he knows he's there now. If he didn't know before, he definitely does now. He's seen his Drew Stock's front end come up alongside him. Drew is just about ready to get the kitchen sink out and throw everything at this one. Again, not following. He's got him up the inside there, almost banging and touching wheels. Oh, this is fantastic.
So they go out of sight round the back of the pond, and we wait for him to come back into sight.
Here they come. He's still there, and I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be a back marker right now, because these two are at it.
Stock's going to split the back marker. He's going to go down the inside.
Wow. I tell you what, he is trying everything. He's got a nice stride through there, though. Oh, but again, Richmond is playing defensive. Listen, it's slowing them both down, but they've got a big gap.
This is just these two boys. They don't care about anybody else. But look, Stock is riding every line he can to try and show Charlie Richmond a front wheel. Still no last lap flag, Jeff. What we got left on the clock?
We have got 4 seconds to go, so they just missed it.
So it's going to be 2 laps to go next time by. Richmond then, is he going to be able to get those not particularly big elbows out and hold on for a race victory? Or is the 418 of Drew Stock going to take his first British Championship race win?
Absolutely brilliant. We got another 3 laps of this. Well, basically 2 3/4 laps, because they're going to get the 2-lap board. It looks like Richmond has picked it up. He has to.
That was a nice run through the inside there by Drew Stock, though. I mean, he's doing the right thing. He's not following. He's going to let Richmond make a mistake and not get caught up in it down the back straight.
Well, at this point, will it be excused for not showing you other riders? Because when you got a battle like this for the race win, we're not taking our eyes off this. No way. This looks like it could go all the way to the flag. Drew Stock is just leaving it all out there. He's giving it everything he can. Oh, look at that!
What a pass! He went wide and cut underneath Richmond there, moved him over. That was a great pass.
I'm applauding that, because that was a beautiful set-up pass. You know, two young racers, but with a strategy. Not just going in like headers. That was a calculated move. He tried it last time round. He kind of had that in the back of his mind. And he's thinking, if I can be close enough next lap around, I can get him there. And that's exactly what he did. Fantastic. Lovely move by Drew Stock. Let's see what Charlie has got in retaliation.
Well, I don't think he's got much, because Drew Stock's pulled the pin and it's 3 or 4 bike lengths already, Jeff. It's going to be 2 laps to go this time by. And it's already gone out to a second and a bit, I think, is the gap. And I think that Stock's managed to force his way past the back marker there. Richmond getting held up. And I think that is 1.7 over the line. And I think Richmond has maybe decided that enough's enough. He's got 11 seconds, or 20 odd seconds back to Hayden's staff. And I think at this point in the race, Jeff, Charlie Richmond on the S-Briggs Yamaha, what we do is probably going to go, do you know what, I'll take the points in the championship lead, because we're still looking at Waggett. He's now up to 6th. Here's the pass then, Jeff. Talk us through it.
It's just beautiful. He goes out wide. Look, he just gets on the binders there, uses that little hook of dirt. Wasn't much, but enough to just change the direction of the bike. Yes, it was aggressive. Was it over-aggressive? No. It was hard. It was fair. He didn't clean him out. He didn't go directly for his front wheel. He just went in. There was a bit of contact, but like I said, hard but fair racing.
It's not an easy track to pass on, and you have to make the opportunities. And this is where it happened. Look over the shoulder then from Drew Stock. Richmond, 2 and a bit seconds, I think, by the time they get over the line next time. Still got Stat there in 3rd. Moncrief's holding on to 4th. That's a good result for Lucas. Harry Lee 5th, Waggett 6th. Geddy Screen in 7th, Zane Stevens 8th.
I would say, Drew, at this point, you know, when you're closing in, obviously national level race wins are huge. Whenever you take your first race win, it's always a nervy moment. He's won races, of course, at regional level and all those kind of things, but a national level race win is a different thing. And he's just got to just focus on keep what he was doing at this point. Try not to get overly nervous. He don't want to back it in too much and play the safety game overly, because that's when you can get caught napping. So, but he is coming into back traffic. Phil, I'm going to let you bring this one in.
Yep.
I'm going to make my way up there to speak to. Well, let's wait until the flag to see who I'm talking to.
Yeah, it ain't over yet, because he's getting mild in traffic. Richmond's closing in. Jeff's not going to know who he's going to talk to. This is fantastic. So stop then. Still holding on to the win, but Richmond is close enough to still be a royal pain in the backside for the 418. They go down the back straight. Starting to get quite rough already, and this track will get rough as the day goes on. It digs out really deep here. Oh, nicely over that little 2 little waves there, and then down into the stage 6. And Richmond's there. He's coming. This is not over. No look over the shoulder then from Stock. Richmond's coming. They're going to go down round the pond in the back of this little bit of the track and then come back in. I looked at that and so wondered if anybody are trying to double into there, that the first jump is too steep. But here he is then, Drew Stock, hoping to take what we think is going to be his first 125 victory at British Championship level in this RFX 125 class. But Richmond is still close. That's 5 bike lengths. I think this is going to be enough. And there it is, a race win for the 418 of Drew Stock, his first victory, pushed hard by Charlie Richmond. Richmond led the race pretty much from, pretty much all the distance after taking the lead over from Lucas Moncrief. Moncrief will come across the line in 4th position. We wait for the 3rd place man of Haydenstadt, who will feel that he had something to say about the result of this race until he made that error. We'll try and get a little bit of a word with him if we can manage it and find out what happened as they come across the line. Big gaps in the middle of the field. First 3 are already over the line, so that's Stock, Richmond and Haydenstadt. We'll wait for Moncrief. There's Moncrief comes across the line in 4th. Should be 5th place Harry Lee. There is Lee. He comes across the line on the number 17. And then it should be our championship leader, Ryan Waggett. He will be across the line in 6th. There's Waggett. So he went down in that one and didn't manage to fight back. 7th place should be Alfie Geddes Green. And he will be the next rider across the line. That's the 57. He may well be a lap down. We'll have a look. So Alfie Geddes Green on the 111 will be 7th. Zane Stevens should be 8th. Chris Brindley 9th. And it should be Harvey Collins on the 121. He will take 10th place. So our first race of the day is in the books. A fantastic opening RFX 125 Championship. We're going to take a quick ad break and then we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Okay, here we are at the winner's circle. That sounds good just to say winner's circle. Drew Stock, your first ever national race win. How does that feel?
Yeah, I've been waiting so long for this. Buzzing, isn't it?
I mean, you played a calculated ride, you know, you were there, you were kind of on him, dropped back a bit, then you came back, a second kind of resurgence, and it looked like the lap before, you kind of had a little look at that move, and then was that the case? You're like, right, if I time that right, next lap around, that's where you already made your mind up?
Yeah, like, lap before, he left it a bit open, so I had to go, I wasn't close enough. I dialed him up, corner before, squared him off, and just had to do it, and I came out in front.
That hasn't really sunk in. I can tell the look on your face like you're going to go back. Obviously, you've got another motor to go, so you can't get overly excited just yet, but it's put you in a very strong position. I mean, this championship is tough. You're getting some experience doing EMX 125. How much is that helping you out?
Yeah, I think last year, because I weren't qualifying, it was a bit, what's the word, put me down. This year, I've got 16 World Championship points to my name, so, like, it's just good, isn't it?
Well, you're certainly riding high. Anybody you want to thank? Because I know you obviously got a good, tight crew behind you. Give them a shout-out.
Yeah, Reeford's Transport, our camper broke down and they're fixing it. Lifeline Ancillaries, Bob at Goggle Tech, Goswell.
Good stuff. Go and get yourself cleaned up, get some water over your face. Well done. Congratulations. There you go. Drew Stock with his first ever race win. Drew's going to move on out. Remember, we've got a second moto to come, so it's going to be a battle royale. We're going to bring in the second place rider, Charlie Richmond, on the S. Briggs Yamaha. He's going to wheel on in, whichever way round he fancies. Bring it on in, Charlie. As he's getting a bit of a debrief from his coach there, Justin Morris. Either way, Charlie, it doesn't matter. You can come in this way, mate, if you want. I'll get Matt to help you. There you go. Come on round. So, Charlie, clearly the disappointment is all over your face. You want to win as much as you can. On the backside of that, though, it's a championship and a long one. And you've gained points on Ryan there and arguably, I think, gone into the championship lead. So it's a kind of bittersweet moment, right?
Yeah, it's not bad. Just not what I wanted.
No, you're obviously really gutted about that because you had the race, led most of the race. The track looks in really good condition. Is that the case after all the rain?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not bad.
But other than that, you just want to get this one done, regroup, come out and go for that moto win. Because obviously if you win the second moto, you're going to win the overall.
Yeah, 100%.
There you go. Obviously a visibly upset Charlie Richmond after leading most of the moto. Go and get scrubbed up. Good luck in the second moto. Charlie's going to move out. Let's just move you out a bit there and bring in Hayden. Thanks, guys. Hayden's coming in with a bit of a... it kind of shows... That sums up Hayden's race a little bit there. Had to fight all the way through. You were right there in that one, looking like you could be in that position to win the moto. But talk us through what happened. We actually saw that on the screens. It almost looked like you might have hit a false neutral. Was that the case?
No. Obviously, it was probably the best start I've had all season. I was up there. I was in second. I came through the inside hump and I hit my clutch lever on a pole on the inside, and it pulled it in and just chucked us down. But yeah, it did.
Let's have a look at that. So you got a little bit, yeah. So okay, so basically it was almost like a false neutral because you had no power, and that's why you crashed. Because it looked a bit of an odd one. But then you had to regroup, but they were gone. So obviously that was difficult for you at that point. But overall, speed-wise, and going into the second moto, are you happy with where you're at, or what do you think you need to improve?
I definitely need to improve and just sort it out, because that was embarrassing. That I honestly felt as if I could have done a lot better. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, well there you go. We've got 3 riders, 1 jubilant, obviously 2 not so happy with their performance, but that's the beauty of 125 racing and the age these kids are at. They want it so bad all the time. They're still learning their trade, so obviously emotions run high. Appreciate your time, Hayden, because sometimes they obviously don't want to talk to us. There we go. That's the winner's circle for the 125. We're going to throw back to Phil. We've got the MX2 class coming up next. Don't go too far away.
Yeah, cheers, Jeff. So top 3 interviews there.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do.
And let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try.
Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
So welcome back, everybody, then to Blaxhall, where we are underway with our site lap for our MX2, our Jude Morris Foundation MX2 Championship race. That was a cracking opening race, Jeff, and hopefully this one will deliver the level of racing that we saw in the first one. And I felt for you doing those interviews. Those boys were not happy, were they?
We're up and running. I love the exuberance, and it shows that they want it. Obviously, the corporate side of it, maybe, they haven't quite learned that side of it, but that's okay. It shows raw emotion. But what a cracking first race to get this kicked off with. And now, obviously, we got the MX2, so we want more of the same. MX2 riders, I know you can't hear me, but let's deliver. We want a race like that, so please give us one.
Definitely. And let's not forget that give a shout out to FXR for all of our nice racewear that we're wearing here this weekend. I'm actually nice and cool in there, Jeff. We've got the Hilton is actually of course, and our nice FXR shirts are sorting us out, and we've also got the props pit pass to look forward to at the close of play today. So cheers to those guys for sorting that out, and obviously you will be doing the intro to that, where we'll give you a recap of everything that's happened here over this weekend. Don't forget to press like and subscribe if you are watching us on the MXGB-TV live stream, and if you are watching us on FIM live TV, please share the link out. Obviously, the more people that get to watch this, the better.
It sounds like a sort of simple request, because it is. You'll be amazed. The more of you that do that, you actually contribute into raising British motocross by simply clicking like and subscribe. The more of you that do that, the more that we can go to partners and potential commercial partners outside of our sport and say, look what we're doing. Look how many people like what we do. So, if you're passionate about motocross, whether you race national level or not, and you want to see it improve, just hit the like and subscribe button. It's dead simple.
Yeah, we've got Neil, excuse me, Neil Owen sat in the corner of the office here with his thing, and he just said, as soon as we said that, we can see the things pinging up.
Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah, and obviously, Neil Owen, the driving force behind getting this Dirt Store MXGB-TV off the ground, and I think that it's been a great part of the new package that we are doing, and obviously to have FIM TV along with us as well, a great thing to see. So, MX2 then, the Jude Morris MX2, we'll have a look at the championship positions, if we can get those up. And we've also got the Under-21 Championship, Jeff, to talk about as well. So there we are, the MX2, including the Jude Morris Foundation Under-21 Championship. And again, these have been some good races. Bobby Bruce has been up there. Billy Askew has won a race and taken his first overall.
Yes.
No, he didn't. Was it Bobby that won the overall auction?
Bobby won the opening in round one, yeah.
So what we do need to do, after the incident that we had at Canada Heights, which fortunately wasn't as bad as it could have been, we had a shortened race. We have a rule change. I was in brief by series director Paul Owen yesterday, that the rule change then for the British Championship is now 70% of race distance needs to be covered for it to be declared a result. If that amount of time has not been done, then we will do a restart on the start straight, AMA style, between the bales, no overtaking, and I'm sure that those of you out there who followed the American series have seen that, and for those of you that haven't, if it happens, it'll be fairly self-explanatory. Anything less than 2 laps will be a complete restart. So we were aware that we couldn't do anything on the fly at Canada Heights, but rules have been sorted out in the meantime, and so we hopefully will not be in the situation where we have a race that's only just what it needs to be. There's the top 40 qualifiers, Jeff.
Yeah, Guillaume Dewson looking particularly good. Again, a new track for him. You have to remember that. He's not raced many of these circuits. Hawkstone, yes, he probably did that with the International. He gets an opportunity to do that there. But for the best part, he wouldn't have ridden most of these tracks. So that's going to be interesting to see, along with Oriel Olivier. He would have not ridden here, I don't think, not that I can remember. Mio has. I think Florian Mio has been here before when he did the British Championship a couple of years ago, or a few years ago. But, good riders obviously adapt and find a way straight away, but you are straight away at a slight disadvantage. So for Dewson to come out swinging like that on a track he's never ridden, pretty impressive.
Yeah. So that's your top 10 then. Dewson, Askew, Oliver, Heyman, Searle, Musto, Nichols, Mayo, McCormack and Josh Vale. We're going to take a really short ad break, and we will be back with the start of Moto 1 of our Jude Morris and our MX2 Championship.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Never through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Never through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
The riders coming to the line then for the first MX2 race of the day, Jeff. And I'll say we've got a smashing race for race 1 and the RFX 125s. And MX2 coming to the line to see who we've got. Everybody's stacking up. I'm not quite sure. I think we've passed the doghouse by now. These last few riders coming to the gate.
Yeah, well, here we go. The calm before the storm, although we did have an incredible storm sweep through this part of the country on Friday. So we've already had the storm. Now we want another one. Not literally, of course.
No.
I mean, in terms of track action. It's always this kind of like eerie silence at this point. You know, they've kind of not fired up. It's there's nothing quite like a motocross start in motorsport. Most other motorsports start with a staggered start, obviously exception of Speedway, but they're 4 riders. When you've got 40 riders all lined up behind a gate like this, all charging for one bit of real estate, one bit of terra firma, about 200 yards down the track.
15-second board then. Well, revs are going up. A few people putting goggles on and stuff. Well, the board will turn and it will be eyes down. Here we go. Away they go then. MX2 race 1 underway. A good start from the middle. Might look like a white mudguard there going down the start straight first.
I saw Askew, but he got ran wide a little bit. Is that Olivier? Oriel Olivier?
Yeah, Oriel Olivier then takes it. He takes it. And I think that's Askew there in third. Not quite sure who was second. It might have been Doonson.
So he gets the...
No, I think that's Musto in third.
Yes, could well be. So he gets the, is it the Foxwood, the whole shot award we got on just this weekend?
So it is the 51 then,
Whoa, going long into that corner, jumping long into that, but...
yeah, the Gabriel SS24 KTM then, of Oriel Olivier, the man riding them.
That's Colmer in third, you can tell that, because Ollie's right up there for 6 foot, whatever he is, 4. Yeah, well, that's Colmer, I think, on the Chambers machine there in third.
Down the backside of the circuit through the waves. And Olivier then lead for the first time down into the stage sit loop.
No, yeah, that was nice. He just wheelied over those bumps coming. He looks a mint as he's but let's see what Askew's got for him. There's Searle in fourth. That's like that, I can tell. There's Bobby Bruce he's obviously also rocking a red plate.
Yeah,
but that's because he's leading the under-21 championship. That's why we've got 2 red plates out there.
Yeah, 2 red plates then. Tommy Searle rocking the 100 on the Dirt Store Triumph as championship leader. But it is Oriel Olivier that's starting to get a gap at the front.
Yeah, he looks good. He's going to be a formidable force. He's playing catch-up. He didn't do round 1. He's been brought into the series from round 2. So that in its own right makes it exciting.
So he will lead across the line and take the Planet Moto first lap leader points.
Yeah, 5 points for him. It's going to be 4 for Billy Askew, 3 for Ollie Colmer, 2 for Tommy Searle, and Guillaume Dusson there across the line in 5th. The pace setter, the quickest qualifier in 5th on the opening lap.
Oliver's starting to check out. We need to Have a look back a little bit and see what's happening for second, third, fourth and fifth.
Yeah, so Dewson third, Dennis Mustoe, Heyman, McCormick, Bobby Bruce in ninth, Callum Mitchell rounding out the top 10.
So there's Askew then, he's there in a good third. It's Colmer fourth. So that's a good start for Colmer on the Chambers KTM, as you said, Jeff.
No, Askew's in second. So, then Colmer for third. So, yep.
Olivier, our fastest qualifier, currently fifth. Mustoe sixth, Heyman seventh, McCormick eighth. I can't quite see who is ninth there. That's Bobby Bruce in ninth, Callum Mitchell 10th.
Yeah, outside of that, you got Stephen Clark in 11th, Garland for 12th, local hero Jake Nichols in 13th, Broadley 4th, Palmerson in 15th, Dennis Harrison, Stevenson, Vale. So Josh Vale got a bit of work to do back there in 18th currently.
Yeah, he qualified pretty decently. I think he was inside the top 10, Jeff, so he's got a lot of work to do. There's Clarkey just going over the top of the hill there. So here is Colmer on the 4-5-6, the Chambers KTM. With Tommy Sale. Tommy will love this track. This is a bit of him, I reckon. And he's coming under pressure from Doonson, the Dutchman, on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. Teammate to our race leader, Auriel Oliver.
Yeah, the track is amazing shape. There's even a little bit of dust kicking up there, which is quite incredible when you actually consider the downpour that we had. But it is in prime condition. You know it's good when there's like lots of grip, lots of loam coming up, but they're not actually getting covered in dirt. That's when you know like you've got perfect track conditions.
Yeah, and there's no ruts as such. The landings of the jump are looking good as a Doonson looking down the inside of Tommy as they went through that turn there. There is Colmer. This is his best showing of the season so far. He had a decent run in one of the Euro races. Did he clip the same pole there that...
Not quite, no. What happened there, Phil, is he hit a big old booter kicker going in. It just unsettled him enough where he couldn't hit his line, and then he just rode it out. So, no, he was just over a little bit. That was all caused by a big braking bump. They mistimed.
Yeah, Tommy down the inside, then as they go out of sight, and he pushes Colmer back to fourth place now. So Tommy Searle up to third on the number 100 Dirt Store Triumph. The championship leader then will want to be... he'll be wanting to put the pressure on Little Bill, his teammate. Still showing that the old man's got what it takes. And a lovely run round the outside from Doonson. Oh!
Wow, that was close.
I hope they both come out and say there's no martial activity there, so that obviously all went off without incident, but that looked really close. And Doonson was having a big send down the inside of Ollie Colmer there as they come up into this Apico hairpin.
Well, that was Doonson having to pull out of that. Colmer did nothing wrong there. He was just riding his line, but the momentum that he took round the outside, Doonson just had to roll off a little bit there. If he hadn't, that would have been a bit of a yard sell. He'd have almost jumped on Ollie's back, I think.
But Ollie's coming back at Tommy here. I'm not saying it's not the kind of thing I'd have expected, but it's good to see that he's got the fight for that position. He's not happy to follow the number 100. And Mustoe is there as well in the background. Look, he's catching on that AC United Gas and Charlie Heyman. A good ride then for the youngster.
That was a nice line by Colmer on the corner directly after the finish. He just held out on the left a little bit longer, then cut across the corner and missed all those bumps on the exit. Nice.
So whereas Doonson was looking at putting a pass in on Tommy Searle around that turn on the last lap, Searle's now broken free. But Doonson is trying to get back on the coattails of the Chambers KTM of Ollie Colmer.
And well, he needs to move because Auriel Olivier is flying. He's set the quickest lap of the race, 1:52, and he's got the gap out to nearly 6 seconds over Askew. So he is absolutely ripping.
I think Askew then not going to be trying to chase our race leader. He knows the pecking order, and Auriel Oliveira, top line GP performer, picked up by that Gabriel SS24 team as a replacement for the injured Max Werner, who I've not heard anything about his return. His name is still on the side of the truck, so that's got to be a good thing. And hopefully he will find his way back onto one of those Gabriel KTMs very, very soon.
Yeah, you would have thought it's not just a fill-in ride, obviously, for Auriel. You know, with performances like this, they want to keep hold of him.
You would think so, but obviously with the Gabriel's team really being it's the KTM Junior team. It's supposed to be the ones bringing riders through, and you, with the best will in the world, you'd have to say, well, Oriol Oliveira's already through.
Yes.
But a great acquisition for the team to keep them in the front and centre and to give them the exposure that they need in the MXGB class. And it stands well for Sean and all of his crew that they can deliver at short notice with a new rider.
Here at home as well, obviously, you know, it's still, even way you look at it, it's still a British team. They're committed to EMX, but, you know, KTM UK will want those guys running at the front, and that's exactly what they've got right now.
But Coleman having a great ride still, managing to keep the pressure on Tommy Searle. He's not close enough for a pass, but he is close enough to pick up the pieces should the number 100 have any kind of bobble. That's a weird turn. Everybody seems to be going wide to that outside line that almost looks like it's going to break away. Dunson runs the wide line round the outside, and a man who's impressed me a lot in the past couple of seasons, the AC United gas of the 163 of Ben Musto. He is there hanging on the coattails of this battle. There goes Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. Neil Prince's charge, then doing everything he can in 7th place. Bobby Bruce 8th, Mitchell 9th, and is that Stephen Clark then has found his way up to 10th?
Nice to see youngsters come through like that, you know, in Musto and Heyman. You know, prolific in the youth career, and then just, as always, just finding their way in Alex first couple of years. Now, you know, we regularly see them hovering around, getting towards the top 5 and maybe even higher. So they are going to be our sort of next generation of British Championship rider. They got plenty of time in this class.
So Dunson then up the bank there a little bit. But Ollie Coleman having a good ride here, and he'll be pleased to be showing the man who qualified fastest in this 250 MX2 class this morning, and showing him a clean pair of heels. He'll be pleased with that. The team will be happy.
Meanwhile, at the front, Oliver is still gapping. He's still pulling away. He pulled another second on Billy Askew. He's got the lead out to 8.142 now.
So he's in cruise control at the front of this.
He actually, Phil, took 2 seconds out of Askew that last lap alone. So there you go. He's absolutely ripping. Number 51 out there on the SS24, Gabriel.
So he didn't take
KTM.
He took a race win at Canada Heights, the second race there. Checked out. Had a bit of a mare in the first one, numerous tumbles. I think he was outside the top 10, Jeff, wasn't he? So he's still got an uphill battle for the points. And Tommy Searle.
I'm laughing because I was just thinking his introduction to British Motocross with Jake Nichols, and I was like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
Well, they had a quick little roll around on the floor just to introduce themselves to each other.
Yeah, I think that's been out on the social. Oh, a little bit of an over jump there from Coleman. He clipped the bank on the way down that railway straight. And as that's going to allow, he hasn't got over, and he gets over the second two quite nicely. But he's a big guy for a 250 now.
Yeah, he's tall. I mean, in some cases, he gets an advantage but a disadvantage. When it gets really whooped out, he can really hang off the back of that bike and get the traction down. But at the same time, he's a big old unit.
So they have capped out Ian Dunson now. So it's still very much a battle for third between Searle and Coleman. But Dunson is starting to drop back into the clutches of Musto and Heyman. And I would say that with the turn of speed that Dunson showed this morning, I would have expected him to have maybe followed Tommy Searle through. But that's not the case. The track's getting rougher. Let's not forget that Dunson's never seen the place until this morning, so there is always that to fathom into it as well. Tommy goes over the finish line jump.
Just want to highlight what you said there, Phil, because he's getting used to the track. So you can go quick for one lap, but what you don't have is you don't have the knowledge of how the track develops throughout the day. And that's a different thing. So yes, good riders can always adapt for one lap, but then, you know, reading the track as the race goes on, that's what learning the track is actually about.
So Tommy then starting to eke out a reasonable lead now, or reasonable gap, over Coleman. So definitely no pressure coming from the 456. You see how that tabletop there is dug out on. They're having to wheelie onto the face of that, which means they're not getting over it cleanly. Coleman there in the background into this nice uphill turn under the Cobbs box. And they go down the back straight, down to the railway turn at the far end, down the Prox alleyway there. There's Doonson, there's Musto, there's Heyman. So they're all thinking they've still got something to be bringing to the second half of this first of our MX2 races here this afternoon at Blaxhall.
Yeah, they're all pretty evenly matched. Looking at lap times, obviously, one rider that's not is the race leader, who's now got his lead up to 9.5 seconds. So he's gapping on average about a second, 1.2 seconds a lap, roughly, to get that lead out front, and he's got a nice margin to work with.
I think Doonson has started just to come back a little bit to Colmer. So we'll see what that is across the line next time, Jeff.
In the under-21 championship, obviously Askew is picking up a bunch of points here. He was only 5 points off of Bobby Bruce, who's riding wounded. Let's just not forget that. Bobby has an issue with his meniscus in his left knee, and he's out there, wounded soldier, just trying to tough it out, but clearly affecting his performance. I can't even see him. Did he even go out? I was thinking about it. I can't see him on the start list.
Bruce?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's there. He's there. And he's dropped back.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Yeah, he's outside the top 10 now, Jeff. I think he's there in 11th by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's in a lot of discomfort. His knee kind of gives him jib, starts to lock up a little bit. If you've ever had a meniscus injury, it just kind of jams up your joint if it starts to swell, and that's where Bobby's currently out.
So the DRT Kawasaki rider, they're not having the best of fortunes here at Blaxhall, but Colmer starting to fall back into the clutches of Doonson. We'll come to the other shot. There he is on the outside. So the Gabriel SS24 man, the second of the KTM's in shots, closing in. The 574, the man from the Netherlands. They've broken free of Musto this lap, so it's definitely a picking up of the pace from Gian Doonson. They drop Musto.
Yeah, you've said it before, I'm going to say it again. It is a solid ride here for Ollie Colmer. He's now coming under a bit of pressure. Oh, that outside line, it paid dividends for Doonson there.
That's what he did last time when he nearly jumped into the back off Colmer, and that beautiful sweeping line takes him up into 4th position. So we'll see now whether Colmer's going to be able to hold onto the back of that 574 KTM for the next probably half a dozen laps and stay out of the clutches of Musto and Charlie Heyman, who will see him coming back towards them, and maybe it will give them a little bit of impetus to these last few laps of this race, see if they can move themselves up the leaderboard.
This championship is going to be close. I've just got a gut feeling about over the 8 rounds. I mean, it's so tightly contested. There's not much of a gap at the top at the moment right now. Askew's going to take a few points out of championship leader Searle in this one. He's 11 points off of him. It's going to get it into single figures if it stays like this.
And it only needs a day where you do that twice and those gaps come down. We've seen it in MXGB. Big leads disappearing, just chipping away, point here and a point there. And also, every time you beat him, it's a double. It's a double game. But Doonson then starting to come into a little bit of black traffic. That's Zach Pearson.
Yeah, track again. Just want to highlight that it really is in as good a condition, I think, as you could possibly get it at this point. If any riders came in right now and said, well, the track's not to my liking, they haven't done a good job of it, I think even I would go up to them and give them a slap around the chops, because it's in great nick.
It is, isn't it? Well, there's Tommy winding up that Dirt Store Triumph. Doonson then closing him down. They've dropped Colmer off quite a bit. There's Musto.
It's good for Musto. He's found a level of consistency. You spoke about it already. I know we're only 2 rounds in, but he's there. He's 4th in the championship. He's looking strong. He's only really like 26 points off the actual championship lead, which, it looks good. And he seems to have now found his feet. He is such a gritty rider. I haven't worked with him a bit on Team Green. He always goes to the flag. doesn't make excuses. He gets on with it, and it's good to see.
So the gap then between Oliver and Askew as they came across the line last time was up to 14 seconds. How's Tommy doing? Is he catching his young teammate, or is that gap just...
Well, he's losing a bit of time to him. He lost nearly a second and a half to Billy last time around. We have got plenty of late racing left. We're only at 7:15 to go, plus 2. So there's the leader, though, immaculate. Well, we said it, if you're going to wear white kit,
get a good start.
To be fair, the track's not turning up too much dirt on these riders' kit, but he very much looks the part here. He's got a great sort of relaxed style. He's actually like quite... when I stood next to him, he's not overly tall, but he kind of looks short and compact on the bike, but he does it. Reminds me a little bit of Harry Koulas. He hasn't got sort of shoulder blades that stick out much, kind of got that bottleneck feel to his riding style. And he makes it work. He's going around there pretty effortlessly right now, it has to be said.
But let's make no mistake, on paper he's the man that you would expect to win this meeting. He's been the best GP performance so far. I think he's either a 4th or 5th in a moto, and I think he's been very close to a couple of podiums. Not quite got there yet, but a product of the really, really good Spanish system that they've got in place, which obviously we're trying to replicate here with the MXGB and the MXGB Championship. But Aurel Oliver,
if you look, like you really study where it's like he's kind of going around on rails. He's not over exaggerated with his body English. It's all fluid movements, how he moves on the bike. It is in like just really nice fluid flow he's got going at the minute.
He's not slamming into the berms or anything. He's just letting the bike run, keeping his momentum up around the corners, and
even there though, Phil, over that tabletop, he scrubbed it, but not to a point where he's like over exaggerating it, all elbows high in the air and all that. What I'm saying is he's a very efficient style that he's got.
Wheelies up the face of that jump nicely.
But there, not rushing that corner, he just kind of rolled it on nice and smooth, didn't let the bike dig in too much and get out of shape. So, and that's why basically he has a 16-second lead, bordering on 17 seconds now. Lovely there, just rolled it, peeled it off, then rolled it back on to make sure he got the pre-jump off that jump. His timing is looking great. Any budding motocross riders watching this, you can learn a lot from Aurel right now as he sets on his way to getting this first moto in the bag. Still a solid ride for Billy Askew though on the Dirt Store Triumph Racing machine. As we said, he's in contention for this championship. Very early days, only second round. We're moving into the third round of 8. But looking good. Remember, Aurel Olivier, he missed the first round, so he is currently, I think, 11th in the championship. But on what's he got? 29 points, so he's 60 points off the lead.
Yeah, he's still got a lot of work to do. We're trying to queue up the battle. Then it looks like Charlie Heyman had. I thought he got past Ollie Coleman on the last lap. It's looking pretty tight. We'll try and pick that up.
Yeah, so just like Phil says, we've seen that the leader doing his thing and doing it exceptionally well. So we've had a little bit of a masterclass of how to ride a 250 bike around Blaxhall. Let's try and get our guys, our hard-working cameramen out there to peel back a little bit. Here we go.
Yeah, well done, guys. They picked this up. So there's Coleman, there's Heyman. And it's Musto is the right. Yes, that's what's happened. So Musto. So Doonson has gone as well. So Doonson has dropped back. Whether he's had a tumble somewhere, that's why we were struggling to pick it up, because we were looking for Doonson, and he's not come across the line. So he's now behind Musto. So all change in the mid-pack, Jeff.
Yeah, and what that's done is obviously cemented Searle's third. Not completely cemented, but it's made it a lot stronger. He's now kind of not got anybody directly behind him. Bit of a gap to his teammate, his younger teammate ahead of him. So Tommy
Doonson dropping down the order, Jeff.
Yeah.
So we need to keep an eye open for him trackside somewhere, because
yes, he's dropping down rapidly here.
He's now down to 9th, and it will be...
well, he's down, shown on the monitor in front of me, down to 13th, so he has not gone across the finish line as of yet. So let's see. He might be parked up on the side of the track. He might have just...
Well, that's not good news for him. Fastest qualifier.
Still falling. He's going to fall out of the top 20 here.
Hope we can try and find out what's gone on there. But here comes Ollie Colmer then, so he inherits that 4th place, but it's still been a good ride for the man on the Chambers KTM. There's Charlie Heyman, and then he's made a pass on Musto, so there's Musto on the 163. AC United Gas going going round the pond. And Colmer then leaps up into the Apico hairpin. So Doonson has gone missing, and no sign of him trackside. I say we were trying to pick the map up, but the guy that we were looking for wasn't there. But we nailed it at Colmer over the line. So Oliver from Askew, from Tommy Searle, that is your top 3. This man then currently in a comfortable 4th, Jeff.
Yeah, he looks really good. Team manager Tim Chambers will be, I'm pretty confident he'll be pleased with this. Fair play to him. He's jumped on board and got young riders back on the team. It's something he's always done, of course. Tim has, down the years, has got behind so many young aspiring riders.
And good to see him back at GPs and EMX with Ollie as well. So,
oh, it really is. Like with Tim, Tim is one of those guys we need in British motocross. He's fanatic. He's right into it. So
rider down. That's the 312 with Pearson.
Yeah,
is that Pearson? Yeah. So it's Colmer then. What was the gap? What gap had Colmer got on Heyman? Is Heyman going to be appearing in the background? Well, there he is. The Husky's there.
1.8,
Jeff.
1.8. This is the closest battle on track, really. Certainly within inside the top 10. Having said that, Josh Vale is all over Stephen Clark.
That's a good ride for Vale then, because if he's all over the back of Stevie Clark, he rode up from 20th on the opening lap. Colmer seems to struggle to get out of that turn at the railway line. Whether he's just getting his legs are just not letting him get out of there. He's struggling to get his feet out of the way as he drops down that bank. But Charlie Heyman in the background there on the SC Sport owns Husky. He's closing in.
Yeah, this is a battle obviously not just for MX2. This is also a battle for the under-21s with these two. They're both registered as under-21 riders. Right now, Askew leads the under-21 charge ahead of Colmer, Heyman, and then Musto, with Josh Vale, the 5th place rider.
Rider down there. Let's see who that is.
Liam Garland. That looked like...
He did look like the 24.
Liam Garland, but I don't want to... I'm not saying it is, but it did look like him. His stature and his race kit, so...
Yeah, the SRS KTM, Liam Garland then possibly down. So time is up, Jeff, and it's 3 to go according to the timing.
Yeah, because they just missed it. So...
Yeah.
So let's see what there's... Well, oh, that kicker again. He's changed his line back there because he was... He was... I don't know why he's changed his line, because that other line was really good, but maybe he got a kicker on it and he felt he needed to. Now he's got an even bigger kick on that line, so he might just switch back his lines.
But this is where the skill comes in. This is where just having that little bit of... your Tommy Searles of this world, they just know how to do this stuff. But Colmer is not off the hook yet, because Charlie Heyman has been pressuring him now for about 4 laps, pulling that gap down, and I think he's in a position where he's going to have a go. He's definitely closer.
And he would have seen those couple of mistakes, because he's close enough. He would have just seen Colmer get that big kicker into that corner, and as a rider, you're kind of like, he's on the ropes.
He's on the rope. I've got him here. This is the corner where Colmer has struggled, so much better that time. He came out of there standing up, Jeff, so he's obviously decided that that's the way to do it.
And he looked like he brought the line in a bit as well. He wasn't so far towards the edge of the track. So, he's going to ride defensive, but there's...
Bit of lap traffic, but Colmer...
Yeah, Heyman's going to gain an advantage there,
for
sure.
It's going to be tight. Got blue flags here. I'm not sure they'll go down round the back of the pond.
Charlie looking good. Of course, he's been having a bit of AMA experience of late. They went over and done the first 2 rounds in that intense heat of Hangtown. So it should be a walk in the park, really.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect him to be struggling after doing that. And great to see that the team are kind of making that something that they do regularly. And it's a good, and obviously for guys who want to get onto that team, if they fancy having a bit of the AM8, then fair play to them. But here's Heyman then. The white Husqvarna down the inside of the orange KTM. The 20.
Let's see where Ollie goes here. Is he going to know he's sticking to that line?
A nice line from Heyman.
Better that time.
Really smooth, but not got the corner speed. So the 2 lap to go board is out for our race leader, Oriol Oliver. He's got a 25-second lead over Billy Askew. We'll make no apologies for leaving those guys out the front to run their race, but this is where the battle is. This is the action on track. And Heyman, having been there or thereabouts in this battle, found his way past Musto. Who we got in 7th, Jeff?
Just wait for our timing to refresh here, and I'll tell you that we got a split screen, so we get the top 20 and then it rolls over to the next 20. In 7th we got Jake Nichols, hometown hero.
So he's come through quite well then. Stevie Clark.
Then Val, then Callum Mitchell, another regional rider, rounding out the top 10.
So we think that Palmer, has he got enough left in the tank to hold off? I'd imagine these guys are pretty much the same age, Jeff.
Yeah, pretty much. Not much in him, like certainly not a whole year. Oriel should be getting close to crossing the finish line with 1 to go. He's now got his lead up to nearly 25 seconds. He has crossed the line. 1 lap to go. I'm going to make my way to the winner's circle. Over to you, Phil, to bring this one in.
Yeah, okay. So it's a little bit more obvious who is going to be interviewing for first place. Was it then the first race of the day? But it's still been a good one. Some battles down the field. And this man of Ollie Colmer looks like, has he got enough? It looks like he might have gapped out just a little bit more on Heyman on that last lap. No sign of the white mudguard to no, there's a bigger gap. Heyman was right on him, but here's our race leader then, Oriel Oliver. Will bring him round the final lap. He'll come up round the turn by the comms tower and make his way down through the Prox alleyway and into the turn at the railway line. As a result of that excellent start, he just managed to just ride away at the front of this first of our MX2 races. Under 21s then will be Billy Askew will take victory in that, and as Jeff said, he'll be closing the points battle down on current red plate in that one, Bobby Bruce, who is currently showing as let's have a look. Well, he's still inside the top 20, 14th currently. Well, the looks of it, sorry, 16th on timing, so he's not having a great day, so that means we'll have a red plate swap in the under 21 championship. So for the final time then, Oriel Oliver will take victory in our MX2 race 1. If we can go back to see if we can see, I can hear the on-circuit commentator absolutely busting his nuts right on the in my ear on the outside, so it sounds like Tommy Searle may be all over the back of Billy Askew on this final lap. We'll wait for them to come over. Can't see them on any of our cameras anywhere, so this is going to be really tight. As they came across the line, and Searle nailed him on the line. He got caught up in back markers and we could not see them, but Searle has come across the line and snuck second place by the looks of it by half a wheel. So Searle nicks second, Askew will come across the line third, Colmer fourth, Charlie Heyman fifth. Well, good thing that we didn't catch that, but
Right there. How we doing?
Right, joined in the box now by
Hey? I bet Toby phone on silent. Get all this shit together.
So, fantastic ride then from Tommy Searle to come and nail that at the end. And so Musto comes across the line in 6th, Nichols 7th, Stevie Clark will come across the line in 8th. Josh Vale 9th and Glenn McCormack in 10th. Right, alongside me I've got the legend that is Justin Morris. Good to see you, Justin.
Yeah,
that was a cracking race.
Yeah, well, it's not that great for my for my mental state and heart right now, seeing that Billy Askew's my rider. But yeah, no, it was a fantastic ride, and yeah, it's the track's tough, very, very tough today. I think the rain that we had on Friday evening has put a real base to the softness of the ground, and the Woodbridge Club do an amazing job here as always. And yeah, it's looking in great shape, and you know, roughing up very, very quickly, and you know, it's got all the makings of a bang on racing weekend, I think.
Right, okay, so we've got Jeffy's now up there in the winner's circle. He's there ready to talk to Oriol Oliver.
Performance, a whole shot pretty much, and then you just clicked off the laps. First time you've raced here?
Yeah.
So how do you find it? Learning the track is one thing, you know, but you made it look really easy.
No, it's good actually. Really fun track. Sandy, like Canada Heights, a little bit more sandy, but I enjoyed it a lot. Time practice P3, and in the moto I just wanted to take the whole shot because first moto of Canada Heights was a disaster. You need to be careful when you don't start in front, so that was the goal, and I did it. So really happy with the team, good weather, all is good.
We said that you had to pull a whole shot because you're wearing white kit, so you got to get a good start, and you made that count. It's very early days in this British Championship for you, but I mean, how are you enjoying it? How are you finding it? New people, new personnel, new tracks. It's probably quite refreshing to come and do something different.
Yeah, it's refreshing. It's always good to try new nationals. It's good. It's different riders, different characteristics, you know, and you always learn. Every race is different, so you always learn. So yeah, and for the team it's important to race the nationals. So important for them, for me, good training, and yeah, hope to keep like that.
And it feels like you slotted nicely into the team. It seems like a really good fit. Everybody seems happy over there, particularly when you get race results like this.
Yeah, no, it was really nice. First training already. I see the people have interest for get better, you know, and if we need to test something, we test. We need to try things, and yeah, definitely in the best team I've been. So let's continue like that.
I like the sound of that. It sounds like you're going to be here to stay for a little while. Congratulations on your first race win. There you go. We're going to move, Oriol, if you want to move out. Tommy's just gone back to the pits on that incredible race surge towards the end. He actually got his young teammate. I can't wait for the vlog again because it's perfect vlog banter. Tommy, let's bring you in. No, I know he won't mind me saying this because he doesn't race for the blog, but you make the vlog very entertaining. Keep beating your young teammate and putting him in his place.
Yeah, I left it I was fucked. He was knackered. But sometimes you got who wants it most, wasn't it? Exactly. It's a lesson. That's a big lesson to him because Billy's a great rider and it's everything, skill, fitness, but just that, a little thing like that, I think it shows the difference, and I think that'll wake him up because he's got everything. Although it's nice to beat him, it's his future, do you know, like I have no reason to beat him, do you know, like, and he has every reason to be in second, but he's riding amazing. He's technical, how technical he is on the bike, but he's unreal, he's fit, he's strong, but just in races like that, he needs that little bit of racecraft, which will come. He's young, and it'll come, do you know what I mean?
I know you kind of loosely play it down, and we say about the longer bike, you know, and how you like getting towards the end of career, but I know you still want to win this championship, and of course he's a rival, it's not just a teammate, he's, you know, he was gaining points on you then, and you've now clawed it back and swung it back and extended your lead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously I lined up. I've been winning since I was 16.
Yeah.
36 now. I enjoy it. I put the effort in, you know, it's not easy for me to do what I'm doing. I put a lot of time in it. I put a lot of effort into it. I got my family. I like it when Alf watched me ride now. I rode with him yesterday. I'm riding today, but I still love it. They are getting harder. And I'm happy with a second. Normally I wouldn't be. Normally back in the day, Sean Simpson would have beat me in that one and we'd have been fuming. But it is what it is, and I'm happy with that.
You've got more pressure now because you've got to keep getting these plaques for Alfie because you're under immense pressure.
It is, yeah. It is a lot of pressure.
Sponsors, like if you don't bring home a plaque
I'm more worried about him.
Yeah.
Because he does watch and he sort of says, what happened, Dad? But he's starting to understand sometimes you don't always win. It's a good lesson for him as well.
Well, that was entertainment. Cheers, Tom. Thanks, Tommy. Apologies for the language there, but it brings something to it in a way, doesn't it? So let's get Billy in. Come on in, Bill. I'm not sure if he was in earshot and heard all of that. You probably did, or he was probably tuning out. The master is still, the apprentice is getting closer, but yeah, I mean, obviously you're disappointed because you want to race, you want to beat him, but very close. But at the same time, you're learning from him all the time. He's got so much to give you, and as he said, he bigged you up there.
Yeah. So bit of lack of racecraft from me. I sort of I've seen the gap, and then I got to 2 laps to go, and I thought, okay, I've got a gap here. I'm just gonna bring it home, and then I sort of seen him get really close on the last few corners, and I tried to go faster, and then I started making more mistakes, and then we both went down the line together. I nearly went through the fence trying to get that extra little bit, but I think he just got it, which is it's frustrating, but it's part of racing. You got to learn from these things and not let it happen again.
But you're very much still in the championship hunt. I don't know if you heard exactly what he said. I can't repeat what he said, but he basically implied he's more tired than you, so that bodes well going into the second moto.
Yeah, well, I was feeling it then, but I knew he would be feeling it more, which was a bit of, that's why I sort of let it off a bit, because I knew I could save a bit for the next race, because I knew he'd be hurting as well, so sort of, but he's got that dad bod, so he's got that little reserve tank that he pulled out in the last few corners, so gotta watch out for that, but yeah.
I'm a bit disappointed. I've got to go back to the booth now, because I'd like to come over there and hear some of the banter now between you two, between motos, but we'll save that for the vlog, I guess. Yeah. Good luck in the second moto.
Thank you.
There you go, there's Billy Askew, Dirt Store Triumph Racing, the 2 Triumph boys pushing all the way to the flag at the end, but obviously Olivia took the race win in that one. Back to Phil in the booth, we've got the Apico MX1 class coming up next.
Okay then, so we're just going to take a short ad break, and then we'll be back with our first Apico MX1 race of the day. Don't go anywhere.
You're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal there. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
Welcome back then to our coverage here at Blaxhall for round 3 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Joining in for this race then, Justin Morris. Thank you very much for sitting in. Come and give us your knowledge. You've just watched one of your charges have a really good race in that last MX2 race.
Yeah, no, it's been a great start to the day, and we haven't won the races, but we've had a good couple of sections. Charlie Richmond, one of my guys, lost first 1-2-5 race, and Billy Askew just lost out on that second spot to Tommy Searle on that first MX2 race. So, yeah, all good things. Track's in great shape. Woodbridge Club doing a fab job, and it's just started raining here, actually.
Yeah, we're just saying we were just obviously in the broadcasting suite. Might have to shut the doors to keep the damp out. But been a great couple of races so far then. Mm-hmm. And obviously we'll have a look more. Hopefully get the qualifying just popping up, and we'll see who our top 10 qualifiers were in this Apico MX1 class. But obviously Conrad Mew's been the class of the field so far this year, Justin, and as a result of that it's going to be up to Adam Sterry, Josh Gilbert and the rest of the field to try and take a victory off the man who's currently undefeated in the British Championship.
Yeah, I mean, just shows his class week in, week out really. I believe just under 2.5 seconds faster than anybody in free practice and qualifying. So, this circuit really does suit his way of riding. Very technical, very rutty, and he's very, very good on the on the style of things and creating lines and movement through bumps, and he's very, very good on the pegs. And as the track gets more and more, I think you'll definitely see that come to fruition. But yeah, it's obviously down to the start. The start, here, Adam Sterry is a very good gator. He gets out the gate. He's been doing really well this season at the start, and been causing Conrad a lot of problems at the beginning of the motos. But Conrad soon gets into his flow, and being that a couple of seconds a lap faster, and he's consistently done that all season. He does break down that gap.
Right, so we're looking then, just waiting for this one. Someone's coming back and turning our camera on. We lost our feed to our studio camera. So we'll just run through the qualifying then. We've got obviously pole position then was taken by the 426 of Conrad Mew's, with Josh Gilbert then coming in second, like you say, just in 2.5 seconds adrift with the 811 Chambers KTM of Adam Sterry. Of Adam Sterry coming in third. Then it's the Lexa Honda of John Adamson, the True 7 Crendon Honda of Jamie Carpenter, and the Fantic Phoenix Fantic of Carlton husband. Joel Rizzi on the Triumph, a good return for him. He's been out through injury, rung his bell a bit at Canada Heights, and he passed a fitness test yesterday, and he's there in 7th. The Dirt Store the DRT Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill. The 714 of Brad Todd, he's there in 9th, just returning from his trip to the AMA in Thunder Valley. Did you catch that, Justin?
Yeah, that was quite funny, wasn't it?
That was cool. And then 10th place, we've got Tristan Purden, Stewie Edmonds in 11th, Ben Edwards, who took a race win against Conrad Muse in the Scottish Championship a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and the mudder there, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a mudder, so he's took a scalp there. Chris Mills in 13th, Martin Barr 14th, Matthew Mayo 15th, then Max Boardbout, Dan Thornhill, Declan Whittle, Charlie Putnam and Luke Benstead round out your top 20. And so we're just going to take a quick ad break, and we'll be back with the gate drop of our Apico MX1 Race 1. So welcome back then, and here we are, riders coming to the gate. Taylor Hamill then on the DRT Kawasaki sneaking in next to the doghouse. You were talking on to our youngsters last night in the Mission Hospitality about the gate choices and everything, Justin, about how important it is to pick the right one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can see on camera here, but there's a fair, the gate framework itself is very, very thick. And, it does catch a few riders out as they're going the other side of the gate. And there's a certain change of technique, but, definitely regarding position-wise, centre of the box.
Here we go then. Heads down, get 5-second board is up. They're away. Let's see who's got the jump. And that looked like the Kawasaki in the middle. Was that Taylor Hamill? Looked a green bike as they went into...
That's Chris Mills.
Oh, Millsy, yeah. Number 27 off Chris Mills. Adam Sterry there in second. Yeah, Sterry there in second.
Conrad in third, I believe. Conrad Muse in third. So he's got out in a good shape on this one, to be honest. And this will be quite an interesting first lap to see what happens between these guys.
So I think that Adam Sterry's going to want to clear Chris Mills as quickly as he can and give himself a chance. And there he goes down the inside. Muse is up the inside as well on the number 27. Down the Prox alleyway there and down to the railway turn. So didn't see where Josh Gilbert was, but I think he was there in 4th or 5th as Muse makes the pass on Chris Mills as they come through that little jump section. Lovely part of the track with these nice waves in that, Justin, yeah?
Yeah, it is, and like I say, Adam Sterry's been really, really good this year, getting out front very, very quickly in all the races, and I'm really keen to see how Josh Gilbert does this kind of like stage of the year now. I believe that they've managed to get hold of some Hondas, which has been a massive shortage for them.
Yeah.
And he's now ended up with a new engine and stuff, and so I'm looking to see good things from Josh through today.
Sterry has a look across then at our red plate, and are undefeated so far. Championship leader Conrad Muse. They come through the big orb. It's got a little bit out of shape there. That's cost him some time, Justin.
Yeah, I mean, the track is, it's been a while since these guys were out around about 11, 12 o'clock. And the track's really starting to take shape and form. And it's, they've got to keep their wits about them on this track because it is really roughening up. And, once they get the first couple of laps underway, they'll 100% find lines that they're going to be comfortable with. And then you'll start to see some really good lap times.
Gilbert then is the man there in the background in 3rd position as they join back onto the track. So Adam Sterry then on the Chambers KTM. He's been out there on the GP trail this year. He's our Planet Moto first lap leader, so he'll get some points in that one. And we'll have to see how it is at the end of the day as Muse tries to tickle his way around the inside. That's a nice line there. Having to wheelie into that table now. It's dug out quite badly on the upside.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying before, Conrad is very, very technical at stuff like that. He'll pick up the front wheel over and across bumps and make light of work, maybe turn 3 bumps into 2 kind of thing. And he's very technical like that, and I'm pretty sure that you'll see a pass very quickly from him.
Yeah, he's down the inside there as they came into the railway turn. And he's set that up down the props alleyway there, through the waves, just got a little bit of a run on Adam Sterry. He was levelling him in the straight beforehand and just made Adam take the inside line into the turn. So we'll see now whether the Welshman has anything in the tank to try and keep some pressure on. Adam, one of the fittest guys out there, certainly not struggling for strength and endurance with his GP stuff. But Conrad's still coming back from that hand injury earlier on in the year and still not fully up to race fitness, not getting much bike time, I don't think, between events still.
I spoke to him yesterday and his father, Steve, and yeah, I think there was an issue there, obviously, with the wrist, with the dislocated lunate, but he had some light blood issue that was happening. He had some kind of like stale blood, if you like, trapped in the back of the wrist. I think that's pretty well over and done with now. He's been over in Holland doing a fair bit of training for this weekend in particular, and I think the situation's all pretty all clear right now.
So he takes the lead. Sterry there in second. Gilbert across the line in third. Still fourth then for our whole shot taker, the number 27 off Chris Mills. It's there in fourth. Carpenter uses teammate on the 184. He's there in fifth on the Crendon True 7 Honda. So backing up his teammate.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Josh has got to bring to the party in this race, really. He's had a couple of good GP results, and speaking to him just recently, he's pretty confident and happy with the bike. And like I say, doing the Grand Prix that he's been at, his racecraft and fitness is without doubt, in a great shape. And already you see Adam Sterry looking over his shoulder, so he knows that the race with Conrad is over, and now it's just kind of like survival for the second spot. And Josh will definitely sense that. And I would definitely say that Josh has got a serious amount of fitness to him, and with the track developing as it is, it wouldn't surprise me that you see that gap close quite rapidly.
Yeah, so Gilbert then in third, Mills, Carpenter, Taylor Hamill then. He was the man that looked like he certainly led down the start straight. That green front mudguard was out in front as we went to the wide shot into the first turn, but he obviously got cut off by Mills. I think Mills might have started just slightly inside of him and then bossed the line in the way into the first turn, which I think has been modified a little bit to make it a little bit better, and it certainly seems for the first 3 game drops we've had that it's been a lot better than it has been in the past.
Yeah, it's a massive improvement on the start for just safety and overall, riding, stability for the guys, really. They can really push hard into it, where before used to be they've gone through different, figurations of the first turn, but at the moment it's proven to be a really, really positive change.
So, nice bit of footage there, just watching him ping round that corner, feet up style. There's the 184 of Jamie Carpenter. That was a really nice bit of cornering. I'd say the man who is the second rider on that Brendan True 17 holding sway at the minute. But Taylor Hamill, another guy that had his injury woes over the past couple of seasons, but I remember seeing him first time out in a 250 GP, I think it was a few years ago at Matterley, and he was he looked like a rider that had GP swagger, and he's been pretty good on this 450 Cowie in the few races that we've seen him on it.
He's just had a massive string of injuries on the journey that he's at, and I'm sure if you spoke to him, he'd much prefer to be still doing GPs, to be totally honest with you. But with injury after injury, it soon cuts into your progression, unfortunately. But looking at the lap times from Conrad, last lap around a 52 in comparison to a 55 of Adam Sterry, and just showing his authority on the circuit here. And like I say, this circuit itself really, really, suits Conrad absolutely down to the ground with his technical skills.
So Carpenter then into the Apico turn. He's not got a lot of breathing room. Chris Mills is still there in 6th, 3rd and 7th, and it's husband 8th, Martin Barr 9th, and Ben Edwards in 10th. The Scotsman, like saying, took a race victory off Conrad Muse in Scotland. Adam Sterry took one off him at the midweek Raider meeting a couple of weeks ago, so he's beatable. So that gap that Gilbert to Sterry's definitely coming down there, Justin, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. You can just start to see, he'll start to hear the bike of Josh in the background, and, that'll definitely make him tense up on the bike, and, he'll be definitely trying to survive this second place rather than focusing on Conrad in the front, and I think that's what you saw happen with race 1 in the MX2. Oriel got away from Billy Askew, and before you know it, Billy's looking at Tommy Searle for reference rather than Oriel Oliver, and all of a sudden then he's trying to control the second place rather than pushing forward, and I think this is what you'll see here with Adam Sterry. He knows that Conrad's gone out into the distance, and he'll be wanting to control the position for him in second place. Well, Josh will feel that, and that'll give him a real good push forward to try and close the gap.
A couple of little mistakes there from Adam Sterry as he came down the railway straight, and Gilbert will be hopefully able to see those, and again just the rear end breaking away. So only 10 points separating these guys in the championship at the moment. Just having a quick look up on the board. So Adam Sterry 12 points adrift of Conrad Muse, with Josh Gilbert a further 10 back, and then it's Jamie Carpenter, he's 36 adrift of our championship leader. So this is kind of this is where the battle for second place in the championship is, and I think that with Josh Gilbert being as close as he is to Adam Sterry, he will want to push on and try and turn what will be Sterry taking another few points out of him into something that goes the other way, and closing down on the Welshman.
The one thing is, obviously, is that, you can catch a rider in front of you, but, it's very difficult. It's another thing to then pass, and that's where Josh has got to try and be a little bit more creative out on the track now, because, for him to catch Sterry is going to be one thing, but to make the pass and to, get in front of him he's going to have to change a few things up, and that's going to be a thoughtful process to go through. But with that, Jamie Carpenter's really coming into his own in this race as well, and he's now spread away from Taylor Hamill, so he's been a good couple of laps for Jamie Carpenter in this race for sure.
If Pitboard will tell him that his lead is going up over Taylor Hamill, and that'll be exactly what he wants to see. There's a couple of nice corners where you can get a visual reference here. That's a cheeky one. You can just have a look back there if you get a chance, and but obviously I would assume that you're always telling your guys eyes forward.
Well, yeah, I mean, the race is in front of you, it's not behind, and but being in Adam's position is a really difficult position to be in, and he lost a toe from Conrad basically after the first lap, so it's very difficult, and to motivate yourself to to keep pushing on, and that's where the mechanics come into their own. Probabilities are that the mechanics should be putting on their lap times. Every lap that you come through, you should be seeing your lap times, and if that lap time is dropping, then obviously the guys behind are possibly going to catch. But Adam's kind of like a sitting duck at the moment, and I think it won't be that long before you see Josh get into that position to make a pass. And Josh is a very, very fit young guy, and he and Adam knows that as well. So that's going to be another factor, because it's warm today. Even though we've just had a thunderstorm, it's the fitness really does come into their own with the heat, especially today. It's 20 plus degrees, and that's going to be a significant change for the guys. It's probably our first warm race of the year.
Yeah. So looking at Adam Sterry here, looking at the lap times, I think that our fourth place man Jamie Carpenter is he starting to chip away at this a little bit. It's looking just over 3 seconds to Josh Gilbert. It visually looks a little bit closer the last time by, and obviously he's broken away from Taylor Hamill, so he's got the carrot in front of him. He's got his teammate who obviously away at the front, but he will be wanting to get onto the back of Josh Gilbert on that Lexa Honda. And like I say, that team putting a lot of time and effort in to get to the GPs as well. And that shows when you come out. Clouds looking really dark in the background there, Justin. We could be in for another bit of a
rain show.
I'm not sure whether that's what already went over us or not about 5 minutes ago. I'm hoping that it is, otherwise there's a few people out there who are going to be needing to buy brollies.
Yeah, well, definitely don't need what they had here on Friday evening, but with that big thunderstorm they had on Friday evening, it's made for a really, really technical racetrack, which is perfect. And all credits to the club for doing such a great job in preparing the track as well. It's and it's showing now. It's with Conrad checking out in front, he's running on basically a 2 to 3 seconds a lap quicker than these guys, which is incredible, really. And Josh and Adam here now, I think this is obviously where the battle is, but they don't want to be too complacent and get caught up in their own battle for the second, because Jamie Carpenter's not far away, and anything can change there.
Yeah, it looks like Tristan Purden on the SC Sport Homes Husky, he's managed to find his way past Chris Mills into 6th. There's Sterry fires it up the bank. I'm starting to get quite choppy down the bottom end of that drop off now, and the same as this inside and outside rut there as they go up through around the bend out the top end of the circuit.
Just looks, to myself, I mean, we're probably halfway through this race by now, and Adam just looking a little bit fatigued, collapsing on the bike quite a lot, sat down, in certain areas where Josh is still very light on the bike, hopping and skipping the bumps, and I think the pressure is really starting to get to Adam, and he's riding probably a bit tense, maybe a bit of arm pump, something like that, but Josh is really sensing, sniffing blood, and tasting it, and he's going to be really, really looking for that second spot very, very shortly.
It's closing up now. Here comes Gilbert. He is really pushing on.
But look at Jamie Carpenter. He's really closing in that gap as well. This is a fantastic battle for the second spot.
Is that Hamill there as well? No, Hamill's the second Kawasaki.
Yes.
So he's the second Kawasaki there, getting Tristan Purden up close and personal. They're making their way through the back section of the circuit up into the Apico loop. And this is going to be a 3-rider battle for second place.
Yeah, I mean, it's really starting to tighten up there, and Jamie Carpenter having the best ride I've seen him all year, to be totally honest with you, up in that position there. And I mean, Conrad's out, 17, 18 seconds in the front. He's got a very, very comfortable race in front of him. But like I say, this battle for second place is where it's at, and this is where Josh now has to be a little bit creative if he wants to make a pass in line, and there you go.
Squares him off. Adam moves him over. But I like tracks like this with no ruts, because Adam had to defend the inside, giving Josh the rest of the track to do his work. He's going to cut back.
Here we go.
Oh, is he going to? Yeah. Oh, nice pass.
Set him up 2 corners before, outside, back to inside, opened up the corner, and made a really, really great pass there, and very, very experienced move that from Josh. And I think you'll see now, look, if you see here, Jamie Carpenter is all over.
He's there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's all over there. And I think, like I say, Adam Sterry is the one who's looking the worst off, if you like. And Jamie Carpenter looking very, very strong. Adams, it looks like he's struggling, whether it's arm pump or bike setup or what. But I think Jamie Carpenter's going to make the pass down the inside there.
Yeah, that's where we saw the lead change. So there is Gilbert, the 326, but Jamie Carpenter, this could be a 1-2 for the Crendon Honda team if Carpenter can find his way past Gilbert, because he is the man on the move.
Yeah, so Jamie Carpenter's passed Adam Sterry already, so that's a great ride for Jamie. And like I say, it's really nice to see Jamie up in that front and really having a great, push for the second spot.
Maybe a little bit of arm pump or something. Purden looks like he's moved up another position. Oh no, Taylor Hamill's still in there just in front of him. So here is, I've got to ride it down. What's that? That looks like Carlton Guy, that.
Yeah.
On the Husqvarna, so he's just took the front going in there by the looks of it, tipped over.
So we've got like 10 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So you're probably talking on the basis of that around about 5 or 7 laps to go. So it's anyone's to play for right now. Who's your money on?
Well, obviously, I think it's fair to say that Conrad's running hit at the front of this one. But this next couple of laps, I think if Jamie Carpenter can feel that he can pull Josh Gilbert in a little bit on this lap, I think we're going to see him try and run him down before the end of the race. If Adam Sterry not able to keep the pace of these two Hondas, it's going to be a Honda lockout. The podium positions as he stands at the moment.
Yeah, Honda domination for the front three. But one thing that Jamie will know, they've ridden together a long time, is that Josh is extremely fit. Yeah. And, this is going to be, a tough thing and a tough ask for Jamie to do. Yeah. Jamie's also extremely fit, don't get me wrong, but, Josh, a vast amount of experience doing the Grand Prix as well, so he's used to long motos with the 30+2s and the 35-minute motos at the GPs. So, he knows that he's got that fitness side of him. But still, nevertheless, it's a great ride for Jamie Carpenter, and something he can really look forward to race 2. And if he got out the gate with Conrad,
and like I say, if you can get a start, then you never know. And sometimes you see riders just have that breakout ride where everything, you will know yourself. Sometimes you just have that ride where you wonder why everybody else is going slow. Just works.
It's that's the difference with the whole shot, and when you get out on that front from lap 1, you kind of like to dictate the pace of the whole race. Yeah. And you've seen it with Oriol Oliver. He just got out the front, clean lines, set his own pace, and it's for everybody else then to make the catch up. But I mean, Josh is looking really strong in that second place, and within 2 laps they've dropped Adam Sterry by a good 5 to 6 seconds.
So the gap last time, boys, they came across the line. Gilbert and Carpenter, so that's the battle for second position. They make their way through the trees.
28 seconds now to Conrad.
He's showing his class. He's riding himself back into bike fitness.
Different postcode today.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
He is the class of British Motocross in the open class as it stands at the moment. And
it's just a shame, I was speaking to him, he's not going to be at the British Grand Prix, which was the real shame, which I'd love to have seen him there, but for whatever situation, he's not going to be there. I believe he's going to be going to Arnhem for the Dutch Grand Prix.
Yeah, I think that's what I was told as well.
Yeah. But it's, I obviously I've worked with Conrad, closely for a fair few years, and he's been brilliant around Matley Basin, and I think it's a shame because I think the English crowd would have loved to have seen him there, but I don't think, he feels that he's ready to go and face the best riders in the world right now. Maybe, just that, he's looking at the speed side of things. He thinks he's a couple of seconds off. Even though you watch him here and he looks, absolutely flawless. But if you start putting Roman Fevre and Jeffrey Hurlitz into the mix, then all of a sudden you have a different racetrack. But, hopefully by Arnhem he can get up to pace and go from there,
So, yeah, it's like I say, it's a shame, but he's the guy that's got to make the decision. And like I say, he's been riding his way back into it after an early season injury. And if you're not ready, you're not ready. But Carpenter is still dogging the back of Josh Gilbert on the Lexa MX Honda. The Crendon True 17, and currently lying first and third. That outfit always produced a nice bike.
They're pretty well matching each other's lap times, lap after lap on those last 2 laps. And like we were talking about before, it's one thing catching him, but being able to make that pass.
Yeah.
And as you go into the latter stages of this race, the energy levels obviously are decreasing. And is he wanting to make that move in this first race when he knows that he's got another 25+2 for race 2 later on? It's a part that you've got to really play carefully. Because for him to possibly try and make a pass on Josh, he might have to make a few risks. and the possibility of crashing, and then all of a sudden it's a different second race.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I would say here is that what we're seeing is that Carpenter's fourth in the championship, and he's got the guy who's in third in championship right under his nose.
Yeah.
He's closed him down because the gap was 3 seconds, and now it's about 1.7. So he's making enough headway there to make the push worthwhile. And like you say, you might get a bad start in the next one, and he's saved energy for nothing.
It swings around about, you know. Josh, to myself, looks very comfortable in that position. It looks like he's not actually exerting too much energy, if I'm honest. You know, he's got the second place under control. So if Jamie does come at him a little bit harder towards the latter stages of this race, maybe he has got something in reserve, I'm not sure. But Josh does look very, very comfortable there. And we see that Tristan Purdon has also gone past Adam Sterry as well. So I'm not sure if Adam Sterry's got a problem, or, you know, the track is just pretty well beating him up, if I'm honest.
If he's not, but obviously if you're getting, if you're having issues somewhere that you can't ride round, all you're going to do then is try and keep yourself up on two wheels. So Purdon having a good run on the SC Sport Homes Husky. Yeah. Gilbert's been kept honest here by Jamie Carpenter. I think the gap just may have gone out by about half a second. So there is
Tristan Purdon coming through. Watching Purdon on lap 1, he didn't get the greatest of starts, and I think he was, you know, out of the top 10. So that's, you know, so he's had to work hard in this race to get up to that position.
Hamill's come through in 5th, so Sterry has, I think Sterry has had a tip off somewhere, because he's now back to 6th position. So all of a sudden, second place in the championship, with Josh Gilbert sat in second at 10 points adrift of Adam Sterry. That is a big swing going into Moto 2 for the Lexter Honda rider. He'll be happy with his afternoon's work. Like I say, we didn't see Adam go down, but he's now currently in 6th, just in front of Chris Mills.
Best ride I've seen with Josh all year, and like I say, we're, you know, speaking to him in the week. They've got a new machine, new engines built, and you know, so I think he's got a really good package underneath him now, and obviously you can see with, you know, with his riding, he's finding that confidence, and this will be the best ride I've seen him have all year, really.
But Carpenter is closing them down as they came through down into this loop. They go out into the woods, and we'll pick them up in through the meadow section of the circuit up into the Apico loop, and he's definitely there, not giving any kind of thoughts of giving up at this moment in time.
No, that's correct, and the time is ticking down, and you know, it's going to be a real push towards the end if Jamie wants to do anything. He's running out of time here, and
so it's 3 laps to go with Conrad Muse already over the line, so we will get the 2-lap board next time. And right on cue there is our race leader, Conrad Muse there.
Now you can just watch what Conrad does with the bumps and how technically he looks at a track quite a vast amount different to other riders, if I'm totally honest with you. You know, he plays with the bumps so beautifully. He's like a ballerina on the bike, you know, and with that way of riding, you can, you know, conserve so much energy, and that's obviously going to help him just gain that, you know, control of the bike. And with that way of riding, it just opens the track to other options. You'll watch him come down here, he'll start popping the front wheel up over bumps, skipping around, feet up on the pegs, and it's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, those are the kind of things, like you say, you know, with riders of his calibre, you'd watch them ride around a track on their own, just to see all of that kind of stuff going on. Just popping through, that's the 365 of Sam Nunn. Obviously got some tape in the back wheel there, so he's had a problem, but well into the tail end of the field now, putting these guys a lap down. So we'll run through the top 10 quickly. It's still Conrad Muse from Josh Gilbert, with Jamie Carpenter in 3rd, Tristan Purdon 4th, and it's Taylor Hamill, Adam Sterry, Chris Mills, John Adamson, Martin Barr, and in 11th place, Sam Mio.
See then, I don't know if you just saw with Conrad just coming over the line there, He uses the bumps. He wheelies over 3 or 4 bumps, drops the front wheel in before the turn, and away he goes. And there again, he's just hopping and skipping through the bumps. He sees the track a lot differently to others, and rather than seeing the bumps as that they're a problem, he looks at bumps and thinks, right, what can I do with these to create some magic? And he's very good at that. There you go. He does it again there. And just ran a little bit long on that turn, but
it's quite loose there with the stones sitting at the top of the hill with the sand washed off it, so just nearly caught him out a little bit, but he's not under any pressure whatsoever. So Matthew Mio was the man who was currently in 10th, and it's Carlton Husband, Liam Knight, Dan Thornhill, Joel Rizzi, Luke Bedstead.
Yep.
And then it was Sam Dunn, who we just saw go a lap down. He's there, I think, in 16th.
40-second gap now from the second place for Conrad Muse. So, and it looks like Josh has just opened up a little bit more of a gap now over Jamie Carpenter. So
yeah, it's gone out to 2 and a bit seconds.
2 and a bit seconds. So I think whatever Jamie was trying to bridge that gap, he might have just exuded himself a little bit more and thought, right, okay, you know, I've still got another race to go. Maybe let's try and conserve some energy. And like I say, hydration for the guys is very, very important today, and getting the food in. It's very warm, so keeping the guys hydrated is very, very important.
This middle section of the circuit, had a look around this yesterday, and really nice, a little bit reminiscent of Link going through the trees, but it reminds me very much of like a French style of track as well. Very, very compact with some trees for coverage.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, over the years, I've been coming here for I don't know how many years, but you know, a lot of the track has kind of like stayed the same like that through that section through the woods. There has always been in there, but the basis of this circuit has always been the same. They've made obviously changes with different jumps over the eras and over the decades, and you know, it's a great racetrack, and definitely one of the highlights for our motocross season coming here.
So final lap then for Conrad Muse. We'll just have a look at the times and see what the gaps are. Tristan Purdon is closing in.
Yeah, he's really pulling up on this last lap.
Conrad's across the line and soon if we can. That looks like that's good. Yeah. Try and pick it up here.
Oh, Tristan Purdon's actually gone into 3rd now then.
Yeah, look, okay.
Yeah, Tristan Purdon's the man on the move, isn't he?
Yeah, just trying to pick up that battle on track. But here is our race leader, Conrad Muse, on the final lap of the race. Okay, Tech Tower, you can see 40 seconds. That back end of the circuit then jumping into the shadows. And
the Honda of Conrad Muse's bike is looking absolute. I know he rides it really, really well, but it looks so balanced and so nice to control, and they've got a really good setup on the Honda this year. Awesome ride for Conrad. He's very happy with that when you can see a big fist bump from him.
So there's victory for Conrad Muse. Then he takes victory in Moto 1 of this Apico MX1.
So as we wait for the second place battle to come through, we're just seeing Tristan Purdon.
They're trying to pick that up.
There's Josh. Is that Josh Gilbert coming through? No,
that's too soon.
Yeah.
So Carpenter. So there's Jamie Carpenter then. So Tristan Purdon has managed to get himself up to 3rd. So there's Purdon going
through.
Yeah, so it looks like Carpenter maybe had a problem because he's lost a lot of time. So that explains what's gone on there then. So this is Carpenter.
Yeah, must have had an issue off screen.
Yeah. So we were watching that on the timing, just trying to see what had gone on. But it is then a win for Conrad Muse from Josh Gilbert. Tristan Purdon comes through from. That's a really good ride for him to come through to 3rd. Jamie Carpenter in 4th. Taylor Hamill 5th. Adam Sterry 6th. Chris Mills 7th. Martin Barr 8th. 9th, Matthew Mio, and 10th, Carlton Husband. Who did we lose out of the top 10 on that final lap? Not sure. John Adamson, he's down there in 17th. So that is your top 10 for our Pico Factory Racing MX1 Moto 1. A convincing win then for Conrad News. So we're going to take a quick break. Thank you very much, Justin Morris, for coming in, sitting in for this race for me. We're going to take a quick ad break.
Thank you for having me.
We'll be off to the winner's circle.
Thank you for having me.
Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Okay, here we are in the winner's circle for the Pico MX1 class. Conrad just doing his hair. Another immaculate ride, mate. Hopping and skipping your way around that track. Maybe doing that a bit more, though. Damage limitation. We mentioned last time out, you've kept it relatively quiet about your wrist injury, but it's still causing you issues. I know you wouldn't have thought it at that performance, but is that affecting the way you ride? Maybe thinking more about not slamming into stuff and, being a bit more caressing the track, as it were?
I mean, no, to be brutally honest, I think when the adrenaline kicks in, I think that I can't feel the wrist too much. But yeah, I mean, struggling a bit. I've had a long time off the bike and, I'm just not up to speed, it's just, I'm not up to speed, I'm not up to fitness. So it's a grind, but I'm trying my hardest. I'm managing to still get the job done, which is amazing. Shout out to the Crendon 27 Honda Racing team. Give me a fantastic bike, make my life easier with the start. So, but yeah, we're going to, had a bit of arm pump in that one. That's why I kind of related to the hop in and, just trying to relax the arms a little bit. But, yeah, we're going to regroup now and, hopefully be a bit better in the second one. I mean, I'm happy with a win, don't get me wrong, but I'm happy when I ride like myself, and that wasn't that. So we're going to go back, see if we need to make a couple of changes. I think it's probably just me, so I need to go and have a word with myself in the mirror, and then we'll go again.
I just want to highlight here, because Conrad wouldn't do this. Not that you need defending, but what I mean by that, mate, that's not to be confused with any degree of arrogance. That's you race the stopwatch. You want to perform at the highest level. Obviously, you just convincingly won the moto, but that's the standards that you're setting. That is what we're basically implying.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not taking anything at all away from the other riders. Yeah. They ride great, and like no matter how far they are behind me, I constantly push, so they're constantly keeping me on my toes, which is which is great. But like you said, I just want to race the lap times, because I know in a few weeks when we got Jeffrey coming over, he's going to be able to do it for 30 minutes. So I'm just trying to build myself up to that. But we're a long way off at the minute. But we've got some good weeks coming up, and hopefully we can get back to that.
And the points keep rocking up, so that's the main thing.
That's the main thing. The points. I earned quite a lot. I gained quite a lot in that race. So yeah, I'm happy with that. So as long as we keep the red plate on this Honda, I'll be happy.
Good stuff. Conrad, we'll probably see you up in the second motor. I should imagine we will. He's going to move out of the way. Let's move in Josh Gilbert, who came in second. So Conrad, go. Nice round of applause from everybody here. Sorry about the noise. Let's bring in Josh. Nicely in. Come on, Josh, let's get this done before it hammers with rain. The track had a lot of rain leading into it. That was a solid performance. Are you happy with that?
No, not really. That was I just want to ride better in myself. I just rode that whole race with arm pump, and then the last sort of 10 minutes, I've actually been quite ill the last 2 weeks, and I haven't done a lot of training. I rode this week a couple times just to try and get going again, but that last 10 minutes has really took it out of me, and with the arms as well. Hopefully we can tweak a few things with the bike and be a bit more relaxed from the get-go, so I can ride properly at the start and then maybe have a chance to back it off at the end.
Looking through our monitors and looking at the track, it looks like it's the best it's been for a long time. That heavy rain seems to, I mean, the track looks mint. I mean, a challenge, but genuinely in good nick.
Yeah, I mean, I always quite like it here, actually. This year, because it's rain, there's a few more soft pockets, so it sucks the bike in a little bit differently. So, like, it's quite hard to actually set the bike up because they're, like, really, really, like, soft pockets, but sharp edges. So it, like, sucks the bike in and then it pings you forward, so then it upsets you going into the turns. But, yeah, no, I think I like it. It's good. It's maybe slowed it down a little bit. But yeah, no, I like it here normally regardless. Go and get that arm pump sorted out. Hopefully you have an improved performance. Are you still happy with second though, right? Yeah, I'm definitely happy. Yeah. I want to be happy with second and my riding.
Right. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, go and get yourself cleared up. Let's bring in a last change around here. Tristan coming in, Tristan Purden. I've lost my earpiece. Wow, I walked up here to come and do the winner's circle. When I left the booth, you wasn't in third. And then you've came in. So just talk us through those last few laps.
I was all in. I need a good result. It's been pretty bad lately and just confidence been down. But after that, it was pretty good. And I just put my head down, found some good lines. We've made some progress with the bike. Thanks to Neil and the team. I appreciate all the hard work. And it's nice to get on the box and know this is where I belong. And I just need to get out the gate. But yeah, thanks to everyone, my family back home and just the whole team. Just appreciate everything.
Good bit of international airtime. Not quite Hangtown.
No, I like this. Yeah. I don't mind the rain, especially here, so.
Yeah. Well, good luck in the second one there. Tristan, bring it in third. Before we break away, very, very quickly, I know the 125 riders are coming on track. Let me introduce Tim Lightfoot. Tim is the ACU chairman. We've got him in, Tim, because next week we've got the Blue Ribbon event for ACU in regards to Motocross, the British Motocross GP. I mean, you must be really proud of the fact, because the ACU have been... Well, they were a founding member of the FIM, and here we are, still producing a quality GP next week. Looking forward to it?
Hugely looking forward to it. Just highlight of our motocross year. The relationship with the FIM, 120 years on, is really strong. MXGP next weekend at Matterley Basin is one of 10 FIM World Championships that are happening in the UK this year. Some of the guys watching on the live stream may have seen the Speedway GP, which was won on Friday night by Dan Bewley, an ex-motocross guy. So yeah, we're really hugely looking forward to it. It's going to be a fantastic event.
It is. The weather's looking good as well. I know we're stood here in the rain, Tim, but next weekend will be good. From your standpoint, this championship, like I'm saying it because I believe in it, it feels like a new era. Obviously, you're relatively new to the job. You must be pleased with how it's going. We're 2.5 rounds in. Good footfall, people coming out. It seems like we're kind of on upward trajectory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the 74th year of the official ACU British Motocross Championship. And obviously we've made some major changes for this year with a new organising team that the ACU are working really closely with. We've just seen fantastic attendance at every event. Brilliant racing, classes are full, with some qualification. Yes. The commercial interest is just huge, and it's great for the sport. And ultimately, as the governing body, we're trying to develop talent that can then go and represent Great Britain in Grand Prix racing. We're very conscious that it's 24 years ago since Jamie Dobb last won a world championship.
Yeah, and getting behind it. So that's encouraging. This dude can ride a bit as well back in the day. He was pretty handy, a very handy enduro rider. We need to get him out on a motocross bike. Tim, we thank you for your support and everything. And as I said, this genuine sort of feel new era of it. Keep up the good work. Thanks for coming out, and get to the British GP next weekend.
Absolutely.
There you go. Right, we're going back to racing now. Talking of future talent, we're going to go back to the RFX 125 class, second moto. Really looking forward to it.
Introducing the 2025 Kinetic Sim Racewear Collection, available in 4 colorways and youth sizes. The Kinetic Sim jersey is built in our standard fit, aimed at being the perfect level of comfort without constriction. Its multi-panel construction enhances durability, while the integrated mesh ventilation keeps you cool on those hot summer days. Kinetic jerseys are engineered to race at the highest levels, but comfortable enough to wear on an all-day ride. This jersey does it all, and is one of the most popular choices in the history of fly racing. The Kinetic Sim pant is a high-performance pant at an unbeatable price. Its ultra-durable 900D construction, coupled with multi-directional stretch panels. The BOA Fit system took this pant to a whole new level, adding top-tier functionality without impacting your wallet. Kinetic pants are that perfect blend of race-winning performance and everyday comfort. The Kinetic Sim gloves are a perfect go-between for those wanting knuckle and palm protection, but also needing premium grip and feel. The adjustable wrist closure offers a more secure fit, and silicone finger grippers create better control. The Fly MX 2025 Kinetic Collection is the most versatile gear set in the off-road landscape.
Extra mile, he's got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Here we go. Rush back from the winner's circle, Phil. That was another great moto, the MX-1, all changing at the end there for third position. And now we're back to this RFX 125 class. And if the first race is anything to go by, there's some quality racing about to unfold and a little bit of needle.
Yeah, so we got the impression that Charlie Richmond wasn't a happy bunny at the end of that one, and there was apparently a little bit of afters, and but we didn't feel that there was anything wrong with that. If he'd have pulled that move on me, I wouldn't have been falling out with him, but I can understand why he was not a happy bunny.
He wants to win.
He does, so it's the RFX 125 Moto 2 then. It was stock from Richmond from Stat, with Lucas Moncrief 4th and Harry Lee 5th. There's a 15-second board goes, and now the 5 seconds is up. Away they go. Somebody was stuck in the gate there.
Well, that was Moncrief. Went a little bit early and managed to pull it back in time. He's easy to spot because he's in all white kit. He's
Waggett down the inside, Jeff. Waggett took the whole shot there, I think.
Yeah, Drew Stock. Yeah, Waggett, Stock, Richmond, Harry Lee.
Usual suspects at the front then.
You can see it
Hayden Stat. Yeah, we've had some rain between races, so look at them massive bumps there.
Starting to come down now. So that was Moncrief there in 5th because he's
changing the leader. Waggett's gone back to second. Stock's just nailed past him there. So our first race winner already at the front. So he's going to set the pace as they bring this first of our RFX 125 motos round for the first lap down Props Alley.
I could see this being the old bus scenario. You wait ages for one,
and then two come at once. Let's not speak too prematurely. There's a lot of racing left to do. And Ryan Waggett took the whole shot, but he's already been demoted to second place. So it is the 418, our first race winner at Drew Stock. You saw the shout out there to one of his sponsors, Reeford's Transport, company that's local to him, and guys that I've raced with many times. And they had a wheel bearing go on their truck on the way back from the
Andy and...
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, bit. Yeah, who was that?
Somebody stood, that was a Husqvarna caught in somebody's back wheel there by the looks of it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see those numbers. Charlie Hucklebridge is one of them.
Is the other one Fabian Junior Morrison?
No, it's rider 24, Cole Nally.
Yes.
So there we go.
So race leaders already into the trees, and it is the 418 of Drew Stock.
Yeah.
Look over the shoulder and a pull of the roll off as he comes to the end of lap 1, and he will be the Planet Moto first lap leader for this second RFX 125 race.
Quite an advantage, Phil, when the rain starts to come down and you get a clean run.
Another thing, that's Harry Keats and the 433 of Oakley Kettle. So they've had a coming together. So Keat, the ex-BMX champion, he's ended up on the floor. The race leader then, Drew Stock, getting himself away at the front. Well, and we did see a change. Richmond up to second, so he's past Waggett. So the number 30 on the S. Briggs Transport Yamaha is going to start chasing down the 418 of Drew Stock, and this is for the overall.
Oh, wow. If anybody is amped, it's rider number 30 on the S. Briggs Yamaha. He knows the implications of this. He feels a little bit hard done by after that first moto, and he knows if he makes a move on it, retribution. Not only will he take the race win, he'll actually take the overall as well. So it's all on the line here between these two.
Be interesting to see who takes the Phoenix Tools fastest lap in this one. Whether it's the chaser here, the number 30 of Charlie Richmond, or the chasee of Drew Stock. Waggett under pressure for fourth then. Harry Lee having a great ride, 5th in the championship here today, and he's all over the back of championship leader Waggett, although we did see
Hayden Statt has dropped down that early lap, so he's gone down to 9th.
He's having not a great day.
No, I was surprised in the winner's circle how disgruntled he was.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he had a tip off. But
Waggett's down.
Waggett at the same time, not feeling it.
No, that was all his own crash. So wheels coming off for some of these fancied runners. We saw Waggett go down at Cavarites in similar circumstances where he had a little bit of an assist, but that was all his own work there, and Lee did well to avoid being straight at the scene of the accident, but it's the race leaders. This is what we want to see. So is Stock going to start riding tight? Is he going to let Richmond have a look and follow him home? Is Richmond going to try and make a little bit of contact as a payback for race 1?
I'm intrigued, Phil, to see how they're both going to handle this, because there will be a degree of red mist coming down inside Charlie Richmond's crash helmet, and Drew is perfectly aware of that. There was tension at the winner's circle. Is he riding a bit too defensive, the leader, knowing that Charlie's right there?
I think he is, and I'm wondering whether he'll do you give him the chance to go, okay, if you want to lead, mate, you have your go, and I'll be the one, and I'll sit back on the back of you, or is he just going to keep his head down, look over the shoulder? He knows he's there now, so so this is Richmond's chance to strike.
A lot of people would think that's actually a bad move to let him by, but it's not. We've heard the likes of Carmichael Stewart in AMA commentary saying, and the amount of races that Ricky won, actually, I'm confident enough to let him go, let him lead for a bit, put him under pressure and follow his line. So race tactics might come into play.
I might think we may have had Waggett on the floor in that other corner. We'll have a look, but here we have it all. Stock shows him the outside of the track there, stops the cutback from Richmond. So this is already cat and mouse with only 5 minutes into the race.
If you didn't watch the first moto, that's where Stock made the move on Richmond. So he's acutely aware of that line. Something's just kicked off here at the track. It sounds like thunder. I don't know what's going on outside. If you can hear that through our... we apologise. See with that, or somebody's just rolled in on a Harley.
Yeah, I think it's a load of Harleys was pulled in or something. Great attendance here at the track today, apparently.
Yes.
And again, look, this Dirt Store MXGB-TV live stream, absolutely fantastic to do. Bringing motocross to a wider audience, but nothing beats being at the track. Nothing beats being at the track, and we're bringing you all the action, but we can only show you what our cameras can see. And as a result of that,
if you're sat on your sofa, you can't smell a 125 going up your nostrils now. So that's another reason for coming out.
Stock having another look over his shoulder. And this race is already turning into cat and mouse. Is this going to play into Harry Lee's hands?
This is, there's tactics going on here already. I can tell you what, I know there's a rider out there. The rider in second is probably getting more and more amped under that crash helmet every lap that goes by. Right, let's check on the other. Harry Lee is still in third. Hayden Statt up to fourth now. LP Getters Green in fifth. Lucas Moncrief for sixth. Waggett now up to seventh. So back on the move.
Yeah, so that little crash at Waggett obviously cost him a few positions, and all of a sudden the ground has stopped shaking. So the local chapter of the Hells Angels has moved on. I don't know who it was, but it just certainly sounded like that, Jeff, didn't it?
Absolutely.
So here we go. Our Stock is blocking every move that Richmond throws at him. This was where it was last time. Stock just needs to get his head down and have a go here, I think, and see if he can put a couple of seconds in. He's going to stop in the middle of the turn here. Let Richmond have the line. No, he's not. That was nice, actually.
It's interesting.
Another look.
Interesting, Phil, because you obviously had Justin in for the previous moto. Justin is Charlie's coach.
Yes, he is.
And I don't know what he said on air, but he clearly said to Charlie between motos, just like, that's been and gone. Like, focus on it. Don't get caught up in the emotion of it, basically.
Exactly. So Stock then still leads. Richmond in close attendance. Lee third, then we've got back Hayden Statt then up to fourth. And then his Healthy Gettys Green, Lucas Moncrief. Waggett seventh. Spratt in eighth. And then Fabian Junior Morrison ninth, and Zane Stevens, the teammate of our second place man, he is there in 10th position.
There's a good little battle going on track. Maybe we can pitch by these two, obviously, while we got these two.
We can't stop watching this.
No, but just to let you know, there's also a really good battle going on between Healthy Gettys Green in fifth and Lucas Moncrief. There's not much between those two either. So some good little individual battles going on out on track, Phil.
The fact that we've not seen Richmond put a wheel in yet. Oh, look over the shoulder. Richmond's going to have a run down the inside. No, he's not. Start just through.
Stock is he's riding so defensive. You have to wonder how long he can ride like that, though.
So now I think this is where Richmond just needs to send this, because Stock is making it clear that he's not going to cede any part of the track to Richmond. He's got a decent lead all of a sudden. If he has a look back now, because Stock is making it clear that he's not going to cede any part of the track to Richmond. He's got a decent lead all of a sudden. If he has a look back now and gets his head down, this is where he can beat race.
Yes, they are.
And we've got no favourites in this one. We just want to see a good race. We want to see the guy in second pass the bloke to the lead, so we can then cheer for the bloke that was in the lead. That's how I always like to think of it. And a good bar-to-bar battle. But Stock there just showing the outside of the track to Charlie Richmond, maybe a little bit too much for my liking at this stage of the race. And there's the battle then with Lee and Hayden Statt.
Yeah, Hayden Statt is closing in pretty quick now. Well, no, Harry Lee last time around, actually, he only lost a couple of tenths to Statt, so Hayden is slowly reeling him in. But we apologise if you want to see other riders, but we're a battle this intense at the top. We don't want to miss this.
A rider down somewhere, and sort of a yellow flag has been pulled in.
Yeah, sounds like
Drew
somebody...
Stock needs to be getting the hurry up from Dad Mickey, because he's going to be at the side of the track. Mentioned that it's Father's Day today, Jeff.
Yeah, what a nice gift.
So for all of the riders out there and the fathers and mums that support them all, a hat tip for all the work that they put in on this day. Nice to get a message from my offsprings, and I'm sure a few other people have done the same as well. There is Harry Lee, so that's still a good ride for him. The number 17 on the Fantic. Bit of a sleeper in this class for me. 5th in the championship, riding really well.
He is. He obviously rode particularly well in the arena cross as well. He is a bit of an indoor specialist, so it's good to see him matching that now and bringing his motocross skill set up to speed.
So we need to go back to the battle at the front, because that is tightening up. As much as this is good to see, we need to be seeing what's happening at the front. If Richmond was all over Drew Stock.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was closer than he's ever been, like last up around. So we're trying to. He's on him. He just appeared in the other. I've just seen on another one of our monitors. So if we go back to the leaders, Richmond is really applying heat now. It must be close as the rain continues to come down. It's eased off a bit. As looks like Stats made the move. Yeah, has he? No, not quite. He's thinking about it. Yeah, he's got the job done. So let's go back. I'm thinking by our event commentator, I can hear out of the booth here that something's happening at the sharp end of the field. But not quite, because Stock still holds it. He must have got close, Charlie Richmond.
Yeah, we can hear the circuit commentator in the background, and he's obviously seeing something that we're not. So props to our director in the other in the trailer. We're like, there's something going on in the front. Hey, we're back. It's still great racing, and Richmond has indeed closed the gap back up. It was out to like 10 bike lengths, Jeff, and now he's right on him.
He's clearly got the pace, and he just can't get by.
Yeah.
It's just, he literally every time drops back, catches him back up again at wheel.
That was nice.
Just can't make the move stick, and Drew is making himself so wide. Again, look, this is real cat and mouse. I tell you, Charlie will be getting so frustrated under that crash helmet.
How many more years have we got of this?
Good is what I say. Let's have more of it.
So this time Richmond goes to the outside. Stock blocked him on the other side the lap before. So Richmond then going round the outside. He's going to cut back. Yes, he does a nice cut back, but not close enough.
Now, how patient can you be? Like, sooner or later, his fuse is going to break sooner or later. He's going to have to run it in there with Drew riding all these protective lines.
13 minutes and a bit gone. And it's still the leaders separated by less than a second. Stats up to third with Lee now a little bit further back in fourth. What's the gap back to third? Is Hayden Stack done with this, do you think? These two people slowing each other up. Is Hayden Stack going to have a run at them?
8 seconds is a lot to make up. We've got 6:22 to go. I'm not saying Hayden can't, because these two, if anything,
these are
actually
off the pace.
they're slowing each other up. Well, obviously Drew's riding protective. And with a clear run, Stat might be able to make it a three-way battle.
There's the gap then. We'll see Stat coming into shot any second now.
Now he's cleared Harry Lee. Well, to be honest, you're absolutely right, Phil. That gap is going to come down. Now he's got clear real estate.
Yeah.
Because he was stuck a little while there behind, so he's now made that move and got into third past Harry Lee.
Oh, that was tricky. That he just locked the back wheel up, stopped in the turn, took away Richmond's momentum, and all of a sudden he's got a 5 bike length lead. That needs to be putting hammer down. Oh, I thought he'd gone down there, Jeff.
If anybody watched the first race, and we hope you did, and you saw the winner's circle, to say there was a bit of tension in the air is an understatement. If it stays like this, Phil, I'm not sure do you want to go and do the winner's circles?
I've read my contract, and there's nothing in that about winner's circle interviews, mate. This is all on you.
I'm not sure I want to get between these lot.
But look, fantastic racing, and if you're enjoying it here on Dirt Store, MXGB-TV, remember to like and subscribe to our YouTube feed. That really helps us out, and if you're watching on FIM Live TV, please share out the link to that. Welcome to all of our European viewers on FIM TV. Great to be part of your package, and bringing you the round 3 of the Motul ACU British Championship here from Blaxhall in Suffolk. We're in the southeast of England, quite close to the coast. Stock making a nice move through those back markers there, Jeff, and he's put a couple of guys between himself and Charlie Richmond, and I think that all of a sudden the man from Northampton has started to maybe he's had a look. Now he needs to go now.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a gap to work with now, and I would agree with you there, Phil. He's road protective, frustrated Charlie no end, but look at this. Just like we said before, Charlie has got the pace. He can just close back in on him in an instant, but he's got to try and find a way by, and right now we are only 4 minutes to go, so for 15 minutes, pretty much, Drew Stock has road defensive.
Yeah, and fair to say that Hayden Stack did not make any ground on that lap, so he's done in terms of being a part of it, getting to be part of this battle. It's a 2-rider fight for the win. Charlie Richmond then, I think he's now just applying the pressure to Drew Stock. And we're going to come to 2 laps to go, and we're going to see who's prepared to get the elbows out.
I think Drew also is physically a bit bigger, just in stature than Harry. So Charlie. So Charlie's going to have to, if there is going to be a physical contact kind of move, he's going
to have to make it count, aren't you?
Yeah.
But they're getting into the faster tail enders now. So these guys, if they're not careful, are going to get held up. But back marker there just dropping out the way nicely, and Stock then, like I say, no win in this championship so far, and then he took race 1 today, and this will be his first overall.
Top 10, Christopher Brindley again rounding out the top 10. He was 10th in qualifying.
Yeah.
I think he was 10th in the first race.
He was.
And he's 10th in this one. So that's where you can see them on your leaderboard there. That's how the top 10 currently sit. Ryan Waggett now up to 5th. But as it stays as it is, his slender championship lead is going to be no more.
Yeah, that's already gone. And here's the battle for the lead. Stock looks across, moves over on Richmond. Richmond's going to try and put him down the inside. Oh, this is...
I can honestly say, hand on heart, I'm apprehensive about going to do these winners' circles.
Yeah. Richmond goes wide. There's no cut back there, though. He can't get on the inside line.
No, that track's developed earlier on in the first race. Of course, Drew had that opportunity to use that line. That's now blown out. That's blown out. So Charlie doesn't have that luxury of repeating or doing the same move on Drew as Drew did to him. So,
do we have a fastest lap? I think it's called fastest lap of this one, because I think it's likely to be neither of these two guys. I think Aidan Start's got a chance at that one. Oh, a bit of a mistake there from Start, spun the rear up.
Well, Charlie is showing, I think, as the quickest lap.
Yeah.
With a 2:04.269 compared with Drew's 2:05.193. That was last lap around as well, by the way.
Yeah. So this pace then, it's going to be 3 to go with 1 minute 14 on the clock as they come across the line. They'll get 2 laps next time, boys. So we're now getting down to the business end of this second RFX 125 ACU British Motocross Championship leg.
Yeah, quickest lap of the race was Charlie with a 2:02 earlier on in the race. So yeah, he gets the Phoenix Tools, the rider, in second. So we know he's got the pace. He keeps coming up to the rear wheel, trying it, not being able to get past, dropping back. And of course he's getting filled in all the while because a bit of rain's come down, so his goggles are getting filled in.
Drew Stock not looking rattled though, I'll give him that.
Oh, he's handled in the pressure exceptionally well. You can't, say what you want. He's fended this lead for 15, 16 minutes.
Oh, he's going to give the shout there to the number 24.
Yeah, was it Cole Nally?
Cole Nally there.
Oh, Cole was, early on when we saw him.
That's getting tight down into the railway turn. Stock then gets out over there nicely. He didn't make a good job of this the last lap by. And he didn't get over these rollers very well either. It looks to me like all of a sudden he's starting to get a little bit of a wriggle on. So is Richmond.
Well, he'd have to, yeah.
There's a back marker down here, then is this going to be... Well, Stock's going to follow. Oh!
Again, he's smart riding there, Phil, because he knew he had to protect that inside. Yeah. But, lap riders are going to be an issue here for Drew Stock. He's the first to come up against them, and he's also trying to protect the rider behind.
Yeah.
So, he's got to have eyes and sensors everywhere if he's going to hold on to this lead as they come through lap traffic.
2 to go then as they come across the line next time. And
he's looking at him. He's just...
Here we go. Is he going to have a dive down the inside through the trees? Not quite. Stock's moved across as he's entitled to do. But there will come a point where Richmond's just going to go, I've had enough of this, mate. And he's going to get his elbows out.
Well, he's had nigh on 20 minutes of it, Phil, at this point. Frustration is growing.
So, for the observant of you there, you'll notice that the yellow flag goes out off the circuit on the top of that bridge. The marshal there, the last man on the post, giving the guy doing the checkered flag the signal that the leaders are approaching. You see that at so many circuits.
Wow.
Outs us out, no end as well. So Stock then, 2 to go Richmond all over the back of him on the S-Briggs Yamaha.
I'm just thinking, watching this. I'll tell you that anyway. I'm trying to find the adjective for what you've been watching. Intriguing is one. It's been an interesting dynamic and battle between these two. The 2-lap borders come out. Obviously, the clock is ticking down. Just 2 laps to go now for Charlie Richmond. He's gonna have to roll the dice in a spectacular way in a minute if he wants to win this race, and with it, the overall. Remember, whoever wins out of these two, currently in the position that they are, is going to win the event.
And this is a big win for either of these guys, because that's what they're after. Obviously, Ryan Waggett, winner of our first round, Jamie Keith, winner of the second round. Neither of these guys have won this yet, so they're both there. You can see how close this is on screen. There's literally a bike length between them as they come down through the Stacey loop here. So this is where Richmond succumbed to Stock in the first one. Hayden Stack now almost 20 seconds adrift, Jeff, as well. So a long way back to the man from the northeast.
Wow, let's get to... Oh, God, that was so close. Phil, I don't actually want to leave to go up to the winner's circle for 2 reasons. A, I don't want to get in the middle of these two.
Looking back
and
there.
Secondly, I don't want to miss the last lap. But I'm going to have to make my way up there in a minute.
I think you could probably get away with watching this. And by the time they finish falling out with each other, you'll be just about there.
Yeah, maybe I should avoid. I mean, the tension's going to be palpable when we get up there. Whatever the outcome of this... it's going to be an intriguing and interesting conversation with these two. Okay, I'm going to make my way up there. I shall listen to your commentary in my ear, Phil, and see what happens. Who I'm going to be talking to as the winner? Well, we got 1 lap to find out.
So it is Drew Stott then that takes them into this final lap of Moto 2 of our RFX 125 Championship race, battling for the overall with the number 30 S-Briggs Yamaha of Charlie Richmond. These guys have been separated by less than a second for pretty much the whole of this moto, and it's coming down to this now. Can the number 30 get in and get a pass made? Stock has to go wide around the outside of that back marker, nicely over that jump, and he's going to run around the outside. Richmond makes a big mistake there, comes to the inside and gets caught out. Is this going to be enough? And he's caught up behind the back marker. Stock's going to have a look now, as he know he's not. If Stock loses this now, he's only got himself to blame, because that's a sizable lead for the final lap. He just needs to get his head down. Richmond's tried everything, but Racecraft, nicely done there. So over those 2 steps. Half a lap to go for Drew Stock. Where's Richmond? He's further back than he's been for pretty much the last 10 laps. Stock then, is he going to have a look over his shoulder, or has he just pulled the pin? I think he's pulled the pin, and we might even see the fastest lap of the race. Right, they're right round the pond before the final time. Here he is, the 4:18, Drew Stock, the man who took his first moto victory earlier on today, and he leaps up the step into the Apico loop here. There's a lot of traffic. He's got to fight his way through. Where's Richmond? Stock's had a look. He's managed to get by one. There's another one there. Where's Richmond? Is he close enough to be a factor? No, he's not. Stock's right close. He's coming. It's not going to be enough. Last corner then. No, it's got 5 lengths now. It is going to be a second moto victory then for the 418 of Drew Stott. He will take victory in Moto 2 and the overall. Richmond does not look an happy bunny there, and I think he's got every right to be. He had a few goes at Drew Stott, and Stott just blocked him off. And but to pole put that win, he's just put himself in the track where he needs to be. And then the time came with 2 laps to go. He's not giving Richmond a shot at him. That was a good ride then from Drew Stott. Props to Charlie Richmond for pushing him so hard. A distant third for Hayden Statt, and I'm sure that he will be disappointed to come across the line again in third place. Harry Lee, an excellent 4th for him, and that will cement his position in the championship. Ryan Waggett is the man that we've not been seeing at the sharp end. So Waggett's across the line in 5th, then it'll be Alfie Geddes Green 6th. A good 7th for Lucas Moncrief on the 3 float Yamaha, and then it will be Zane Stevens, the teammate to second place man Charlie Richmond in the S. Briggs Commercials Yamaha team. And then we've got Lewis Spratt, and your top 10 finisher is Chris Brindley. We're going to take a quick ad break, and then we'll be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Right, here we are in the winner's circle. Like buses, wins, they take ages to come along, and then all of a sudden you get two in one sitting. Drew Stock, I think it's fair to say that you can handle pressure. I mean, you had 20 minutes there of constant pressure from Charlie Richmond, but mate, what a solid performance. You know, you just kept your cool. You got, I mean, to win on Father's Day as well. Dad's over there. What a special weekend for you.
Yeah, it was mega. Like, it's all about the start. If he was in front of me off the start, he may have left me. He was definitely faster, but he had to come past me, didn't he?
You got to do what you got to do to win. And I mean, it was a smart, calculated ride. I mean, you never seemed to remotely fluster. You were conscious. We saw you looking around a lot. It takes a lot of skill, particularly coming into those back markers as well. Did you start to get nervous as you're coming into those tail enders?
Yeah, definitely nervous for them. Sometimes they want to move, sometimes don't know where they're going. I was looking over my shoulder, didn't know where he was. Yeah, just depending on where I was going. But I keep saying, stop looking over your shoulder. Everyone keeps telling me, but
in that situation, it worked just fine. Yeah. I think we know that you're capable of it. You know, you've proved that this year, you've stepped it up. But I don't think it's really sunk in fully yet. Of course it wouldn't. I mean, you've just gone 1-1 and won your first ever British Championship meeting. I mean, you've got to be on cloud 9.
Yeah, buzzing. Never even done that before. No. So track was mega, a bit bumpy, but yeah.
What a great way to lead into Matterley next week as well, because you're racing in the EMX there, so your confidence is probably at an all-time high.
Yeah, definitely.
So anybody you want to thank? Said Dad's here, it's Father's Day, there's loads of people on your shirt. Let's give them an honourable name check, because without them, I'm sure you wouldn't be in the position that you are.
Yeah, Reeford's Transport, fixing the camper that broke down. Goswell, he helps out big time. Goggle Tech for the goggles, Lifeline Ancillaries, he helps out, and happy Father's Day, Dad.
Yeah, fair play to you. Well done, young man. Good stuff. Okay, Drew's going to go off and celebrate. Amazing. Talk about doing it in style and like I said, handling the pressure. Charlie, if we can bring you in, you don't have to bring the bike over necessarily, but if you want, come on over. Just having a debrief there with Dad and his trainer, Justin. Let's get the bike in though, obviously for the team. Anyway, you fancy, Charlie, and I'll work around you. Okay. So, just like the first race, mate, I'm not going to sort of sugarcoat. Obviously, you're disappointed. We know that. You had the pace that time. Not necessarily going to delve too much into that race unless you want to. On the positive side of it, championship-wise, we'll have a different colour plate on next time around.
Yeah, I mean, championship sort of things, it's kind of good, but it's not what I want, but it's what it is. I know I'm the fastest on track then, but we just got to keep plugging away, I guess.
Yeah, just very quickly, you might not delve into it too much, but Justin, your trainer was straight there, offering you some advice. It's clearly frustrating because you know you're the quickest, but I guess, you know, looking at the bigger picture, you've got to take that on board and learn from it, because we could see the frustration really from even watching on the screen. You were trying everything, just couldn't find the way by.
Yeah, Justin's been a massive help for me through over my years, sorting my technique out and that. And I mean, I'm riding well, but it just is what it is. Just come back in the next round. I mean, I've got the red plate now, so exactly. It's all good.
Well, listen, mate, you also at Matterley next week? at the EMX?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Yeah, thank you, and I want to thank everyone who supports me.
Yeah, good stuff. Go and get yourself scrubbed up. There you go. A hard-fought second place this year. Give it everything he got. But most importantly, he's going to go away in a strong position in the championship. Let's bring in third place in that moto. And I guess we'll be third overall on the day. Hayden Stat. Hayden's just getting his goggles prepped and doing everything right, like a pro. Would you like to see that? Come on in, mate. Obviously, first one, spoke to you, was frustrated. I'm guessing you're still frustrated. Maybe not quite as much, but again, it was a hard-fought moto, but they just got away from you at the start.
Yeah, the gate flinched and I hit it.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah,
we saw that on the game.
it didn't drop, so already off a setback, and from last to third, it's not too bad, but...
That's a good ride, dude.
It's alright. We'll work on it and we'll come into the next round swinging.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Like, you know, we're only 3 rounds in. It's a long championship. You're still very much in the hunt. You know, and it's your first year in the class. So if you break it all down, as much as you're disappointed now, it's a long old road. So you've got to be pleased, roughly, in the grand scheme of things, where you're at.
Yeah, I'm happy with the pace I'm showing, but I just need to get the result going, because same with AMX, I've got the pace to run top 10, but I just can't get it done.
You'll get there, because we remember that this kid was dynamite on the 85 out of the gauge. Get that old form back, dude, and you're away with it. Anybody you want to thank? You've got obviously a lot of good people that support you.
Mr. Dig, Manchester Motorcycles, Blues Tyres, Yes Goggles, Armour Vision, FTS for my suspension.
It's a good job they're on the shirt, isn't it?
Yeah. And Mick Godja, he's a legend. He always helps us out. He's been there since day one.
Well, good stuff, mate. Well done.
RFX, before I get wrong for not mentioning them.
There's always something you forget. Don't worry about it. They'll let you off. Good luck at Matterley next week. Hope all goes well for you.
Thank you.
There you go. There's Hayden Stat getting third in the race and third overall on the day. We're going to quickly go to some adverts now, commercial break, all the people that help us out. Don't go too far, because coming up next is, of course, the MX2. Let's see what happens in that one. See you in a bit.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do.
And let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try.
Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Welcome back then to Blaxhall for round 3 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. And we are here at the start of our second MX2 race of the day, Jeff, and we saw a fantastic finish in that first one. Tommy Searle nicking it on the line from teammate Billy Askew by 0.01 of a second. We were 0.001 of a second. We were trying desperately to pick that up on the feed. But with the cameras that we've got round here, we just couldn't get to where they were on the track quick enough, and we just did get them across the line. But Tommy, going through in the interview, just saying he basically taught a lesson to the youngster, I think there.
Yeah. I won't repeat the word he said about how he felt physically. But anyway, brilliant. We've had, again, some amazing races today. Yes, we've had a couple of runaway leaders in some races, but we've also had some brilliant top 5 battles elsewhere. So it's been a great day so far.
So 15-second board has gone up. And we'll wait for the 5-second board to turn, and everybody all heads down and look at the gate. Here we go then. Away they go. Let's see who gets the break down the start straight. Looks like somebody from the inside. We've got a swoop round the outside. Is that Coleman? Oh, who's that?
Jake Nichols. Was that Nichols?
No, it's Coleman. It is Coleman.
Fist pumping over the line, getting the extra cash for the whole shot.
Yeah, so wow. Doonson, no, is that Stevie Clark there, or is that Doonson?
No, that's Doonson.
It's Oriel Oliver on the 51.
Yeah.
That's why I thought it was Stevie Clark.
And then Doonson on the outside.
So both of the Gabriel SS24 boys are at the front. Coleman. I'm not sure whether Tim Chambers will be too pleased about that.
I think Tim will. I think he'd like that.
I think he will. So, fast and furious at the front then.
Yeah.
Great old shot. Ollie Coleman's he's a giant compared to Oriel Oliveira and Guillaume Dunson. So that bike hooking up absolutely fantastically off the line. I don't know who's doing Tim Chambers' engines, but they deserve a good pat on the back for that. But Oriel Oliveira then with teammate Guillaume Dunson. He was a DNF in Moto 1 towards the end, went missing with a couple of laps to go. In fact, is that Nichols there in second?
No,
or
I
have we
think
missed
that's
a couple?
Searle in third, I think. Number 100. I'm sure that was him there in third. Could have been Askew, actually. No, because they do look similar. But it's the red plate. Yeah, it's Searle. I thought so. So Tommy is... that's Is that Nichols?
Yeah, it is Nichols.
Yeah.
So it's Jake Nichols then, the local veteran, the man from just down the road. The man that runs the True 7 organisation these days.
Let me tell you, the bloke works hard.
Oh,
He puts ridiculous... You know, you could argue he's a pro and he's got a track in his back garden and all that stuff, but honestly, the amount of hours that he dedicates to his company, which is a national company, by the way.
Oh yeah, they're big hitters in this game. So Oliveira across the line first. We've lost Dunson. Nichols is second. Dunson's gone missing. I did think that it was a big gap.
He's dropped down just to fourth, so he was there. He crossed the line in fourth, but somehow Nichols managed to get by.
Yeah, so that's...
But is he, though? That's different to what we're seeing.
There's Dunson. Dunson is there.
Sorry.
So that's what threw me, because when we cut to that loop, through the Stasic loop, Dunson wasn't there, and I just saw the 45 of Nichols, and I'm like, well, we're missing somebody.
Yeah. No, you're right. So he made a little mistake, and the two veteran Brits have managed to make their way past.
Jake Nichols will want to beat Tommy Searle, without a doubt. This is winding back the clock 20 years, and these boys are absolutely going to be on it. Dunson there, he's the next rider along. Then it's Askew, then Colmer. Who have we got in seventh?
Bobby Bruce, I believe.
Bruce, yeah. So Bruce not having a great thing, but there's the pass. Searle just nails it up the inside of Jake Nichols to go into second.
Remember, they both got their own vlogs, so be interesting to get their take from it, from each camp. Oh, look at Askew.
Askew down the inside of Dunson.
Did he make the move?
No, he didn't.
But he's getting him, let's just say he's getting jiggy. He really wants to get past these two early on.
Is he just going to want to be putting one across the man on the red place?
Four of them in the air off that spine jump. That's bonkers. So... the racing is intense. Look at them, they're all funneling into that. That's a very, sometimes just, this whole section you've got to be quite patient. You can't.
And let's not forget it's getting really rutty under the trees now, and they're coming in and out of sunlight, so the shadows will be playing havoc. So Tommy Searle then up to second place, the man with the championship red plate for the main championship. He's there, and obviously nicking another couple of points at the end of the race. Will not have done the retention of that much, but here comes Bill, Little Bill as he calls him. And Askew then on the back of the master. Nichols now back to fourth. Dunson there in fifth. Interesting to see what happened, whether he just made a mistake. He's not going to feature in the overall with that first race DNF.
Nice line choice there, Billy. He took a few bike lengths out of Tommy there just by line choice, cutting across the top of that leap. Searle stuck it in there a bit hard. Now Askew will know, like now, if he can make the move now, try and break Tommy a bit. As longer he stays behind him, Tommy's got all that track craft and experience.
Oh, that was a lovely move.
Yeah.
So Askew then up to second. Down through the Prox alleyway into the railway turn at the bottom.
Like we said in Moto 1, Phil, this is going to be an interesting championship, because remember, the race leader, he is down in 11th in the championship. He missed the first round, and then his first experience of British Motorsport across the Canada Heights in the first moto didn't end well.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to play a lot of catch up, and the two Triumph boys currently will probably be coming out of here 1-2 in the championship if it currently stays as it is.
Yeah, and that's a big deal for them. Manufacturers from my neck of the woods, and there's Bobby Bruce coming through. Like you say, the man carrying a bit of an injury, which is definitely going to be holding him back. But Jake Nichols then still showing that he's got what it takes. Doing the same thing as Tommy Searle, racing the 250, because the 450 these days is just too much like hard work. And as a result of that, he's there still in a decent fourth position. Dunson fifth. Our whole shot taker, Ollie Colmer, he's gone back to sixth. Then it's Bobby Bruce. Then it's Musto.
Matt Bayliss having a strong ride.
Yeah, and Charlie Heyman there in 10th as well. So he was inside the top 10 in race 1. But we've got to pass down the inside. Is Doonson going to make a move? No, he's not.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Nichols. Has he got the fitness? As we said, you know, loads of experience, but just because of his day job, he can't.
You've seen that line there at Tommy's look wide. I thought he did it by accident the last lap because he'd just gone in a bit wide, but he's done it again. That was really nice.
No, that's just good track craft right there. So Doonson here, well, you would have thought, you'd think, being the younger athlete, you know, that's going to bode better for him in the second moto.
Jake is sending him the long way round now at the end of the back straight, but he has made the pass stick. We've got somebody pulled into the pits behind us, so that's a retirement. So Doonson then, he's now going to try and close down the gap to Tommy Searle. There's Colmer. There's Charlie Heyman. And then the 479 of Josh Vale. He's there in 11th. There's the 511 of Stevie Clark. So, the former 85cc world champion. Again, another veteran rider still out there having a go. And there's Vale round the outside.
Yeah, two youngsters going at it there. But trying to wait, Ben Musto will fight hard, as Ben Musto always does. So this will be an interesting little battle. You've got two very aggressive young men there going at it for track position.
Yeah, the AC United Gas of Ben Musto. Been a really decent performer so far this season. And he is currently sitting in 4th place in the championship. 26 adrift of our race leader, our championship leader, sorry, Tommy Searle. The gap's at the front now. A little Oliver then he's about 8 seconds up in front of Billy Askew, who's 2.5 seconds in front of Tommy Searle.
Which is what we saw in the first race, just a methodical march.
Yes.
Just about a second and a half to a second each lap. Obviously over close to like 14, 15 laps, that soon adds up to a comfortable race margin.
So Josh Vale on the Phoenix Talks Fantic then putting pressure on the 163. The AC United Gas of Ben Musto. On the track, I don't know about when you were doing the rider interviews. Oh, that was a big
Bayliss.
kick. Oh, big kick there. Oh, we've got to change here. No, Vale. Looks like somebody's been in the barriers there because there's a banner halfway across the track. I went out and had a quick look at the track here by pit lane, Jeff, and the ground absolutely to die for.
Yeah, it's prime.
Perfect conditions. It's more soily than I expected it to be. Not as sandy. Oh, mistake from Musto.
Yeah, I can honestly say this is the best I've seen the circuit in the last 10, 15 years. Maybe the rain was something to do with that, you know, the heavy rain that we had on Friday, but that's not taking anything away from the Woodbridge Club.
They would have watered the hell out of it all day Saturday anyway.
Exactly.
And they didn't have to, but they've it's a sublime track. The Woodbridge Club is a fantastic facility here.
Exactly. It's not just the track, it's the venue.
Yes.
They put a lot of effort in, all the fencing's up to speed, the grass is always cut. It's a nice place to be.
It is a nice place to be, and like I say, if you're enjoying this Dirt Store MXGB-TV live stream on YouTube or on the internet on the FIM Live TV app, then like and subscribe and share. It all helps to boost our ratings and get us a wider audience, which helps the championship. There's the 456, the man who took. Oh, that was nice, although he run a little bit wide. He just tried to wheelie over that braking bump. But Colmer then, he's had a decent weekend. I think it's fair to say that you wouldn't expect anything more than a 6.6 out of Ollie Colmer. That's a good result for him. And if he was better than that, you'd think he'd be really, really pleased. He's a big guy on that bike, and 6.6 for him.
Yeah.
Over the course of this weekend, I think he can look at that and go, yeah, that's a decent weekend's work.
I agree with that, and I think it's, you know, solid building. You know, again, he's another rider that's come up with a lot of potential. Wasn't plain sailing, it never is when you step up to the pro ranks. He's been knocked around a little bit, and at this stage, all these riders, what they need to produce is consistency, and Ollie is now starting to find his place, his rhythm, his flow, and he's knocking out consistent, solid top 10 finishes. His next target is breaking that top 5 on a regular basis.
And look, we see it every time a guy gets a bit of a confidence boost and moves up to the next level. The expectation, you saw how disgruntled Aidan Statt was with going 3-3.
Yeah.
And yet, he would have taken a 3-3 in this class as his best result all day long last year. I know he wasn't in it.
Yeah.
He wasn't in it last year. So there's Tommy Searle then on the dirt store. Triumph. Yeah, a nice team that they've got down there. 2 good riders in MX2, and obviously Joel Rizzi in MX1, who's riding himself back into fitness. Been off a bike since Canada Heights. Passed a fitness test yesterday that allowed him to take the start, and he's helping develop that 450 Triumph for the Hinckley factory. But Tommy, what's the gap now? Back to Tommy from Billy Askew.
4.3 seconds, so... But, you know, it was like that in the first race.
Billy Askew is not going to let Tommy do the same thing.
You're a brave man for saying that, Phil.
Look at that. That was an absolutely beautiful line.
So much experience showing right there.
It's a brave line on the way in because that's quite loose in the turning point.
Yeah, and it tapers off a little bit before it starts to camber back up. So there's a bit of stone content there, so it's a good chance of losing the front end when you're pushing it into that corner.
But that red plate looking resplendent on the front of that number 100. We've got another one on the number 79 of Bobby Bruce as our under-21 championship leader. But I think that championship lead will now go the way of Billy Askew. So for round 4 at Preston Docks in a few weeks' time, where we do have Jeffrey Hurley's lined up to come and ride.
Which is great.
We're going to see 2 red plates under the dirt store awning.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But I haven't said that last time out, Preston. Did Conrad beat him in one moto? I think he did, didn't he? He didn't win the overall. Yeah. But he took the race win in the first moto, if I remember.
Yeah, I think Conrad did give him a proper run for his money. So looking forward to Billy Askew nearly massive braking bumps on the way into that turn there. But yeah, looking forward to having Jeffrey Hurley to come in and putting some effort into the championship. He rode a lot of rounds last year, and as he was trying to ride himself back into fitness, and after coming to the first couple of rounds just to ride himself back in, ended up being a champion last year. And Conrad Muse pushed him hard and made him work for money, and we saw some fantastic races, and he is slated to be in for not only the next round at Preston Docks, but also the double-header at Duns later in the year, apparently. We will obviously confirm that nearer the time. But Billy Askew then, the youngster on the Dirt Store Triumph, has a handy lead now over his teammate, but still a long way adrift of Oriol Oliver on the Gabriel SS24 KTM.
So, just looking at the lap charts here, Bobby Bruce clearly suffering. He's down in 15th. Clearly not where he wants to be. So, difficult times for him. Looks like Stephen Clark is DNF. He's out, is retired as this one, as is Liam Garland.
I don't think Liam started.
I think he's down to the DNF, but I don't think he even rolled out there, like you said. So, tough day at the office for those two. Glenn McCormick is also dropping down the list a little bit as well. It's getting tough out there.
Look, this track is it's compact, but it's still brutal. It's not particularly fast, but it's such a demanding circuit. There is our race leader, Oriol Oliver, then round the Apico loop, in through the trees. We are 15 minutes into this race. It's 25 plus 2 lap. Second MX2 race of the day.
There's a good battle between the youngster and the next generation of what we'd say potential riders riding at the sharp end of this championship a few years to come, and that is Heyman in there behind Colmer, Musto and Val. Not much still between Vel and Musto, only about a second, just over a second. So those riders in 7th, 8th and 9th, there's just a few seconds separating the three of them, which is good to see them battling inside the top 10 as they learn their trade. I wonder how many people are going to pick up on that Tommy Searle line, because it's starting to show a little bit now.
It is, isn't it?
Is Tommy started to make his own sort of berm there a little bit, and some other riders might pick up on that.
This bit of the track in the shadows must be really difficult to deal with. But Oriel Oliver, metronomic down there, like you say, a lovely style. Crowd then enjoying that. It's a nice place to watch that. You can look from the bank across the other side of the track as well, and you are next to the track.
That's what I like about this venue as well. It's compact. You can, it's good for viewing. You don't have to. If you've got dodgy ankles like me, you don't have to walk very far afield to get close to the action.
No, it's cool,
and that's
isn't
the beauty of motocross as well. Compared with a lot of other motorsports, you can get up so close and personal to motocross. Lean over the fence, the riders can hear you, see you. It's good stuff. So, meanwhile, Oriel Olivier is just absolutely putting on a clinic here right now as he stretches out his gap. It's still 4.6 seconds between Billy Askew on the Dirt Store Triumph and his teammates, Tommy Searle. That's still doable, and for those of you who think they can't, if you didn't see the first race, we're telling you it's doable, because now, Phil, just remind everybody, now we've had the timing sheets in, how much did Tommy Searle beat his teammate?
It was 0.001 of a second, the race time for Tommy Searle, 31 minutes, 13.040, and for Billy Askew, 31 minutes, 13.041.
So after 25 minutes of racing plus 2 laps, 1,000th of a second is all it took.
It's nothing. It's not even the blink of an eye. So there's Gian Doonson. There's our race leader, Oriel Oliver.
Oh, beautiful.
That was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, just picking the wheel out of those bumps, or it's becoming an art, it's becoming a thing. Look, doing it again. And it's been like that down the decades. I just want to highlight, everybody says about Jet Lawrence, yes, he's taken it to another level. That style of riding has always been about.
Right, so here's Colmer. So this is the battle then. So what's the gap across the line for Colmer? If we just...
He's 4 seconds off Gian Doonson.
Right, so as Colmer drops down into the centre here, and we should see the riders in the background, which is Heyman and Musto in a bit of a battle as well.
Just want to highlight that Doonson has gone back a bit again, so Nichols is now up. So he must have made a mistake, Gian, because Nichols now finds himself in 4th. So yeah, I don't know what happened to Gian that last lap, but he definitely dropped off the pace a bit, so probably a little tipple over, maybe stalled it. Nothing, he didn't lose too much time, but it was enough to allow Jake Nichols to go by.
But been a fantastic day's racing, Jeff, and this MX2 class, Oriel Oliver is going to be, if he can keep banging in the wins, he's going to cut down the lead in the championship, and I think we're going to get to a couple of rounds to go, and he's going to be in with a shout. But he's got to do the same as everybody else. He's got to win the races. He's got to stay fit.
Well, he gave up 50 points by not being at the first round.
Yes.
He then gave up another 25 by having a little roll around in the dirt at Canada Heights.
Right, this is the battle there. So there's Heyman. Is that a back marker? I think that's a back marker, isn't it?
That's Musto there. In the
Musto. So Heyman is in front of Musto. So that...
there's Bayliss.
There's Bayliss. So that's kind of blown itself out a little bit. But it's Colmer again on the Chambers. KTM, the man who took the whole shot. 5 minutes to go in this one. But it's very much... There's Jake Nichols. So Nichols then in 4th. And the man who is the 250 rider in the Crendon True 7 stable. and he's very much enjoying his run in fourth. This will be, I think this will match his best result of the season. I think we did see him close to a podium. I want to say that maybe one of the races at Canada Heights. I know he fell off in one, but I thought he had a good run in the other. My memory not as good as it was.
Going on his vlog, I think it was. Yeah. Of course, Jake, like I said, still going strong, still putting in the time. A lot of people say to him, why are you still doing this? You don't have to, with all his other work commitments, but he says, I'm a racer, I love it. As simple as that. You know, I'll ride for as long as I can ride.
I was kind of a bit, I didn't really know which way to go with this. The same with him and Tommy. It's like, well, you know, you've had your time. But the flip side of that, to me, is that what it's showing is that unless these new guys can beat the likes of Tommy and Jake, that you don't know how good they really are. Yeah. And so you look at Billy Askew now, he's showed Tommy a clean pair of heels in this one. You'd argue that he should have beat him in the first one. And Tommy will look at that and he'll consider that a job well done by himself, because he's brought Billy on at a pace that... Well, you know, he had his issues last year, but he's definitely there. Shown speed at EMX. Yeah. It's been great.
We don't have a statutory age. You have to retire from top-level motocross. You can go as long as you want. If you still feel you can do it.
You don't have, there's not a retirement age from bottom-level motocross either.
Exactly.
So I'm still out there enjoying getting out there when I can, and there's no reason to want to stop. But there is Nichols then still across the line in fourth position, and he's just going to try and ride this one home. But it is good to see the veteran, and like you say, he does have a great place to ride. The onboard stuff that he shoots from there.
Oh, I tell you right now, I've ridden it. It's arguably maybe the best motocross track we got in the UK, and it's Jake's backyard track. It's phenomenal. Just round the corner from here, actually. Obviously, only lives about 10 miles away. So this is very much his local race, and he's got family here. I saw his dad walking around earlier on. Tony Marshall, that also works for the company, John Marshall, they're all out here to support him. He's having a great ride.
Tony Marshall, a good rider in his own right back in the day, and great to see Jake back out there. But Oriol Oliver then currently leading by 21 seconds from Billy Askew, who now has a 6-second advantage over his teammate Tommy Searle. So this is going to be so we're going to see Oliver take the win overall, and Billy Askew, assuming it stays as it is, Billy will take second and Tommy Searle will take third, and we'll have a big shake-up
but
in the points.
Importantly, it will be, I think that he'll take over the championship red plate, would he not? Billy Askew, maybe. I'm just looking at
in the under-21s?
No, well, maybe because because Tommy's still going to hold on to it.
So yeah, they're going to be tied on points. Yeah. And he will take.
But he will take the championship lead in the under-21.
Yes,
you're right.
With Bobby Bruce not having a great time.
Yeah. So Nichols on that Brendan True 7 Honda racing machine. Not only does he ride for the team, he's also one of the title sponsors. Just to give himself even more work.
Yeah, just checking the gap. 7 seconds then between Askew and Searle.
Looks like somebody's roosted our camera there on the finish line and fired a bit of dirt onto the lens.
I think that's just a bit of moisture from the rain we had earlier, and it's now got. So this one has got itself into a bit of a knot. Everybody's like gapped out at the beginning, and no real battles down the field, which is unusual for an MX2 race.
Yeah,
our 125s have given us excellent value for money, but these boys are. Putting their laps in now. There's the 19 of Sid Putnam on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna, another one of the guys under that awning. But 3 laps to go then, so Oriol Oliver should be getting the 2-lap board next time he goes across the line.
Yeah, he's coming round close to us. There he is again, still hopping and skipping his way around this track beautifully. Just feeling the flow of it, taking all that G-forces. Obviously, still plenty going through his body, but he's definitely reducing it by the way he's currently riding. Just picking the front wheel up here and there, dropping it down at the right point, using the suspension to preload over some of these bumps and and jumps and just making it look effortless as his lead is now out to, I think it's nearly 25 seconds.
Yeah, 2-lap board then goes out to our race leader, Aurel Oliver, on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. That's obviously quite tricky through there, because they seem to be going a lot slower than you would expect them to, so there's obviously a big hole and a rut there that they've got to manage their way through. There you can see that Tommy line has really started to get used a lot now.
Loving the way he's doing that section there, that mid-section, the way he's just wheeling over that bump and letting the bike do it. Leads up to 27.4. It's no wonder when you watch wheeling into ruts like that, and again, just pitching the bike sideways, bringing it back straight for landing. It's all textbook stuff.
He's very economical with his body, though, isn't he? He's not like trying to whip it or hit roll it over any of the jumps or anything. He's just nice.
Just see even there, Phil. He's not jumping off that down. He's wheeling before it and using the downside to carry the momentum through the next bit. Everybody else is jumping off that corner drop off there, and he's not.
And this is why he's a guy that is capable of top 5 finishes in MX2 at the World Championship level. Let's not forget, next weekend at Matterley Basin, you can go and see Aurel Oliver in his what you would call his normal day job of being GP rider.
Yeah, in his regular habitat.
And tickets for that event obviously available on the MXGP website and also through the Matterley Basin
This is
website.
Nice. I have to say, as a rider, Phil, and we both are past our sell-by date, but we still appreciate the value of what we're seeing here, and I think everybody else should as well. It's not just a guy out front leading; it's you're really watching somebody that is in perfect harmony with his bike and with the track.
And let's not forget, he was out of a ride at the beginning part of this season.
Yeah, that's goes to show how tough it is at the sharp end in MXGP when a rider like this. See how he's doing that up there.
Yeah,
just that alone. A little trigger of the clutch gets all his weight forward. Rather than hitting those braking bumps, he's just jumping over. They're only little, but he's still clearing them, and all that is not going through his body.
Yeah.
This bit there, again, just the way he picks it up there, brings the front back down.
It looks like Ollie Colmer has found his way past Ian Dunson, so that 4 second gap, like I say, with the camera set up the way we've got it here, it's really difficult to break away and pick up something else.
Just want to give a shout out here to Matt Bayliss.
He's having a good run, isn't he?
Stepping into British Championship Motocross again, because we know Matt quite a lot from Marina Cross. Got on the 772 Kawasaki team with Craig Chamberlain there. We haven't really ridden the bike that much, but he's adapting to it pretty well, and that's a solid ride for Matt there in 9th.
So I'm thinking that there is a possibility that this 5-6 score for Ollie Colmer, in fact no, he was 4th in the first, 4-5, that will be the 4th overall. So not able to get on the podium, but he will be 4th overall, which I think is his best performance. Jeff makes his way to winner's circle. Aurel Oliver comes round for the penultimate time. Oh, look at that, just jumps his way into. He's just playing with this track now, the Spaniard. He's not afraid to put that bike where he wants. Oh, that was lovely. That was unbelievable. And like I say, this MXGB-TV live stream brought to you free of charge by all of our sponsors. There he is, checkered flag then for Aurel Oliver. But you cannot beat being at the circuit to see these guys in person. So it's going to be a big gap this time between Billy Askew and Tommy Searle. He's not going to get caught napping twice. And I'm half expecting that at some point he will say something in the interview with Jeff to say that, we'll take that. And that will give Billy 2nd overall. It will put him into, here we go, this is a battle. So this is Dunson onto the back of Nichols. So does that mean that, or was it Colmer onto the back of Nichols? We can flick to the other, here we go. Let's see who this is. Oh, that was a bit naughty. That was a bit naughty from Dunson there. He's looked across and ridden Colmer out. Yeah, that's not winning anybody any fans. Ollie Coleman then would have been 4th overall. Obviously, we didn't see the pass that Coleman put on Doonson, but Doonson, for me, that was a little bit naughty. Coleman lucky to get up from that. So it will be Nichols across the line, then Doonson, and that will have put... that will probably have dropped Coleman down up to about 6 overall. Here we go, the replay. Look, Doonson looks across at him and then just rides across the track. There's no place for that. Coleman, not a happy bunny. I can expect that there'll be words had there. I know it's not tiddlywinks, but you can't just turn left on somebody down a straight like that. So we'll just wait for the next riders come. So it is Oliver from Askew, from Searle, Nichols, Doonson, Heyman, Musto, Matty Bayliss, Mio, and Coleman comes across the line in 10th. We're going to take a quick ad break and we'll be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Okay, here we are back in the winner's circle with another moto win for Olivier. Wow, another immaculate performance. We said you missed the opening round of this championship. Then your first race in the championship was entertaining, let's say that. But you're rapidly catching up. I mean, you were going around there on rails. It was a genuine pleasure to watch. Happy with that?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, really happy. The start was so important. We did 1 and 2 in the starts. Yeah, just a perfect race, actually. I felt really good on the bike. Suspension is working really great. We are doing a really good job between the weekends with the team. And yeah, it was really fun. The track also with a lot of bumps. Good training for Matty next weekend. I will stay in England this week. So yeah, really happy to do a perfect weekend with the team.
You say about the bumps, I mean, you was doing an incredible performance to miss most of them. I mean, you were preloading the bike. It looked, jumping over some of them. You can often tell winning results are always good, but it looked more than that to me. It looked like you were genuinely loving life out there.
Yeah, exactly. I was enjoying it. I was just trying to jump as many as I could because they are quite steep. But yeah, the bike have potential to do that. Yeah, I was enjoying it, like you said, and yeah, looking forward for the next one. In the British, I don't know when is it, but first Matty and then we will see.
Yeah, well, look, have a great week in the UK. I hope the weather stays good for you and you prepare for Matty. Good luck next week as well. There you go. So if you want to move on out, Oriel, there he goes. He's going to move out the race winner. We're going to bring in Billy Askew. Billy, as he pours water over his mullets. I can say that because I have hair envy. So there we go. First race. Obviously, I just found out because I missed the finish to that first one that Tommy beat you by 1,000th of a second. 1,000. You can't even blink that quick.
No, when I was up here, I still thought I heard it on the tannoy and I was like, oh, I just got third, and then. But here's what it is. Can't get too down about it. I was just a bit. Even if I still stayed in front of him, I'd have still been as bummed out because I shouldn't be dropping my pace like that in the race. But I learnt my lesson and
made up for it in that one.
Yeah, kept a good gap in between me and Oriel and give the smoke to Tommy. But fair play to him. He is 36, and I should be beating him. So I'm not too happy. Shouldn't be over the moon with beating him. It should be quite normal.
But regard to championship, it kind of stays the same. the gap stays the same between you guys. So you haven't lost anything, you haven't gained anything, and it's obviously now it's tightening up. You know, Bobby's had a bad day, so you know it's a good day for your team.
Yeah, it's a good day for the team. So massive well done to them, and thank you for everything they do for us all, because won't be possible without them all backing me up in the Europe. Even though I haven't been doing well every weekend, they're still taking me there and believing in me. So big thank you to them, and happy to get a second for them today.
Good stuff. Go and get yourself cleaned up for the podium. So there is Billy getting second place. I don't know where Tommy is. He's making his way over, so we can stick with it a little bit. Like he just said, I don't want to repeat the words, but, you know, he's an old boy now. He's knocking on 36, so he's gone back. I would have thought he'd stay there, save his legs. So he's just coming up. He's gone back. I know what he's gone back for. He's gone back to get his vlog camera. Tommy! Sorry, Tommy! His vlog's more important, apparently, than the live stream. Let's get him over. Oi, never mind your vlog.
So go 2-3, that's nice.
He's, just clay. Do you have to rush back to get the camera?
Yeah, I'm doing vlogging.
Yeah, that's more important.
That's half the job done. This is the second half.
The second part of the job, it never ends, does it, for you? Like,
No.
another a big old night. That one, yeah, you said in the first one, you know, it was tough for you. I won't repeat the exact words you said about your fatigue.
Shall I or not?
No, please
Okay,
don't.
okay.
But again, you dug deep in that one. But the point is, you're going away with it. Still got the red plate. Still status quo. Same points gap.
No, this is nice because the last few years, this is the one I've struggled at. Yeah. So I would have took a 2-3. Obviously, Oriel was in a class of own all weekend. That one, Bill passed me, showed me the way. I couldn't get back to him. I tried because I was like, this would be so funny to do him again. Not for him. I think it would have broken for the rest of the year. So it's probably a good idea, a good move that he did put the effort in and stay in front. But I did try my hardest, but I had nothing left in the tank. That I did feel 36 with about 4 laps into that race, not to go, 4 laps in. But I'm happy, so good for Bill, good for me. Thursday boys smashed it. Happy
Another
days.
podium, another plaque show, Alfie.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'll let you get back to your vlogging. Remember to follow his vlog, by the way. Okay, so we're nearly done here at Blaxhall. We've got one more race to go, which is the Apico MX1 class. We're going to go to a quick ad break. Don't go too far away. One more race to go. Stay tuned. See if Conrad can go 1-1 here at Blaxhall. At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal here. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
So welcome back then to Blaxhall here for the final race of the day in the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship Round 3. It's been a great day of racing, Jeff. We've seen some great stuff in the 125s. We've seen a bit of controversy in the end of that 250 race. And we've got our last 450 moto just coming to the line now. They're just out on their sight lap. And just a chance to thank everybody who's made this meeting what it is. A big thanks to all the production crew and the camera guys and everything for bringing you this live stream. For Dirt Store for their support of MXGB-TV and making it all happen so that you guys can watch it. And like I said before, please like and subscribe and share the links out if you are watching on FIM Live TV. It makes a big difference to the way that we are seen on the internet and our reach as such. So we look at the start line there. Next round then, round 4, Preston Docks, 20th of July. I'm already looking forward to it. This one's not finished.
Yeah, exactly. We got the bullet. Jeffrey Hurlins is joining us for that one. Sand-based circuit. So just, you know what, if Jeff was out there just riding around on his own, it'd be a pleasure to watch. Yeah. Let alone the fact that he's coming to race British Championship and go up against Conrad again. Don't put it beyond the realms of Conrad beating him. You heard in the interview we've done with him, he's not where he wants to be. His wrist is causing him issues, and he knows he has to be on his A game to beat Hurlins round there. So he's going to keep working, and that's why we highlighted it. Listen, it wasn't Conrad being arrogant. You know, it literally, yes, he's winning at a canter, but he also races the stopwatch, and he wants to be the best guy he can. And right now, he feels he's not where he wants to be,
and he will know exactly what it takes. And we'll see on the 20th of July at Preston Docks when. He lines up against Jeffrey Hurlins in the MX1 class, which will bring a little bit more added excitement to the class, as it did last year, and it was a real good thing to watch. And we've been blessed with some great racing last year. But today, for me, I didn't get to hear the 125 interviews, Jeff, because I had to step out for a couple of minutes. I saw the little bit with Drew Stock, didn't see what second place rider.
I think Charlie got his head around it this time.
Yeah,
First one, he was bitterly disappointed. Yeah. But this time, you know, a word in his ear from Justin, his coach. He was still disappointed, but, you know, He just took a bit more time this time, realised the bigger picture. He now takes hold of the red plate in the championship. So, okay, he didn't win both races today, and he clearly had the speed to do so. But, bigger picture, he's now picked up the championship lead in the RFX 125. So, like I said, Phil, it's been a great day here at Blaxhall. We've had occasional little showers, but the track's been amazing. Bumper crowd, by all accounts, one of the biggest we've had in recent years.
Yeah, that's always good.
Track's awesome. And listen, we've had some races where riders have run away with it, like we've just seen like in the MX2 and Conrad in the MX1. But that's not to say further down the field, as we said, you don't always get the best racing at the front. And we've seen some really good stuff today.
We have indeed. And like I say, on this day that we did pick up at earlier on his father's date. So hat tip to all you guys out there that make it happen for your sons and daughters, wherever you are in the world. And it's also my wedding anniversary today.
Oh, is it? Congratulations, Phil.
Yeah, so a big virtual hug.
What a strong relationship you've got.
Yes.
The fact that it's your wedding anniversary and your missus is letting you sit in here with me.
I know, it's great. And a hat tip to Michael Smith at the MX Generations Facebook page for lining me up with a nice place to go for a meal last night. So that was cool. And obviously, with that motocross, I had my wedding reception at an MXGB venue. So that's my life.
Well, setting it out, the foundations of a solid relationship.
It is indeed. But again, so many wives and girlfriends and mums and dads in the paddock doing so much behind the scenes to make all of this stuff happen. And it's nice that we can celebrate that. And like I say, it's been a fantastic day's racing. The weather's been mint.
Exactly that.
Here's the top 40 qualifiers. This was the top 10 earlier on. And our race results then from race one, it was a win, of course, for Conrad Muse, who took a fairly easy race win, we shall say. And then Josh Gilbert, a fairly good second, and Tristan Purdon nicking third right at the end.
I didn't. Again, I've missed that. I've got to make my way up to the winner's circle. So, can you recap what actually happened there to Jamie Carter?
Well, we don't know.
We don't know.
I do not know. All I know is that he came across the line in fourth place, and he was a good 10 seconds adrift I'll
tell you what, probably what didn't help, and probably rubbed a bit of salt in the wounds, is our team up there thought that he finished third and pulled him into the winner's circle, and then he's like, well, thanks for that. Thanks for just reminding me I lost third on the last lap. But anyway, he took it well. There he is, actually. Just giving the clutch a little test there on the Crendon True 7 Honda Racing machine. Mills doing the same, number 27. Gilbert just keeping nice, calm and placid, 326 on the Lexa Honda. There's Joel Rizzi still finding his way with that Dirt Store Triumph 450.
One of the few guys that's developing it, though, so let's give him the props for that. He's doing that on his own. They've got Max Nagel doing it in Germany, but he's the guy out there on there. The 23, he took a really good start at the start of race one, the 23 of Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki, and it's the 7 of Louis Kessel.
Yeah, Jack Banniston rolling in there, number 401.
And the 300 of Charlie Hamlet. Nice to see him back. I think he missed Charlie through illness. And the 220 of Josh Canton, a man who comes from deepest Wales to race in this championship. And I say, if you guys are out there, the idea of this championship, no registration fee, come and race your local round. Put yourself up against these guys. This is what it's all here for.
Harry Bradley there, number 28, obviously heavily involved with SM Pro Wheels and doing a good job with all that side of things.
His bike's changed colour, so...
I noticed, yeah.
Yes.
So was Christian Craig rolling up there for a second?
Yes, indeed. So everybody comes to the line. Here we go then. 15-second board is up. Oh, somebody had a bit of a go again.
Flipped it back there.
Away they go then, down the start straight for the first time. Let's see who's going to take the whole shot.
It was Carpenter, I think, wasn't it, that nearly flipped the bike? I think he might have had a clutch issue. We saw him test the clutch, didn't we, when he came to the line?
Is that Mio that's just whole shot that? I'm not quite sure. Very difficult to see who it was as they came through. But whoever it was, it's Conrad Muse around the outside.
Oh, well, yeah, doubling into there. That is Mio. Because he's
Mio,
got the
Matthew Mio, yeah. So the 2-1-4 of Matthew Mio. So 2:49, he took the whole shot, but Conrad Muse already at the front. Oh, Sterry getting a little bit squirrely, and the two Hondas almost coming together as well. this track now starting to really break down, Jeff.
Yeah, but it's still in great nick. You know, let's not underestimate that. I mean, you know, that's what motocross is. You want a bit of toughness, don't you? You know, so it's been perfect all day. I mean, in regards to motocross track development, it's stayed. There's been no dust, but it hasn't been muddy either. It's been absolutely brilliant.
So Sterry already up to second. He's relegated the Frenchman back to third. Then it looks like it is that Gilbert there in fourth, or no? It's Martin Barr. It's Marty Barr on the Apico Honda. So the man from the team sponsoring this Apico Factory Racing MX1 class.
There was Carpenter there, so it wasn't. I don't think it was him, but he didn't make a good start, such a good start as he did in the first one. Put it that way.
So it looks like Conrad Muse is going to be our Planet Moto first lap leader, which will elevate him in the points in that championship. He is already starting to break away at the front of this one.
I like, you know, some would disagree. Conrad, I'll talk about that in a minute, actually. Let's get him through this first lap. Got an opinion on what he said in the winner's circle, but Sterry with a solid second, but Adam's got to just really try and hang on to his coattails here. Best he can.
I think Adam looks a different rider in this one. A little bit more aggression. He has a look over his shoulder. Nobody there, right, I need to go now. He did not look comfortable in the first one, and now all of a sudden the bike's bouncing around underneath him and he looks fine with it, and he's only a little bit behind Conrad Muse. Is Adam Sterry going to have a bit of a run at him? Based on what we saw in the first race, you'd have to say not, but I think that they got an issue with that bike, or a problem of some description, and he's going to have a bit of it this time. So there is
another rider, Josh Gilbert, who wasn't, you know, he finished second, but he wasn't overly happy with the result.
Yeah, he's up
not
to third.
Overly happy with his performance.
He's up to third past Mio. There's Martin Bart. Looked like Purdon was going down there, and Taylor Hamill on the ERT Kawasaki. So Hamill again, he's there in seventh. Mills in eighth. Joel Rizzi ninth. And the 190 Luke Benstead, the local man, he's there in 10th. Benstead's been decent in this one. Let's have a look, see who is in the championship. 18th at the minute, but he's been around a long time. So there's Purdon down the inside of Martin Bart.
Mills in there, quite a better start for Chris Mills in the mix. Where's he currently showing on the lead? Eighth, sorry, for him. Purdon would like to make light work here, if he can.
So Mio then starting to drop back. Lovely pass then by the number 41 SC Sport Homes Husky of Tristan Purdon. So he had some speed in the last one and moved his way through to finish third after being fourth. I think he was gifted third by Carpenter having the tip off. It's really amazing how little we know what goes on at the race meetings. There'll be people at home that know more than us. But
oh yeah, I mean, they get a chance to follow social media, so we can't, you know, sometimes we just don't have the time or the resources right now. So if anybody, that's what we need. Hopefully next year we'll be able to get somebody that can go around and feed us information, Phil, what's going on in the pits between races.
Nice pass then between the 50 of Martin Barr. He gets past Mio, and then it's Taylor Hamill going to apply pressure to the Frenchman.
Oh, somebody burning coal there. I don't know who that was.
I think that's just somebody who's been off the side of the track and splashed their way into that big puddle there. I don't think it was a bike issue. With the 2 seconds that we actually got to see that for, there's a lot of water in that area of the circuit.
So look at that.
Taylor Hamill then going to put the hard word on Martin Bart, and drops across the front of the Northern Irishman.
A lot of respect between those two. They had a couple of real close battles in arena cross as it goes.
Yeah.
And they raced hard but fair. A lot of two, I would say, two of the nicest guys. Yeah, just good guys in the pits.
Yeah, and like you said earlier on, Taylor Hamill, another rider that had his injury woes, and he's really struggled to put like a good, consistent season together. And Martin Bart, who I think is he going to be representing the Motocross of Nations team for about the 8,000th time.
Let's hope they do. Obviously, we won't get into the politics because there's a lot of them with that team selection. And if
Luke Benstead there, what a ride he's having, still there. Excellent stuff from the man on the KTM. But here is Hamill then, and again he's filled out a bit. which some riders need to. Some guys, you just think, yeah, you just need to get on a 450 now. You can't hang it out enough, and your style just needs a little bit more horsepower.
Yeah, well, obviously, Dad, Chris, was a tiny guy, you know, like natural 125 rider.
Yeah.
You know, Taylor is not like his dad in that respect in any way, shape, or form.
So he's then got the length of that straight to chase down the SC Sport Homes Husky of Tristan Purden, the South African, the man who found himself on the podium in the first one, and here with a fourth as well. What's the gap to Adam Sterry? Oh, there is that's John Adamson on the second. So it is looks like a bike problem then for the second of the Lexa MX Hondas. The Scotsman then not having a great day.
That little step down tabletop there, brutal. It doesn't look much, but it's hold out, and every time you got a wheelie into that goes straight through your lower back.
Oh, yes.
No matter how good your suspension is. So it's that kind of thing that just highlights how difficult and physically demanding the sport of motocross actually is.
Our race leader then, Conrad Muse, on the Crendon True 7 Honda, now out 5 and a bit seconds over the Chambers KTM of Adam Sterry. And those two battling away at the front, and then it's a decent gap back to Josh Gilbert now, who is 7 seconds adrift with Sterry. He's there in third position. Nice jump down the hill, and you can see the way that the lines are changing. Martin Barr doing everything that he can to get over to the left-hand side of the track there as he goes over the hill.
Rizzy holding a bit tougher this time. Yes, good to see
so, yeah.
Martin Barr out there on the Pico Honda racing machine. Obviously, again, the guys at Pico, not only do they do a great job with the team, a big thank you to them for supporting the series as well as title sponsor of this class.
Yeah. So there's Mills, and he's managed to find his way past Mio. So the Frenchman then, after that lightning quick start, has fallen back down to 8th place. Rizzy in 9th, Luke Benstead still in 10th. Then it's the TM, Stewie Edmonds. So a good ride from the Irishman there, and then Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Talks Fantic, number 6. Good ride for him then. Thornhill, Liam Knight, Sam Nunn in 15th.
Nice, I mentioned before, Chris Mills back racing in the UK, did a prolific youth rider, and then spent a lot of time in Holland and Belgium, and he's now come back and competing in the entire series, so that's great.
Yeah, and again, another guy who a style that was always going to suit a 450 when he got there, and I know he did a lot of Belgium and German championship stuff, and acquitted himself very nicely out there, and he's trying to chase down now the number 50 of Martin Barr on the Pico Honda, talking to him, and he's still enjoying his racing as much as ever.
Let me just put it into perspective here. I raced Martin. That just goes to show how long he's been at it. I'm not saying like in a good skill set. I'm not comparing that. I'm just saying he has been at this game at the high end for a long time. Like you said, representing his country, what is it, 18, 19? I don't even lost count. I can't remember what it is. Somebody must tell us. 18, 19 times, could be into the 20s. Yeah. But anyway, just been a wonderful ambassador for the sport of motocross here and in Ireland, both north and south of the border.
Benstead still having a good solid ride. So there's Mills. And also a shout out to Tom Grimshaw, his teammate who I saw earlier on, who's had a shoulder injury that's kept him out of this championship. But he is back on a bike, and he did say that he is intending to be back for Preston Docks. So it'd be nice to see that team back at full strength.
I made that reaction because I just thought, actually, when is a good time to come back and do it?
That was
all tracks are rough, aren't they?
That was exact. I said, "Oh, that's a great place to come back." He went, "Well, if you none of them are good," and I went, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's true. They're all going to be tough. They're all going to be brutal.
So the K-Tech Tower showing then that Conrad Muse now away by 8 seconds over Adam Sterry, but Adam's having a better run in this one, and his speed, like I say, never got to the bottom of his first race drop off, but whether it was a suspension issue or arm pump or whatever, but that's going to cost him second place on the podium. And I think that as it stands at the moment, with my rudimentary mathematics, we're going to see a win obviously for Conrad Muse. Second will be Josh Gilbert. And I think Tristan Purden's 3.4 will be Adam Sterry's 2.6 as it stands at the moment. So we'll wait and see as we look at Meo on the SAS KTM, SAS TPC KTM. His brother riding in the 250 class. I don't know about you, Jeff. My expectations were higher.
Well,
they're fantastic beach racers. They're kind of Todd Kelley speed in the sand.
Also, coupled with the fact that they have raced, both brothers have raced the British Championship before.
Yeah.
So they're not coming in, overjumped that.
That was a big land, wasn't it?
Took a hit there on the crossbar pad.
Yeah,
and I thought that might just sit them up a bit better, in fact that they know some of the tracks, most of them. But it's nice to see him running near the front a bit more in this one.
Yeah, but obviously this is a competitive championship.
Yes.
The expectation that they're just going to come and do well because of where they're from. Let's have a shout out to Joel Rizzi, who's chasing him down. He's having a better ride in this one. But yeah, I just kind of thought to myself, I was expecting them to be 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th more often.
Yeah.
But he had a better start in this one, and he's obviously showing that.
Well, maybe almost like anything, confidence. You just need that one sort of breakthrough race to get your mind back into gear, to tell yourself, actually, yeah, I can do it. Maybe it's just me that, Phil. We know the talent's there, but sometimes any sport, you can be. We've seen the top level athletes and sportsmen and women all suffer at some point.
So there's Chris Mills then across the line to complete another lap. He's in a good 7th place. In 6th place there, just up the track, is the number 50 of Martin Bart. Mills' self-named team.
Yeah, I think he still gets a little bit of support, or some support from Lee Webber, who used to obviously run Yamaha's outfit in MX1 and MX2 under the Cab Screens banner. So I think I've got that right, in that Lee is helping, as a private sponsor, helping Chris out a bit.
I did, yeah. We had a few beers in the pub, and I think that was mentioned that Lee was helping as a peripheral sponsor for a couple of guys without being directly involved. He got well out of shape there, didn't he? That was one of those moments that he'll remember on the way home for sure.
And again. Yeah, steady down now, Chris. Just get a nice run on it.
So this is the man that he's chasing, the number 50 of Martin Bart on the Apico Honda. And again, if I get a chance, I'm going to want to have a quick look at the track after racing's completed, because to see how it all turns out at the end of the day, and still a good crowd trackside, Jeff.
Yes,
for this final race of the day. It has been a well-supported event, nice organisation, nice and easy to get. The lane's a bit narrow, as a lot of these tracks are, but the traffic management is all pretty good. There's Taylor Hamill then, and is he getting pressured?
He's starting to fall back towards Martin Barr here.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah. And both of these riders, of course, like a little bit of comeback. Taylor more so than Martin, who missed, early rounds. But, so just that race fatigue, maybe. You can practice and train all you want. I actually saw him on his, I think one of his first or second rides back from injury at Grittenham on a Wednesday evening, and he's like, just easing back into it.
See, Grittenham was one of them tracks that I've heard about so many times, and then I finally went there, and it's just a flat field with jumps in.
Yes, it is. It's very rutty, though.
But do you know what? On an Evo bike, I absolutely loved it. It was really nice.
It gets technical.
It was good. Yeah, it was nice, and I can see that it'd be a good place to come back and test your metal and your fitness, because it's not slow round there. But Taylor Hamill is doing just enough at the moment to hold off the number 50 of Martin Bart, and Hamill. He was 5th in the first one, so that's a good result for him.
Conrad is nowhere near stretching it out in this one as he did in the first one yet. Still 10 minutes plus 2 to go. But as it stands, in the first race, he probably was, at this stage, out to about 15 seconds or more. I say only, his lead's 8 seconds, just under 8 seconds. So, Sterry doing a better job at keeping him at least within sight.
Our first race, almost third place man, Jamie Carpenter, on the second of the Brendan True 7 Hondas. He's down in 13th, Jeff, so he's definitely had an issue somewhere along the line. That's more than a bad start that's hampered him. And he's just moved past the 134 of Liam Knight on the SRE Services KTM. There's Purdon. He'll be happy with the podium out of this weekend, you know.
Yeah, I think so. You know, the team have obviously come back and had enough time to settle, but either way you look at it, it's been in America, California for 2-3 weeks. Takes a little while for your body clock to readjust again.
Yeah.
All those kind of things.
Yeah, daft as it sounds, I can say that. I have done it, even at my useless level. But yeah,
you can just basically
flying.
Yeah, you can start feeling fatigued at the wrong moment of the day. It's weird. It's kind of
jet lag and all the rest of it. It's not easy to deal with. And Tristan's given, you know, they're going out to the AMA to enjoy it. Obviously, they're taking Charlie out there. That was a bit of a threepenny bit move there, wasn't it? Charlie's out there having a go as well, and the team are enjoying the experience. So that's all that matters to them. And the fact that he's here with staring down the barrel of a podium finish for what has been a decent day's work for the number 41, they will take that to the bank and look over the shoulder.
I think it's great, you know, if you've got the opportunity to do it, why not? You know, what a great life experience for the riders and the team, but, you know, to go out there and have a little taste of how it's done stateside. Good on them.
Hamill not able to close the gap as they go down through the Bronx alleyway and over that. I like about this track, there's obstacles that are technical without being fearsome.
I'm going to word it slightly different, Phil. There's some almost nice old school style ski jumps and just ones where they, you know, a bit of everything. So you haven't necessarily got to, like, you know, sometimes when you build a modern tabletop, everybody's got to kind of do it the same speed to hit the downside, all that. They've flattened off some of these step downs so you can actually go a bit longer, favour the brave. So, yeah, it's got a bit more of a sort of old school flow to it.
And as I've already said, we're fantastically prepped from a track point of view and from a visuals point of view. We'll give a shout out to all of our marshals, all decked out in their dirty.com marshals bibs. Thanks to them guys for stepping up and providing the stuff for us. And means that everybody looks on point. You can look, everybody looking the same is an important thing when you're in an event like this. You need to be able to pick out the people that you in the crowd. And all of our marshals wearing those bibs supplied by dirty.com. All the people that organise adventure sports and stuff like that, so visit their website. And like I say, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're watching this on the MXGB-TV website, and share it out if you're watching on FIM Live TV. Welcome you guys joining us for the first time, and hopefully you will be able to do that for the rest of the season from round 4 onwards. This championship will be carried by the FIM Live TV portal, so that's great news for us.
Certainly hope, if new viewers from the FIM TV, if you've enjoyed what you've seen, hopefully, as Phil says, you'll tune in all the remaining rounds to get your fix of top level British Motocross, a championship with so much prestige and history. World champions have raced in this. We've had some top GP riders come and race with down the years, and it seems to be trending back towards that direction, which is fantastic.
Yeah, so Purdon then is still able to hold that gap. There's not really not really any close battles that I can see on the timing, Jeff.
No, it's all kind of just gapped out a little bit. Conrad, you know, not running away with it so much this one. The gap is up to 12 seconds now, but in the opening moto, he would have probably been about 20 to 25 seconds ahead at this point. Gilbert is 17 seconds off of him. So, yeah, it's all spaced out at the sharp end here. It's all about who, really, if it stays like it is, who's going to get the final position on the podium, because if it stays like it is, obviously Conrad's going to win the event and keep his maximum win streak going with a 1-1. Josh Gilbert on the Lexa Honda should bring it in second overall. It's all about who's going to get third. Is it going to be Purdon or is it going to be Sterry? Let's see. Still plenty of time on the clock. 4:50 plus 2 to go. Oh, chain.
Come on.
I said it could change, and literally, oh my God, I saw it just pop off the rear like a striking cobra jumping up, and literally something happened to the rear end. Well, I saw his chain come off there. So
I was looking across at the timing screen, Jeff. So all of a sudden,
Gilbert goes out.
Goes out. That's going to mean that's going to move Tristan Purdon up to second overall.
No, it's definitely going to put Vernon on the box.
Yeah.
If he brings it in.
Yeah, and then obviously that will move Sterry. That's heartbreak for Gilbert. And again, Stone's in there. If we can get a replay of that, that'll be cool.
Yeah, it was just when he got on the pipe, on the gas, exit in the corner, and like you say, Phil,
did it jump off or did it break?
Well, no, it could. Stone could have got in there, couldn't it, and actually forced the break. It looked like it had snapped to me. Obviously, it came off.
Right on.
So watch this left-hand side. Watch lower rear wheel on the left-hand side. Just as he accelerates here, there you go. That's intact, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then it snapped. So I think Stone has got in there because that was it. That didn't snap. That just derailed and then snapped.
It looked like it, didn't it? So awful lot for Josh Gilbert. I was lucky enough to spend a bit of time with his dad Andy last night. Again, another great rider from back in the day, and he's enjoying watching Josh make his way as a pro, but that's the kind of blow that you never like to see. But this is why we race. The race is never over till it's over, and all of a sudden Tristan Purdon is going to go 3-3 on a day when I would say his speed wasn't kind of expecting that. He where did he qualify? He was quite a way. He qualified 10th, so to go 3-3 at the end of the day, look, Sunday speed qualifying's great, decent start, you can do anything, but to go 3-3, I'm certain that this will be his best performance of a British Championship round without a doubt, because I certainly don't remember him winning one, and I certainly don't remember him finishing second either. So the man from South Africa, and we have a tradition of South African riders in this championship.
Yeah, and he's been a good addition. I like Tristan's a nice guy to talk to, pretty placid off the bike, and he's a welcome addition to this championship, and that's what we want. You know, also it's a British championship, but it's nice to have some international flair to it.
It is, and that team down there run by Neil Prince, they tend to be set up a certain way, and they need people that are a good fit for them and doing the things that they want to do. And the chance for Purdon to do a few GPs and a bit of AMA and a couple of bits and bobs out obviously fits with him. But here is our race leader then. 2 minutes left on the clock, and Conrad Muse, absolutely beautiful.
It's got a nice pop to that jump now there. Obviously now taking off like halfway up where the dirt has all been pushed up the face of that. You can see him riding with those wrist braces, obviously.
Yeah, we picked up on the fact that, he's only wearing one, and he didn't. He had one come off, didn't he?
Yes, he did. So he was more angry about that than anything else. But, yeah, we kind of picked up on that at Canada Heights, and that's unusual. Never seen Conrad wearing braces before, because coming into Canada Heights, to the team's credit and himself, they kept very quiet about it. They didn't want any chink in the armour, let anybody know that he was coming in injured, but he's... You know, and that's the real reason he's in a position where he's just not feeling like where he wants to be. Yes, he's winning races. Yes, he hasn't lost the British Championship race yet. But regardless of his performance, he's not getting to ride and train how he wants to at the minute.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that, like I say, we won't be seeing him at Matterley next weekend, but we will be seeing a host of other riders there. I think that there's a couple of guys in MX1. I did see. I thought that Ben Edwards was going to.
Ben Edwards has entered the ride.
At all of our AMX classes. So the biggest motocross event of the season in this country, on the world scale, is taking place next weekend at Matterley Basin, and you can be there from Friday lunchtime, I think. And we will hear your dulcet tones over the PA, Jeff, I think.
Yes, you will. Myself and Roger Warren are calling the event action. Not obviously anything TV-wise, but me and Rog will be there like we were at previous GPs and the Motocross of Nations. So looking forward to that. It's always nice to be out there calling the action at the British GP in front of the home crowd. You know, and as we said, we've still got some good amount of riders to get behind. So if you can make it out there, get out there and try and support the riders, not only in the MX classes but also the EMX classes.
The EMX races, and obviously we've seen the guys at the front of our RFX 125 Championship who are going to be the men that are hopefully going to be trying to put it on the box at their home GP, and obviously the expectation that they may do that against the quality of field is it's quite it's a hard job, but all of the guys on the podium from our RFX class are more than capable of certainly running top 5.
Yeah.
Whether they can string that together for 2 races, but they've not had much experience at Matterley because it's one of those tracks you don't get to ride.
Yeah, exactly that. Talking to Lucas Moncrief, earlier on, who's going, he's never raced it.
Yeah. Yes, I saw he was entered as well. So yeah.
Yeah.
2 laps to go then this time by for Conrad Muse.
Yeah, that's well, you know, what looks like ease. I don't know, it'll be interesting to gauge Conrad's emotions after this one if he brings it in. He wasn't overly happy with his performance in the first one. He hasn't got away so much in this one. We have no idea what's going on under that crash helmet regards of the pain he's in.
No.
And never mind the pain, if it actually hampers his technique, which, you know, anybody that's had any kind of wrist injury
in
this game,
it's not pleasant.
If you can't commit to what you want to do and you can't grip the bike or pull on the handlebars how you want, it can really affect your timing, Phil, and that's where you get all out of sync. You start hitting all the bumps you don't want to hit.
Yeah.
It's a complex injury, and wrists are complex anyway.
Yeah.
We've seen top level riders go out of act, like Rick Johnson is a good example, you know, like his career was cut a bit short because of it, and so you got to manage that. And I think Conrad's right in like taking his time with. He probably could go and ride in the week more, but then it would probably be inflamed and come into the weekend. And
look, the only guy that knows what's going on is him, and his harshest critic is himself.
Big time,
and so if he says he's not ready, he's not ready. But he's put on an absolute clinic here this weekend at round 3 of the Apico Factory Racing ACU British Motocross Championship, the Motul British Championship, and the Apico MX1 class. Like I say, our Motul ACU British Championship. 8 rounds this season, and this is round 3. Took a while to get going with a very, very hectic GP schedule, but so he's won this set of counter, he's set a good pace, and Sterry struggled to match it. Last lap board goes out then.
Yeah, he's looking good. We said the gap, not as big as it was in the first moto, but plenty to work with. I'd like to be in that position going into the last lap. With
Yes,
I'd take that kind of margin of lead, Phil.
Yes. But some fantastic racing, like I say, the highlight of the day for me, definitely the RFX 125 class. Some good battles in the 250 class as well. But this man, Conrad Muse, is showing everybody a clean pair of heels. We've got a steaming bike coming up for him to lap. Not sure who that will be. That might be the 401 of Jack Benniston. No, it isn't. It's the 134 of Liam Knight by the looks of it. So Liam Knight there in about 15th place, I think. And he's going a lap down to our race leader, Conrad Muse. He makes his way down the back straight and down the railway line on the other side of the track there for the final time. Nicely through the waves. Down into the Stasic loop. Round into the woods for the final time. Nice little loop round there with a few little waves that come out and lead into this jump here. And we will put that Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools KTM a lap down. Those bumps into that turn. Absolutely massive. Foot or 18 inches deep. Carlton Husband currently running in 12th. So he looks like he's been down. No peak on the helmet then of the number 6. Here he is then, out of the final corner, and he will come over the line to clinch race victory. A 1-1 again at this Motul ACU British Championship. The Pico MX1 class for Conrad Muse, and he will take his points tally to 150. Adam Sterry will come across the line in second, and he is 20 odd seconds down. The 811 on the Chambers KTM stayed a lot closer this time. Actually, the gap not that big, as Purden has a look over the shoulder. And he is going to come across the line third, gapped out. So Sterry kept up pace, and he raced forward this time. Whatever problem he had in race 1 clearly did not bother him in race 2. Louis Kessel comes across the line on the number 7. He will finish in 16th. We'll do a quick run down then. So it is Muse who is going to take victory overall. The Crendon True 7 Honda rider with his double race victories. There comes Taylor Hamill across the line. So it's Muse from Sterry and Tristan Purdon. Hamill comes across the line in 4th. Martin Barr 5th. Jamie Carpenter, he's come through to 6th place. So Carpenter got a proper move on towards the end of that one. And he came back to 6th. So be interesting to see. I think that will see him tied on points with possibly with Adam Sterry. Are those 6-2? No, because Carpenter had a 6 in the first one. He went on. Chris Mills will come across the line in 7th. And then a great ride in 8th for Joel Rizzi. He comes across the line in 8th on the Dirt Store 450 Triumph. 9th will be Matthew Mio. And a brilliant 10th place for the 190 of Luke Benstead, who held that position pretty much all the race and gets some well-deserved applause from as Anthony Skerry there, the man from Stebbins Car Superstore, who's helped to put some money into this meeting. So thanks to him. We're going to throw to a quick ad break, and then we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle for the final time.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it
all. Okay, here we are in the winner's circle. I won't tell you what the conversation we was just having. Conrad Muse, another immaculate race win. We know you're struggling with your wrists, clearly not your ankles, because we didn't see it on the live stream, but you did a little bit of sprinting off the start or around the first corner. You got off it and ran alongside your bike for a while. Tell us more.
Yeah, I'm not really proud of it, I've got to be honest. I made a little mistake, and to be honest, I'm really happy I didn't go down, because it was at the start when Adam was quite close, and it would have just made the race difficult. And it just chucked me off the bike, and I was like, as I was halfway off, I was thinking, I either go down here or I hop off the bike and try and save it. So I hopped off the bike and was running beside and managed to hop back on. So yeah, that was a good save, but another good race. We got the win, which was good. It's building back up. I felt like that race for me, although it wasn't as big of a gap, was better than the first race. Riding wise, Adam rode amazing, then fair play to him. I'm building back up, I've had a long time off the bike, and I'm getting there. So the last 2 weeks have been tough. Obviously, first couple of weeks back on the bike for me in the week, so it's good. I'm feeling good, and it's nice that we have a long break in between each round that I can progress and hopefully get better each one.
We've got Preston coming up next round for you. What's going to be the plan from here? Obviously, you've got to manage the situation with your wrist, so you can't ride as much as you want. Is it going to be a trip abroad to get some sand riding in between now and then?
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to go straight back to Belgium, spend 3 or 4 weeks in Belgium it's the place to be for me, It's tough, it's hard. You come away from the tracks every day dead, and it's a good feeling, especially coming into a race, you're confident, and I'm excited to get back out there and continue my routine.
Well, we hope, for our sake, obviously for yours as well, that by the time we get to Preston, you're getting back to 100% fitness, because as we know, you could have a different dimension there with Mr. Hurlings joining the pie. So well done on today. Another solid maximum score. Great stuff. We'll see you at Preston. There you go. So,
thank you.
Conrad with another race win. We're going to move Conrad out of the way and bring in Adam. Mind my toes, mate. Mind my toes. Adam, that was from our standpoint anyway, a better performance in the second one than the first. Would you say that was the case?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would like to have done that in the first race, but unfortunately I had no rear brake.
Okay.
From lap 2.
That makes a difference.
From lap 2, yeah. And here it's obviously really difficult to ride without a rear brake. At this level, it's just not possible. So if we're in a sand track, you can get away with it a bit more, but here it's just not possible. So unfortunately I lost a lot of points there and hindered my overall in the day, but happy to finish strong then. Conrad was unbelievable today. I had nothing for him. So congrats to him, and yeah, we need to keep working to try and bridge that gap, and it's not going to be easy. Everybody knows he's on it, and yeah, I'm sure that today, if it was a GP and he hole shots, it's possible he can win. So we know how fast he is, and yeah, we just keep working. No excuses. Try and be better. Try and be better. Get the bike better. Some better rounds for me coming up. We've got the home GP next week. Yeah. So looking forward to that, and yeah, hopefully we see a lot of people there supporting us.
You've ridden this track many times. I didn't get a chance to speak to you in the first race winner's circle. How did it ride today? On the TV and from the cameras, it looks about as good as it could possibly be.
Yeah, I think that rain that you had before the weekend really helped. Yeah. As always here, it's a really awkward track. There's not really, you've got to really have a good flow, wheelie bumps, got to play with the bike, turn, cut, and yeah, if you try and ride over your head, it ends up beating you or biting you. So really difficult, but yeah, that's what makes it interesting racing, and you've got to find them lines and find that flow, and in the second race I felt really good. So yeah, thanks to the team, and we keep working.
If you're at a loose end next weekend, get yourself to Mattingly, cheer this cat on. Wish you the best of luck there, by the way. Well done. There's Adam Sterry coming second in that moto. Move Adam out in and move Tristan in this time with his bike. Well, there you go. Tristan, a good day at the office result-wise, I'd like to think. Was that the case for your performance? You happy with that?
I was happy with the first race because I rode well. The second one I struggled a bit, but it's what it is. You have to be consistent in the sport, and I think it's first, second place, and I couldn't be happier to be on the box. It's been a while that I haven't been on it, so very happy with that. Team was awesome. The Blue Stars was looking out really good out there. All my sponsors, thank you, and happy birthday to Dennis back home. He didn't make it out, but just awesome day, and just it's nice to have a good day finally and get it on the box.
What's your plans going forward? Are you racing at Mattingly next weekend, or are you sitting that one out?
No, I'll be at Mattingly.
There you go. So another British-based rider. Are you looking forward to that? Is it a track you enjoy? Have you ridden it before?
Yeah, it'll be my third time now, so hopefully get some points there. So I needed some points, so it'll be good. So no, it's all good training just to get better, and it does help coming from America to it has helped me a little bit, and yeah, just couldn't be happier. Good stuff.
We'll maybe see you on the podium later on. Sure we will. There you go. Tristan Pernin coming in third in that one, and I'm sure that's enough to put him on the box. It is. You drop your glove here, Tristan. Maybe I'll keep that. No, Dave, maybe I won't. Pass it back. So once again, there you go. We are 3 rounds into this Motul MXGB ACU British Championship. Being biased, of course, we get to call the action, but it's been 3 brilliant rounds. We've had good weather, amazing racing. Today was another one of those days. Blaxhall delivered. The track was amazing. The Woodbridge Club doing an incredible job with the track preparation. We've had a bumper crowd. What's not to like? So basically, it's been pretty amazing. So I'm going to sign off here. I'm going to chuck back to Phil, who's in the commentary booth, probably trying to get some drinks down him. I'll probably catch him off guard. So we're going to throw back to Phil quickly to sign this thing off. And thanks for watching. I'll see you again next time out, which I believe is at Preston on July 20th.
Yeah, so cheers, Jeff. Fantastic day's racing, and as he said, it's been brilliant. We've recapped the day's action. We've seen Drew Stott go 1-1 in the RFX 125 class. We've seen Auriel Oliver take the victory in MX2 on the Sean Simpson, Gabriel KTM, and obviously Conrad Muse going 1-1 there. It's been really, really good. As Jeff just said, we've got round 4 coming up July the 20th at Preston Docks, where we will have the return of Jeffrey Hurlins to the British Championship, and I for one cannot wait to see that. Obviously we've got the British Grand Prix next weekend, as Jeff said. But don't forget to look at all of our socials later on this evening and throughout the week. We will have our ride race recap reel later on today, so that will be going out on our Instagram feed, and then you will also be seeing the Prox Pit Pass. Again, another thing that we just basically put together a nice little segue of all the action behind the scenes of this weekend's action. Follow us on socials, and obviously make sure to like and subscribe. Thank you very much to all of our
thing gone blind. Bam-a-lam, I said, oh, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam, whoa, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam, whoa, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam. On another level, on another one above me. Fell into the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so